Argenta, don't you find it difficult to be without your sisters? You are a soldier without a squad.
I will fight alongside my sisters again. But my present fate is not a burden to me. No matter where I go or who I am with, I bring death to heretics. That is what matters.
Another cruise deck under my boots. The flare of emergency lights. It has been a spell since I last went on a boarding mission. Why, I feel a decade younger.
I feel just as invigorated in anticipation of a battle with heretics. Onward!
Cursed be the day that Conrad entered Lady Theodora's service. Now, because of him, Dargonus has lost a ship, along with its entire crew.
I tremble with rage to remember that this heretic sought to encroach upon the sacred warrant. The day we put him to death will be a red-letter day for me.
And he is still at large and free to act as he pleases. If I were you, Abelard, I would see to it that no more Von Valancius subjects are kept ignorant of his treachery.
Enos has a habit of distracting the Lord Captain at every opportunity. Her conversations are taking up precious time.
The rogue trader is showing the Xenos too much indulgence. She should be kept on a short leash, not treated like an honored guest.
That Xenos has a name, yrliet. And yes, their voices are giggling. They say there's something going on between them, something brewing. Well, not my business.
What transpired on Kiava Gamma will be a heavy blow to the Gaprak dynasty, I suspect. I just hope their rivals on Dargonus do not devour the Gapraks completely after this.
Noble families spend energy and time on ridiculous power struggles, when they should be focused on strengthening their military might and the holy faith.
This is the second world in the Elantark's domain that the monkey have allowed to become polluted by corruption. The negligence of your kind frightens me.
As always, the nobleman worries about the nobility. What I am concerned with is a planet's worth of weapons and technology that the Imperium is not going to receive now. That is the heavy blow here.
Once again, sister, you say you managed to escape the prison the Xenos had put you in?
Yes, at least I thought I had. Then I realized that I had swapped a small cage for a larger one, and I had to find my way out of it.
I never thought I would say this, but I preferred the old footfall.
Incendia Chorda's aspirations make sense to me, but the way she realizes them, I struggle to find justification for violence against people who ought to be able to look to the righteous for protection.
You won't hear any disagreement from me, old man. No matter how many crimes this station has racked up, turning it into a burial ground hasn't made it any better.
On my first visit to Salis Prime, I had no idea what treasure lay beneath its snowy surface. Sister, you have shown the Expanse a true miracle of faith.
Somewhere in my heart, I knew that I alone was capable of finding the way to the final resting place of Saint Argenta. Now, my duty is done.
I wonder how much cargo that ship was carrying. Oh, Argenta, Shireen, please don't look at me like that. It's a joke, just a joke by poor, thoughtless Jai.
I am forever astonished that Reverend Hieronymus makes do with that shoebox of a chapel in the atrium for his sermons. Footfall has several temples, far more befitting his status.
The Drusians are a unique order. They teach people to be content with little, and they follow that principle themselves.
The holiness of the temple does not lie in the height of its vaults, but in the generosity of the sacrifices offered in it.
These rumors about Lord Captain Theodora, surely you do not believe them?
Of course not. I saw firsthand how... Wait, who's that there?
The Undying One does not relinquish the souls of the faithful. Domin Theodora is too sacred a person not to find her way to his throne.
A disorganized rabble should not be capable of bringing down a world like Ryklad Minoris. Is the governor exerting every effort to restore order here? I am not convinced.
If the governor is sincere in his faith and service to the Emperor, then I am confident that he is doing everything within his power.
Perhaps the Undying One did not claim him at the right time, and now he occupies a place that is not his. We will soon find out.
I feel my age when fighting alongside such young warriors.
Indeed. While I have my navigator skills to call upon, you are, statistically speaking, far more likely to perish in battle. Oh, I mean, that came out wrong.
Now that we have the Navis Nobilite child with us, that is one less problem for us to solve. I cannot help but be pleased about that.
I will fulfill the duty for which I have been training all these years. Even though my appointment took place under a banner of crimson tones.
I just hope the crew will stop flying into a tizzy every time Cass deigns to walk across the bridge.
Lady Navigator, there are no words to describe how glad I am that you survived.
Oh, your sincere relief and joy are like a vivid painting in this dreadful place. A balm to my eyes. I am glad to see you too, Abelard.
It has been some time since I last received any criticism of the discipline on the bridge from the Proctor. Not that I'm complaining, merely noticing a worrying change.
Please leave him be, Seneschal. The Proctor's colours. This is a difficult time for him.
Even in the driest desert lies an underground spring. Even in the coldest man's chest, there is a beating heart.
I cannot believe it. In the entire history of the Von Valancius Protectorate, there has never been an attack on the capital world.
Being the first and being the best are often one and the same, so my uncle taught me. Looking at the rogue trader now, I am not so certain.
I am sure the arbitrators already have their hands full exterminating Xenos on the other spires. Then I will do my part here. We won't let Dargonis fall.
The Sector Bionica has become more attentive to the augmentations of senior officers. After my last ocular lens revision, my nightly headaches have practically disappeared.
I did wonder what caused those bright flashes in the fog around you every time you left the bridge. They truly are less frequent now.
The tenets of the blood-spun web teach that pain is the scripture of the Undying One, carved into the skin and mind of his faithful servant. You should not seek deliverance from it, Amic Abelard.
Lord Captain, do you think this enterprise is wise? I wouldn't be surprised if this all turns out to be a trap.
I concur with Master Viserion. This place reminds me of the maintenance modules on Urak 5. All the colors are so grubby.
Esteemed Janitor, I have the highest respect for your craft, but I absolutely refuse to allow experimental rejuvenate procedures to be performed on myself. Be so kind as to find yourself another victim.
So your refusal is categorical. How regrettable. The complementarity of your personality with your current post carries an inconceivably positive coefficient approaching 100%. Maintaining this rate is a matter pleasing to the Omnisire.
I spoke to Mistress Tolleman recently. Don't you think you're taking advantage of the Lord Captain's hospitality, Van Callox?
I assume you're referring to the small request I submitted to Vigdis. If so, then no. I'm not taking advantage. The matter is closed.
I must admit that I had misgivings about the Holy Inquisition's particular interest in Kiava Gamma. But after what we saw on the industrial world, I am relieved that the deeply esteemed interrogator was with us after all.
The Lord Captain probably would have successfully handled the invasion without me. Still, I hope my presence was useful to the Von Valancius dynasty.
You are awfully choosy, old man. When the Ajin lead you to a world captured by the arch-enemy, you should be grateful for any help you receive, not just from deeply esteemed gentlemen.
Heinrix, speaking of the Lord Captain's new companion, you have been to Footfall. Would you happen to have a special file on Haydari?
If the smuggler had committed enough transgressions for me to have a file on her, our Shireen Mistress Haydari would have ceased to be a nuisance a long time ago.
You know, Van Callox, you and I have not always seen eye to eye. But if there must be someone standing at the Lord Captain's side, you were far from the worst candidate.
First Officer Viserion, The very thought of ordering a man of your years and service to shut up is anathema to me. So let's not reach the point where I am forced to do so.
My thoughts keep turning to the Magnae Accessio. It was a rather dignified affair, all in all. Except the Master of Ceremonies complained that he could not remember the end of the night.
The pressure of the occasion and too much amasec, I suppose.
I saw him after the Lord Captain retired to her chambers. The poor man was clutching his head and was clearly a little out of sorts. As to the reason why, I have no idea. I saw him after the Lord Captain retired to his chambers. The poor man was clutching his head and was clearly a little out of sorts. As to the reason why, I have no idea.
I have been meaning to ask, Interrogator. I have not seen Achilles of late. What happened to him after the events on Dargonus?
I disbanded his network of spies and sent Achilles himself off to track down an easier target. I imagine he has buried himself in his task, trying to make amends. He will be reluctant to show up empty-handed, so it is no surprise we have not yet seen him.
Caligos Winterscale has fallen. I never thought I'd live to see this day. He seemed indestructible, practically immortal.
Yes, and the cause of his demise is the von Valancius dynasty. If I were you, Abelard, I would prepare for a protracted war between the two rogue trader houses.
There will be no one to start a brawl in the Amasecus. But Octi will be happy about that. Caligus's sprees only ever left her with corpses to dispose of and empty kegs of liquor.
No one is immortal, Seneschal. The Undying One whispers everyone's name in the end.
I never thought the Adeptus Arbites in the Expanse would cease to exist. I wonder what Lady Theodora would have to say about this.
Considering the incident with the Watcher of Lethus, I would say she planned for this exact scenario.
The more interesting question is, who is going to collect and guard the tithe now? It seems the sacred tribute is about to become a much easier target. For pirates and other enemies of the Imperium, of course.
I must tell you, Lord Captain, that the crew were dismayed and confused to learn that your Xenos was not sedated after his antics.
I share their bewilderment.
The cattle think their opinions have value. You ought to train your lackeys better, rogue trader.
The crew loathes the Xenos. I usually put a stop to any chatter at the stations, but only a complete louse would cheat people out of cursing that scum to their heart's content.
I certainly hope that was the last Nemesis. I've lost count of how many dead firebrands claim to carry that infamous name.
Rebels like him appear all too regularly. If it's not a Nemesis, it'll be someone else. They're like mold, these people.
Look, I know he was a mutant freak, but you have to admit, old man, he did trick people with promises of freedom. Maybe we should ease up on them a little, you know?
The Kazbaraka trades Xeno artifacts on footfall. Them fairly blatantly at that. And the Ordo Xenos is in no hurry to rectify the situation.
We know everything we need to, and we are monitoring everything we need to.
So this is it. The place where the legend of the dynasty trod. Or more specifically, the place where he died. Take care. We do not want history to repeat itself.
The place where the legend of the rogue trader dynasty perished. Why does it not surprise me that this is where the Xeno heresy began spreading across the world?
And you are here also, esteemed Master Van Calox. Does the Inquisition never sleep?
It is in our collective interest to ensure that the rogue trader does not accidentally meet her demise in the bowels of her own ship. Wouldn't you agree, Seneschal? It is in our collective interest to ensure that the rogue trader does not accidentally meet his demise in the bowels of his own ship. Wouldn't you agree, Seneschal?
Veabosix always was a penal world. But this, even the miscreants of this place do not deserve such a fate.
I believe many of them do, but not at the hands of Xenos.
Do not pay them. They became weapons in the enemy's hands. The Xenos wanted to shake our spirit, and, judging by your words, they were successful.
To think that Seberian von Valancius himself is walking the decks of this ship. If I hadn't seen him with my own eyes, I would never have believed it.
I struggle to trust a man whose life has been sustained for hundreds of years by unknown xenotechnology. Temper your exultation, seneschal.
No one has heard mention of the Merov Penal Legion in over 100 years. Even the oldest books in the von Valancius library consider them a legend forgotten by history.
I usually love legends, but in my experience, they always have depressing endings for some reason. It would be stupid to expect anything different here.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Old man, he was never going to make it. He was mutating right in front of us. You just ended his suffering sooner.
A noble deed. Let the crew offer prayers for the hero who renounced his impure life in the name of humanity.
We must hurry.
We're not just going to let this go, are we? We're going to find the people who did this, aren't we, old man?
Idira, is there something you wish to tell me about? Namely, the mess in the wardroom last week.
Ugh, stop blaming me every time one of the officers flies off the handle, old man. Not every brawl or disaster on this ship is because of me.
This ship has potential. Once we refit the hull, replace the officers, and make a few other changes here and there, it won't be so bad at all.
My whispers are laughing up a storm listening to you make renovation plans for a ship you haven't captured yet. Oh. Something tells me that whatever's made them so happy, we won't like it one bit.
What? What is this place?
I don't know, Abelard. Maybe some kind of secret passage. And what are those crates?
My mind is clouded with darkness. Emperor, lay your hand upon our brows and guard us against the morass of heresy.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
Let the people grieve. Lady Theodora was with us so long that we started to believe she was immortal.
In his service will they find strength and fortitude. Only thus will they turn their hearts away from the frailties that lead to heresies.
The web bleeds in mourning for Domin Theodora. We honored the giver of life. We made generous sacrifices so that her path to the undying one would be easy.
We must ensure that all airlocks are in full working order, and we need to test the robustness of the crew passcode system.
Fat lot of good that will do. When the flames are licking at their feet, it won't be long before all the passwords come spilling out of them.
I assure you, First Officer Versarian, if I need to inspect anything, I will not go about picking locks. I will ask you to personally escort me.
Governor Medina believes he has everything under control. I am not so certain.
What gives you that idea? Is it his selective blindness or his obvious attempts to sugarcoat the situation?
The unit is making inferences from available information that contains erroneous data. The result is contaminated.
I do not like the Lord Captain's interest in Mistress Haydari. She is useful, but letting her get so close is imprudent.
The Lord Captain might be risking the contents of her pockets and her heart with Jai, but not her safety. Jai's a hustler, not a villain, so the voices say. And I like her. The Lord Captain might be risking the contents of his pockets and his heart with Jai, but not his safety. Jai's a hustler, not a villain, so the voices say. And I like her.
Listening to you now, First Officer Versarian, I wonder if you guarded Lady Theodora's bed as vigilantly as you do the current Lord Captain's.
So now Vladimir has bowed down before the von Valancius dynasty. Interesting times lie ahead of us.
You mean how Winterscale will react to this? From what I've heard of him, interesting isn't their word. It's nothing to look forward to at any rate.
My Shireen has angered 2 influential nobles at the same time, and both are rogue traders. Impressive efficiency.
Kunrad has managed to find himself a henchwoman in the heart of Dargonus. Regina? Who would have thought it?
It's a good thing we caught her in the act. If the snake had got away, your family could have been in for a nasty surprise in about 5 or 10 years' time, old man.
Voigtveer will not leave the Versarian family or the von Valancius dynasty in peace until he is dead. Focus on finding and destroying him. That is the best thing to do now.
All too often, noble houses delude themselves into thinking they are above the law. It takes only the slightest push for them to cross that line. I am sure you understand my meaning, Viserion.
The Watcher of Lethus. I still cannot believe Lady Theodora kept such terrible secrets from us. What else do we not know?
This is Lady Theodora we're talking about, old man. She was operating on a scale far beyond our understanding. Wasting a planet wasn't much of a play for her.
Some mysteries can vanish into the void for centuries. We may consider ourselves lucky that this secret of the dynasty was unearthed at all.
I do not regret that some associates chose to leave us. Of late, they have been whispering suspiciously about the Lord Captain.
Better to fight outnumbered, but know that no bastard's going to shoot you in the back of the head because you've sullied yourself in the eyes of the Emperor.
We should not have let them leave. We should have killed them for their disobedience. What will the other servants think of the rogue trader now?
Yrliet may have saved the Lord Captain by sacrificing her spirit stone. But she was the one who caused the danger in the first place. Again!
Ugh, if the Lord Captain hadn't made off in a mad dash to interrupt the Xenos ritual, we wouldn't have had to save anyone. Yeah, those two deserve each other.
Isn't it beautiful? For the sake of the rogue trader, Yrliet has forfeited her most precious possession. How much pain that choice has caused. How much fear.
The very idea of steering a void ship into the warp without the protection of the Geller field? Pure madness. I am appalled that the arbitrators failed to consider such risks and put the Lord Captain's life in danger.
I'd say it was the Lord Captain's kind of escapade. Sure, my head almost burst when my whispers found it hilarious that a whole ship was about to perish in the immaterium. But who would ask after a witch's health, am I right?
The rogue trader deftly handled all the complications that arose during the mission. She definitely does not require anyone's protection. The rogue trader deftly handled all the complications that arose during the mission. He definitely does not require anyone's protection.
I never thought such monstrous iniquity would take place on the von Valancius flagship. I am sick of reprimanding officers for improper chatter about what the Lord Captain and the Xenos are up to on the lower decks.
Don't grumble, old man. Personally, I'm just glad the Lord Captain's quarters have such heavy and tight-fitting doors. The screams aren't as blood-curdling when they're muffled by a thick layer of plasteel.
It is not the wicked tongues you should fear, but what the Elantark will become if she does not turn aside from her chosen path. The ways of the Dark Ones eat away at the soul and reveal secrets better left unacknowledged. It is not the wicked tongues you should fear, but what the Elantark will become if he does not turn aside from his chosen path. The ways of the Dark Ones eat away at the soul and reveal secrets better left unacknowledged.
A Lord Captain who graces the freight line with visits and speaks to the lowliest of serfs? Retirement has never sounded more tempting.
We have survived a heretical mutiny, Lady Theodora's death, the warp spitting us out into Grox knows where. And what shocks you is the Lord Captain going down to the lower decks? Seriously?
All it means is that he is more attentive to his subjects than Lady Theodora ever was. It is unfortunate that you should find this surprising rather than heartening. All it means is that she is more attentive to her subjects than Lady Theodora ever was. It is unfortunate that you should find this surprising rather than heartening.
The rogue trader's desire to put her ship in order does her credit, or else it points to the grave incompetence of your enforcers, Viserion. The rogue trader's desire to put his ship in order does him credit, or else it points to the grave incompetence of your enforcers, Viserion.
An entire cult of mutant spawn hiding among the dynasty's most eminent dead? It's simply inconceivable.
They dare defile Lady Theodora's memory! I hope all the demons in the warp are clawing at their rotten souls right now.
If I were you, I would be less concerned about the desecration and more concerned about where else they might be hiding.
I've witnessed ordinary people commit worse deeds. It disgusts me to realize that when it comes to treachery and sacrilege, humans often surpass genetic abominations.
Alpha Row, the best dock on footfall. It is clean, well-equipped, and caters to a higher class of traveller. By local standards, that is.
A very polite way of saying a filthy hole that's slightly less filthy than the rest, Seneschal.
Lord Captain Theodora and I once landed on a green world similar to this one. 2/3 of the team perished in the jaws of wild beasts, while the rest died of fever.
There are worse beasts lurking in this jungle, and they don't have claws and fangs. I can hear. They have a leader among them, and he is closer than you think.
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
In the name of all that is sacred, is that the Palace of Dargonus down there? It can't be. Lord Captain, on my life, I assure you it cannot be the original. We have received no word from the capital that your ancestral residence has been misplaced.
Easy there, old man, easy. It's not the real palace. It's just a little toy house that someone's tried very hard to make out of illusion and trickery. But there's definitely someone alive inside. I can feel it in my gut.
Settle yourself, Seneschal. I believe this is but one of the highly sophisticated illusions that abound here.
I cannot believe it. The rogue trader's warrant, stolen right out of the Lord Captain's vault? On my watch.
Don't beat yourself up, old man. The warrant was surrounded by thousands of servants and guards and kept under the best locks. And no one heard a peep. Even my little voices were silent. The sneaks.
The arbitrator's arrival was certainly a welcome sight. Hopefully they will help to put things back in order around here.
Not happening, old man. All they care about is their tithe. Even if the Coronis expanse turned upside down, they wouldn't bat an eye.
Lord Captain, are you certain this is wise? I cannot let you take part in a fight to the death. It's reckless.
Have faith in our Lord Captain, Abelard. It's fully in keeping with the legacy Theodora left behind, and she always knew what she was doing. Almost always.
Viserion, do not interfere. If there was any real danger, the rogue trader would take such a risk.
The way out is blocked, the stairs have collapsed, and there are dead tech priests everywhere. What in the void happened here?
Abelard, look closer at these creepy hunks of junk. You don't need to be a seer to know what happens here. They happened. They are properly dead. Aren't they?
My working theory is a martyr's death by means of an explosion. They were trying to defeat something terrible or bury evidence of it. Glato has already discovered traces of the explosive.
In truth, Mistress Haydari, I find it hard to believe that a ne'er-do-well such as yourself could be successful in any field, even smuggling.
In truth, Master Viserion, I find it hard to believe that anyone would put out for a boor such as yourself. But you've somehow managed to sire a whole gaggle of offspring.
I blame myself for failing to notice the perfidy of that traitor yrliet. But I am gratified that her victory over us was short-lived. House von Valancius does not forgive treason.
Indeed, Abelard. One rogue traitor dying on your watch is bad enough. But 2 in a row. People might start questioning your competence, eh?
We have all perpetrated the evil of tolerance. I hope her death will lighten the burden on our souls, if only a little.
You are guilty, Viserion, but less so than I. You are old, and you seek to please the rogue trader in every regard. But for me, there is no excuse.
You know what you remind me of, Mistress Haydari? A void parasite. You can survive without an atmosphere, even in extreme conditions.
I'll take that as a compliment, Master Versarian. What use would I be without my talent for survival, after all?
Shh, dearest. Not now.
Are you all right, old man? Who were you talking to just now? Hey, what are you looking at?
One day, I shall remind Drivestem that he was ready to bury my family based on some trumped-up charges. One day. Not now.
The only difference between high society squabbles and squabbles down in the gutter is the fine clothes. If you want to quietly get rid of the scoundrel, you know who to call, old man.
Grimy colors swirl around your words, Abelard. Do not let another's poison pollute your soul. This is not like you at all.
If you are so adamant about settling the score with the governor, then challenge him to a duel, or whatever it is nobles do. No more false accusations or tampering with administratum documents. Arbitrators can find better uses for their time.
I hear Mistress Kibellah has made quite an impression on Dargonus. I never tire of marveling at the edifying influence her ladyship has on those around her. I hear Mistress Kibellah has made quite an impression on Dargonus. I never tire of marveling at the edifying influence his lordship has on those around him.
Now she is truly terrifying. A maniac who can pretend to be normal is 10 times more dangerous.
An old imperial bunker. Ah, there are some on Dargonus too. A good place to hide when the whole world is going to the void.
I wouldn't say they are especially good places to hide. My guys can break into them easy as you like, and you know what they usually find inside? Corpses.
Mistress Kibellah, you move with the utmost confidence in unfamiliar places. And yet, until now, you have spent your entire life on a void ship.
This place is almost like the plasma drive chambers on the flagship. The deadly flashes of the machine's spark, the smell of scorched flesh, and threads that must be severed.
An odd comparison that omits many details. However, it is fully explained by your narrowness of specialization and focus.
How old were you when you first took a life? You are scarcely more than a girl. Dreadful.
There is no sorrow in stepping onto the thread of his service early. Rather, one should lament doing so too late. Do not feel sorry for me.
As seneschal, I cannot help but be concerned. Won't Kibellah's personal feelings affect her performance of her duties as bodyguard?
I am a shield, a shadow, a blade, none of which have personal feelings.
Breaking up with a death-cult assassin and staying in the same sector as her? The Lord Captain's got guts.
You are most definitely the genuine article, and not a replica fashioned by the homunculus, Mistress Kibellah. If the Lord Captain's bodyguard had been switched, I would know.
I am grateful, Amic Abelard. I hope the Xenos cannot deceive your instincts as he deceived mine.
Throne of Terror. Are these really the sons of Krieg? I last heard of them back when I was an officer. And then they were fighting Xenos worlds away from the Coronis expanse. How did that heinous creature succeed in bringing them to this museum?
They are true sons of the Undying One. Even in such a pitiful state, their souls cry out in the rage he bestowed upon them, while their bodies are frozen in torment. A sorrowful fate for dedicated and valiant warriors, Domin. It would be wrong to leave them before first granting them deliverance.
There is a life lesson every young man should learn. Keep your backside off any throne you have not rightfully earned or irrevocably won.
You are addressing me. I am no man, young or otherwise, and I have nothing to learn from monkey homilies. What is more, I honored that wretched monstrosity you call a throne when I deigned to touch it.
I still cannot believe the Lord Captain has decided to take this thing into her retinue. I still cannot believe the Lord Captain has decided to take this thing into his retinue.
Are you incapable of remembering my name? I can carve it into the inside of your eyelids if your memory is failing you, old monkey.
Did I tell you, Lord Captain? The crew noticed that you have stopped your visits to the lower decks, and begged me to convey their deepest gratitude for your mercy.
If the cattle are bored, I can visit them on my own. I will do so at the first opportunity.
What could be the cause of it, I wonder? I cannot wrap my mind around it. Has our Shireen, the Lord Captain, stopped walking her pet Xenos? What a sad and long-awaited split. What could be the cause of it, I wonder? I cannot wrap my mind around it. Has our Shireen, the Lord Captain, stopped walking his pet Xenos? What a sad and long-awaited split.
I cannot approve of how the blood-spun web seeks to lord it over the crew. We may acknowledge the spinners, but that does not make them superior to our officers.
You know nothing about what makes one superior, but she is beginning to understand, and I marvel at how this revelation has changed her.
Power has corrupted Kibellah so swiftly. I fear that this will all end in fratricidal strife.
That ship has sailed, Viserion. The cultist already thought herself chosen before, all because of some whispers she alone could hear. And now that she has had a taste of greater power, there is no chance that she will stop.
I must thank you, esteemed Magos. After your intervention, I feel 50 years younger. Both my knee implants are as good as new.
I agreed to help out of respect for the priceless array of augmentations placed in your body. Such sacred creations deserve the best maintenance available.
The fall of Rykard Minoris is a blow to all of the Expanse. I imagine Winterscale will be enraged when he finds out.
This statement is false. The specified unit has experienced a long service life and observed many planetary catastrophes. Their statistical significance is negligible on a sectoral scale. The statement is tainted by the emotional burden of grief.
I nurtured a spark of hope that Urak 5 could still be saved. But now my home is lost. Forever.
Attempting to arrest the rogue trader's companion on her ladyship's own vessel? It's beyond the pale. I hope the Inquisition does not come after you itself in the future, Magos. Attempting to arrest the rogue trader's companion on his lordship's own vessel. It's beyond the pale. I hope the Inquisition does not come after you itself in the future, Magos.
This scenario is unlikely, but not impossible. This unit regrets the damage caused to the sacred machine's furnishings.
Do not fret, First Officer. I currently have no plans to do such a thing.
There were survivors among those red priests. Good. They will spread the word that death will come to those who defy the Domin's will.
Proctor, is it really necessary to keep your cyber-mastiff on the bridge? He makes the crew nervous.
Do you ask your officers to surrender their weapons because they're scared of rabble? I thought not.
You're handling yourself pretty well, Proctor. I did not expect that having a Xenos in the rogue trader's retinue would discomfort you so little.
I cannot express my disgust at having to put up with the presence of a Xenos, but the rogue trader is well within her right. I will grit my teeth and not say a word against the letter of the sacred warrant. I cannot express my disgust at having to put up with the presence of a Xenos, but the rogue trader is well within his right. I will grit my teeth and not say a word against the letter of the sacred warrant.
I hope the Administratum learns from these events and ensures that Dargonus sees no more of such dangerous careerists as Vultur.
They will do that, but for their own reasons. Once a new prefect is chosen, it's going to be a bureaucratic nightmare. The Administratum will not want to go through that again.
I always thought that servants of the Administratum had hearts of ink, that they were indifferent to power struggles. Now I see that they are no strangers to intrigue.
I am beginning to see why Lady Theodora barely ever sat in the judge's seat. Such proceedings cause more harm than good.
Have you never considered that some things are more important than the dynasty prospering, Viserion? Things such as the triumph of the Emperor's law and the inevitability of justice, to name two.
My tutelage prepared me to make decisions in contentious situations. But that trial, would have proved a challenge. To me, and to my late mentor Theobald as well.
I've not seen you round the bridge lately, Proctor. Were you preoccupied with some crucial tasks?
Rest assured, my present duties on the ship matter, and I am fully dedicated to performing them well.
Oh, look at you walk all over the poor man. And here I thought our killjoy was the one without a heart.
Since you have now officially joined the rogue trader's retinue, Proctor, let me remind you that the Lord Captain's word is law to you from here on out.
You are mistaken, Viserion. There is only the God Emperor's law, which means it is the only law I will ever obey. I'm surprised you would think it might be otherwise.
You waste your words. He is a shadow of your throned God's will, a blind weapon. And thus, he will never understand why we follow the Elantark.
You are keeping a suspicious eye on the local population, Proctor. More so than usual. Do you find Janus disagreeable in some way?
I always double my guard around nobility. A commoner steals forks from his master. A nobleman ransacks entire worlds.
Oh, Terra knows. Many of the household items and devices on board are simply not designed for your build and strength, my Lord Ulfar.
When spirits are high, the exuberance of my fist is enough to shatter fragile things.
The sheer duplicity. After everything the Lord Captain did for the Arbites, solomorne still betrayed her. The sheer duplicity. After everything the Lord Captain did for the Arbites, solomorne still betrayed him.
The lawkeeper was loyal to his scripture. He fought and died for it, unshaken till the end. A worthy death for a mere mortal.
Amyx Solomorne was wrong. The Domin stands above the law, for she is the extension of the Undying One's will. That is why he whispered the name of his servant. Amyx Solomorne was wrong. The Domin stands above the law, for he is the extension of the Undying One's will. That is why he whispered the name of his servant.
Ah, Kibellah. Poor girl. That is now twice that her service has robbed her of family.
Do not demean her with your pity. The blood scryer walks a harsh but honorable path. The conclusion will be grim, of course, but that is the only way for worthy tales to end.
One can only hope that she took at least some pleasure in killing her mentor. Such an exhilarating moment deserves to be savoured.
Do not mistake me, Lord Captain, but I disliked being in this place. My malfunctioning implants cause me to be here too often as it is.
You need not fear the fruits of carnage, servant. The warrior fears only cowardice, which leaves no scars.
The blood-spun web extols both the ability to end life and the art of continuing it in the service of the Undying One.
I had already forgotten what the fruits of a true rogue trader's wanderings looked like. A whole new world, ruled by the von Valancius dynasty? We will have our work cut out.
This new domain reminds me of my homeworld, Edfator. Mark my words. The people who come from here will become your staunchest allies, and the fiercest foes to anything that stands against humanity.
Harsh conditions give rise to the brightest of hearts. May he turn his gaze upon Zarkov and bless this world with a long life within the Imperium of Man.
Mistress Yrliet, the ship's crew would be less alarmed if you made the slightest effort not to frighten them.
Monkey fears are not my concern, and even if I wanted to assuage them, your kind will never cease to fear those who stand above them.
Lord Captain, are you certain you wish to allow a traitor back into your retinue?
I will not ask for your understanding, grey-haired one, for I too withheld my trust, but the Elantark proved better than both of us.
So, the marriage of Lady Cassia and the Lord Captain. A worthy union between the heads of two great dynasties.
You feign concern for duty and the Elantark's domain, but I know the truth. You are worried and saddened by a union that lacks any genuine feelings.
At least this marriage is not based on hatred, contempt, and intrigue, an unheard of luxury for most aristocratic alliances.
2 threads tied together by duty. Such bonds are stronger than any sentiment the laity extol.
Ah, I have a feeling that the Lord Captain's involvement in Incendia Chorda's downfall will not soon be forgotten.
If the fallen monkey's descendants come after the Elantark, the bloody cycle will continue. Life after life, generation after generation, until one side ceases to exist.
Oh, quit your worrying, old man. Von Valancius and Chorda have always been gunning for each other. One was bound to gain the upper hand sooner or later. Everyone understood that.
If you are referring to House Chorda, then there is hardly anyone left who can hold a grudge, because there are no heirs who could take Incendia's place. Besides, as surprising as it may be, the Sacred Warrant does not prohibit rogue traders from warring with one another.
I admit that I am somewhat disconcerted that the Lord Captain has continued her affair with Jai, after the truth about her background came to light. It was a poor enough match before. But now, I admit that I am somewhat disconcerted that the Lord Captain has continued his affair with Jai, after the truth about her background came to light. It was a poor enough match before. But now?
My kind are free of monkey prejudice, but is it possible to feel passion for someone who is dishonest with you?
That is what I am wondering. Perhaps she does things in bed that mean her ladyship would forgive her any transgression? But who am I to say? That is what I am wondering. Perhaps she does things in bed that mean his lordship would forgive her any transgression. But who am I to say?
I am not entirely clear on the reasons for your confusion, Seneschal. An individual's genealogical origins and proclivities do not determine their ability to form close personal bonds. This is an incontrovertible fact.
Inconceivable. This Xenos has stolen relics from all 3 of the great dynasties of the Expanse and is still walking around with all his limbs intact. We would be doing House Winterscale and House Chorda an invaluable favor if we returned the relics that belong to them, Lord Captain.
You bestowed too much importance on painted rags and pieces of metal. How can there be great meaning behind the urge to lay down your life for a trifle? Be glad that this platform is not arrayed with the bodies of those whose names you invoked.
He must be confident enough in his own impunity that he does not deem the rogue traders of the Coronis Expanse to be a threat. I cannot discern if this is down to recklessness, or if it is a sign of extreme power.
The fate that befell Siberian was to be expected. The time of the great rogue trader has passed. Now the Xenos connivances only disrupt the ordinary course of events and time, and do not reshape it completely.
You are contemplating the approaching end of your time, are you not? And yet your words are filled with serenity. Remarkable.
The Undying One whispered Domin Siberian's name many cycles ago, and being near him was excruciating. But your name remains with you, Amic Abelard, and it is too soon for you to sorrow.
You left the Novice Imperialis to serve the rogue trader. Do you ever regret it, Seneschal?
No, I do not regret it in the least. Serving in the Imperial Navy is a fine thing to do. But it was only under Lady Theodora that I truly felt the significance of what I was doing.
It won't open. The damned heretics have blocked the door, trembling at the thought of our approach.
A melter charge will help. There's probably one around here somewhere.
Now that my soul has been relieved of its burdensome secret, I feel...
Sister, with all due respect to the ecclesiarchy, spare me the sound of your voice.
Yes, I see. Where there was a maelstrom of colors, now there is unity. But doesn't that scare you? It's as if you were no longer a painting, but a single brushstroke.
By killing a rogue trader, you violated the Lex Imperialis, sister, and I would have been forced to judge you accordingly, but Thankfully, I didn't have to.
Oh, how I look forward to the blissful moment when the traitor Kunrad Voitfir receives the punishment he deserves.
He has remained among the living for too long. 'Tis time for him to physically become what he already is, in his soul. Carrion.
I can't believe I'm agreeing with Adeptus Sanctimonious here. But yes, that scumbag is going to pay for what he's done.
The Undying One has whispered his name so long, it has been seared into my mind with a red-hot cane. But soon, the heretic's soul will be dispatched for his harsh judgment.
Seneschal Viserion, I am glad you are still with us and remain as stalwart as ever.
I was on the verge of retiring, sister. But where would the Lord Captain be without me, No, it is a little too soon for that.
The extermination of the Xenos on Quetzaltemer was a duty the rogue trader fulfilled with honor. The ranks of humanity's enemies are thinning. Glad tidings.
I hope the other Imperium forces in the Expanse will take note and continue in this vein. We must put a stop to all the foulness currently roaming the Imperium's domain without license or oversight.
How many of their surviving kin still roam the darkness between the stars? Humanity's ships should fear the retaliation of those desperate to survive.
What are all these enforcers and soldiers doing in this shelter? Why are they not on the streets fighting back against the enemies of humanity?
I presume it is because the governor does not wish to be without his personal guard, even behind the meter-thick walls of his bunker. Typical.
The shrouded faith of the blood-spun web. It is both frightening and awe-inspiring.
As is the fact that they have managed to claim a whole compartment to themselves, and the officers somehow fail to notice. I shall conduct an inspection.
There is no majesty here. True bringers of his judgment have no need to hide in the darkness.
Even the wicked Xenos were no match for the scourge that has befallen them. How pitiful their empty shells look.
I hope it is not a ploy to lure us in. However, they do appear to be quite dead.
The Undying One cares not for the souls of Xenos, and so what awaits them after death is terrible indeed.
Repentance in prison is but a weak shadow of a true transformation of the soul. Only in battle, by abjuring the flesh and cloaking the soul in flame, can one earn absolution.
Sometimes it suits the Imperium's functionaries to have a criminal spend the rest of his days toiling in a pit, working for the good of the righteous, until his last breath.
May his light harden our hearts. New trials await us in this place.
It's going from bad to worse. I expected a typical dull reception with the governor, not more carnage.
Guide my strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands.
Your hues are so vivid, Sister Argenta. The hatred that fuels your words and impulses burns like a supernova.
If I could see the golden light of the Astronomicon as you see it, Cassia, I would probably go still forever, unable to take my eyes off the radiance of the Emperor for an instant.
I think you would manage. You have different hues of light within you. Gold, silver, and crimson. One of them would call you back to this world.
A planet-wide revolt? How could a heretic uprising of this magnitude be allowed to happen? Is Reichard completely devoid of any faithful citizens who could have foreseen this and raised the alarm?
If everyone were endowed with the gift of seeing the world as I do, such a thing would never happen. But the eyes of ordinary people are blind to the hues that lurk in other people's souls.
It all comes down to sycophancy. Sycophancy and cowardice. It is often the messengers who are first in line for the gallows, and no one is ever in a hurry to join that queue.
While the Omnissiah's servants remain strong and the faith of the electro-priests of the Cenobium remains unwavering, corruption will dare not touch this place again.
Your speeches shine with gold and amber, sister. Someday I will learn to believe in the rectitude of my words as strongly as you do yours.
Strength and faith didn't help them when push came to shove. I'd like to think they'll respond to this calamity by doing something other than praying and genuflecting. But who am I kidding?
The sacred exterminatus. I saw it for the first time in all its fiery majesty.
An awesome sight to behold. Like a giant brush wiping all the colors of the world from the canvas of reality.
It makes me sick to think how many innocents died in agony. And you marvel at it.
To behold the death of a world was akin to a revelation. I give thanks to the Undying One for the chance to bear witness.
Praying before the sacred warrant has imbued me with the determination to fulfill my mission. With the support of the rogue trader, I will wrest the relic from the heretic's clutches.
Your resolve gleams with every shade of gold, sister. Your words blaze like a fire, and your faith in what you say is unshakable. I can barely behold it without squinting.
You've seen it. The sacred warrant. Oh, if only I could lay my eyes on it, or even just one eye. But I doubt my Shireen, the rogue trader, offers regular tours to anyone who asks.
You have won a glorious victory. Allow me to let the blood from your scars, so that the pain may strengthen you for the battles to come.
On Salis Prime, we slew another worshipper of the Final Dawn. How many more such heretics are scattered across the expanse? How many more are preparing to strike?
I have faith that you will leave no speck of foulness on the face of the expanse. The silver luminescence of your soul incinerates corruption like a star cutting through the darkness.
Seedlings of corruption can lurk anywhere, sister. Your sacred mission will never be complete, but you don't need me to tell you that.
Do not worry about them. We do not know their names yet, but the Undying One knows all names.
The warp is a sea of evil relentlessly grasping at our souls. It is no surprise that vessels traveling through it so often meet with disaster.
You are right, sister. The Sea of Souls can devour even the most skilled voidsmen. For to believe in a tamed warp is to believe in a delusion.
Perhaps the Undying One has sent us to bring the final gift of his peace to those who survived.
Although the rites of the blood-spun web seem radical to me, I am glad to have such a fervent and devout warrior of the Emperor at our side.
I sense a peculiar resemblance between us. We were both raised by our houses, if you will, raised for a glorious purpose.
I too am glad to fight side by side with his worthy servant, even though I usually hunt alone.
The Shadow Quarters. When I was last on footfall, I used to take my weapon and wander this area, anticipating an encounter with a mutant or a bandit.
Why are your recollections of this so blue? And the more you talk about it, the darker the blue becomes.
I enjoy it here. This place reminds me of the flagship's freight line. Almost like home.
Your utterances are long-winded, convoluted, and overblown, Janitor. They sow the poison of free thinking in malleable minds and hearts, and infect thoughts with corruption. Accept your penance and humble your heart in repentance.
Adhering to dogma truly does simplify matters, Sister Argenta. However, my art does not tolerate simplification. I fear it is you who will have to be humble. For I have no intention of ceasing my research, nor will I abandon my usual methodologies and canons merely to satisfy your demands.
Serving the Inquisition means peering into the secrets of humanity's foes. Aren't you afraid that one day you will peer too deeply, Interrogator?
Fear is the enemy of duty. Anyone who cannot overcome this weakness does not last long in the Holy Inquisition.
Dargonus was attacked by Xenos, but stood strong. Is this not a sign that the God Emperor protects his faithful?
It's a sign that the defense of Dargonus was organized relatively effectively. A Drukhari raid is a grueling test for any world to endure.
But what happened in the streets of the hives? Oh, the scarlet blue scars will not soon be erased from the souls of those who lived through this nightmare.
Stop looking at the rogue trader like that, Heinrix. Nothing will happen to her while we are here.
I know. There's no need to tell me. And besides, sister, you would do better to keep an eye on your surroundings instead of me.
The day a witch is sent into oblivion should be celebrated as a holiday.
You are remarkably direct in the way you express yourself, sister.
Terminating the life functions of the unit idira class has significantly reduced the risks of abnormalities on board. The disposal was warranted.
Fury raged within me and found an outlet in death. I could not find the strength to cry out the truth to the world, but the rogue trader has forgiven my cowardice.
Theodora von Valancius would never receive a fair investigation and trial now anyway. Only the rogue trader can hand down a verdict, and he has already done so. Theodora von Valancius would never receive a fair investigation and trial now anyway. Only the rogue trader can hand down a verdict, and she has already done so.
You caught your rescuer holding a strange contraption, and you put a hole through her. In my line of work, keeping strange devices on my person is unavoidable. How about next time you think before you shoot?
Excessive impulsiveness often leads to dire consequences. Alas, but you will have to drink from this bitter cup of experience more than once or twice, Sister Argenta.
The heretics have made their lair in a hallowed compartment. They seek to make a mockery of our great faith.
Were sacrilege their intention, they would have defiled the crypt beyond recognition. No, they simply needed a quiet place to hide. Devious scum.
This place is steeped in corruption, which means that it must be cleansed with fire, down to the last crevice.
Sister, tame your fervour. Your zeal is laudable, but first I must ascertain the intentions of the archenemy, not crush its manifestations without a second thought.
However different the canon we follow, here it converges into one. Let us go to fulfill it together as sisters.
Indeed. I have not seen many places that flaunt such luxury. If you were to scrape all the gilding from every temple on footfall, it would still be less than there is here.
I suspect the residents of an estate like this could buy Footfall in its entirety and use it as a seasonal residence.
Do the masters of this place deserve such honor? Are they the chosen servants of the Undying One? Or do they glorify themselves rather than him?
The will of the God Emperor was sent down through his anointed to free the faithful servant from the enemy's shackles. Everything happened as it should have.
All true. However, I still cannot find an answer to the question of why the Death Watch are even present in the Coronis Expanse. I'm not sure I will ever receive an answer to that question.
It could not have been otherwise, pure-hearted sister. Now the irons in us will drink from the cup of the All-Father's wrath. Glorious sagas will be written about the captain who was freed by the Etfater.
The future you see could be the whispers of the archenemy. How can you trust your visions, Idira?
I don't think that's the question you wanted to ask. What you wanted to ask was, how can others bring themselves to trust a despicable psyker like me? Face it, sister. Not everybody's as pig-headed as you are.
Yvain's act was noble but foolhardy. You cannot save someone who has willingly succumbed to heresy.
At least he tried to get through to his friend instead of just blowing his brains out on sight. Oh wait, I forgot who I'm talking to.
A Xenos among humans. Inviting her to join us is like clasping a serpent to your bosom.
Yeah, well, there's nothing you can do, Adepta Sanctimonious. Just don't grind your teeth so loud. You'll wear them down to nubs.
Don't monkey believe that hardship brings fortitude. Use me as a whetstone for your spirit if you wish, but keep your impure speech to yourself from now on.
You have just insulted every species of serpent known to humanity, sister.
Why did you not stay under the protection of your new patron? I thought you would prefer to remain among heretics like yourself.
You mean you'd prefer it? Isn't that right? Not a chance. The Lord Captain still needs me. So take your disappointment and shove it.
I am elated to see new devout servants of the God Emperor joining the ranks of the rogue trader's retinue.
You meant to say new fanatics who shoot first and ask questions later, right?
Oh, exalted one. Why did you have to send me a lawman with a book for a heart and a rock for a face, instead of another enchanting sister? Surely that isn't too much to ask.
I pray to the God Emperor that under Incendia Chorda's rule, Footfall will pass all the trials it must face and emerge purified, resurrected to a new life.
No. Footfall, the Footfall we know, will simply cease to exist. What it will become, that's something I don't even want to think about.
Prediction. A significant reduction in the human estate will result in reduced stockyard and trade efficiency. Or did the unit mean something else?
Suffering purifies. Mortification of the flesh hardens the spirit, and Footfall will rise again, exsanguinated but transformed.
Is aiding a smuggler an endeavor worthy of a rogue trader?
You're just jealous. She swigs Amasek and wears revealing clothes, while your only outlet is praying.
Perhaps this unsavory operation will put us on the trail of more serious criminals. It wouldn't do for us to waste time on squabbles between common parasites.
Keep your guard up, Jai. Focus.
It's being in your presence, my stunning righteous angel. I find you distracting and inspiring in equal measure.
Your motives and methods are woven from shadow, Jai, but they help you to survive even in the darkest corners of the universe.
The only reason I survived this time is because one of the local freaks took a shine to my throat. He liked it so much he gave it back to me, along with everything else I thought I'd seen the back of a long time ago.
The battle aboard the Heartless was a difficult trial, but we prevailed. Is there anything like a triumph against all odds to inspire us to new deeds of glory?
I would readily board 100 pirate ships just to see you pleased again, sister.
The Heartless was engulfed in every shade of horror when it almost plunged into the immaterium. It was a costly triumph, and a valuable lesson.
In another life, you could have worn the insignia of the Adepta Sororitas, and I would have called you sister. But your rituals, they trouble me.
Perhaps it is because you see them as a reproach to your asceticism. My armor bears patina and dust, while yours shines bright and clean. You venerate yourself, whereas I simply wield myself.
That trial. Those people weren't allowed a chance to atone for their guilt in battle, fighting in his name. A death without repentance in the crucible of combat is wrong.
Anyone who severs people's threads as they see fit puts their intent above the will of the undying emperor. One day, his whisper will sound as thunder over their heads.
Not all criminals deserve the privilege of redemption. Far from it.
You know that I killed Lady Theodora, but I see no reproach in your gaze. Why?
The Undying One called Domin Theodora's name. He merely chose you to carry out his will. Nothing else matters.
If I had known what they had done to you, I would have come to extricate you, or to bestow his peace.
I prayed many times for that to happen, but he is nowhere to be found in this cursed place.
Kibellah, how do you see your relationship with the Lord Captain? As part of your duty as a bodyguard? Or as something that violates that duty?
Neither, and both. I do not know. It is a thread leading into darkness.
Places such as this make me think of snow, pure and untainted by human squalor, under the frozen light of a star that illuminates everything, to the very depths of one's soul.
Your soul already shines, Amic Argenta. But if death calls you before me, I will keep your ashes for the richest world of snow there is.
One day the rogue trader will tire of you, abomination, and let justice be done. Nothing gives me more pleasure than the anticipation of that moment.
The anticipation of killing gives you pleasure. I see. No need to explain, sweet-voiced monkey. I read your passions clearly in your eyes.
How could the rogue trader allow you into her retinue? What failure of will led her to find a place at her side for an abomination like you? How could the rogue trader allow you into his retinue? What failure of will led him to find a place at his side for an abomination like you?
Do you really want to know the answer? Curiosity. Curiosity which I will satisfy in the most complete and pleasurable way possible.
Crimson is a good color for battle attire. Enemies will perceive no weakness, not even if you are bleeding.
My augmentations allow me to function effectively, even in the event of extensive blood loss. This is what should concern those who dare to stand against the servant of the Omnissiah in battle.
The demise of Yesivon is a terrible loss. Millions of pilgrims have perished in the darkness of heresy, taking his spark with them.
The loss is significant, but easily rectified. The demise of the Void Ship itself is a true sorrow for the Imperium. The sacred temple of the Omnissiah is now an empty shell, and the machine spirits have forsaken it.
I have seen brave pilgrimages end in calamity too many times to count during my service as seneschal. I'm sure this will not be the last sad spectacle the Lord Captain will witness.
When dwelling on the consequences, we must not forget the cause. If we do not come to understand and destroy Xenos like the ones that captured the ship, the loss of Yesivon will be only the first link in a chain of great calamities. If I could lay my hands on a living specimen, if I could find a way to combat their invasive genome...
The Magni at Cessio was worthy of the Emperor's chosen. But I am glad that we have left safe walls behind us and are once again striding into the heat of battle.
The tradition of ritualized idleness peculiar to the laity has been deemed frustrating. The utility factor of this unit is falling. I am registering anguish.
Indeed, sister. However, I will not lie and say that the featherbeds and amasak of my Shireen's palace weren't right up my street.
In truth, whoever lacks purpose in the world yearns for battle so that they might justify their worth. The order of things remains immutable and unshakable.
I see the marks of grievous wounds on your body, Magos. Wounds that are beyond healing.
Those in communion with the true flesh do not fear the mutilations that would cut short the existence of lowlier servants. The beneficence of the Omnissiah has granted me the blessing of outliving corporeal frailty and rising to new service.
The rogue traitor has grown so close to the Xenos that he has delved into her very soul, comprehended her feelings. Ungodly, unforgivable heresy. The rogue traitor has grown so close to the Xenos that she has delved into her very soul, comprehended her feelings. Ungodly, unforgivable heresy.
Objection. The Lord Captain's behavior differs from standard expression of feelings. Hypotheses. A. The Xenos is lying. B. The Lord Captain is lying. Or C. There is an unknown variable. Further observations are required to establish the true nature of this phenomenon.
I see a silvery blue glow around the Lord Captain and yrliet. These colors are unlike anything I've ever seen. It is as if their feelings exist on some unknowable level.
This place was intended to be merely a hall within the temple, but now a whole city has been squeezed into it.
A rational decision. Ecclesiarchy temples lack the critical functionality that a void station requires, unlike the chapels of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Tell me, Solomorne, have you never once hesitated while passing sentence? Have you never awoken at night wondering if you have been truly impeccable in your judgment?
My sleep is guarded by the Lex Imperialis, sister. So long as I serve his law, I am untroubled by doubt.
My heart soars when I behold the servants of the God Emperor praising him through faithful service. But I did not see any common folk among those gathered for the procession. Could they not have been included?
Allowing the presence of rabble on the bridge is a questionable decision in terms of security. So is handing out augments to commoners. Any one of them could be a criminal or a madman with a grenade in his hand.
I like your oration, bright warrior. It reminds me of the sacred hymns my sisters and I sing on the battlefield.
A good battle song gives strength to comrades and glorifies the All-Father. My songs and yours are alike in this respect, pure-hearted sister.
There is corruption in this chapel. I can hear it in the shadows. It wails with the voices of the souls it has devoured.
A fell place is this. Let us offer a bountiful tribute to the All-Father at the altar of chance, and then burn it all to the ground.
There is frost all over Galato's coat. Whatever problem we are here to solve, let's do it quickly.
Whatever lies ahead, we know that victory is assured in every battle, for his angel is with us.
Glorious it is to hear such a pure and righteous voice, sister in war-making. Let us fight wickedness shoulder to shoulder. The son of Rus and the daughter of the All-Father.
The mystery of my patroness's final resting place has been solved. I feel at peace. What an amazing, radiant feeling.
Now you know her saga to the end. Preserve it and share it with others. Do not let the deeds of the past fall into oblivion, sister.
You are enveloped by a weightless silver cloud, sister. In its embrace, I too feel at peace.
You have accomplished something great indeed, sister. If anyone deserves to feel at peace, it is you.
Brother Ulfar, do you not wish to pray for the souls of your brothers so that they find their way to the Golden Throne?
Why do they need spells? My brothers will find their way without them, sister. Their deeds are greater than any words we can utter.
I'll admit, the campaign undertaken by these angels of the Emperor would have been worthy even of the fleet's bravest officers. I am sure the Emperor has noted the heroism of his chosen ones.
It is staggering to realize that the Emperor's angels are mortal. Then again, who knows what the God of humanity has in store for his children after their death.
May the throne be merciful to those whose souls endure the test of will in this hall. From weakness, O God Emperor, deliver us all!
The All-Father smiles upon warriors who receive their wounds in battle. The songs of their valor reach him before all others.
Suffering is only worthwhile if you have a truly well-planned capture strategy. If you've wound up here, you made a mistake somewhere along the way, and this is your punishment.
God Emperor, bless the mercy of the rogue trader. No honest servant of the Imperium deserves to be held captive by a Xenos, and Siberian von Valancius least of all.
For centuries, that vile creature robbed the Advatar's forefather of the joy of serving in the name of humanity. That warrior deserves to at last find glorious death in the boundless Coronis expanse.
The decision to leave Siberian was a brave one, but we will still have to explain to the Adeptus Administratum how there can be two official Von Valancius rogue traders in the Expanse.
These people were supposed to bring death to enemies of humanity, but instead they became trapped in this place. How many of them died here without ever having experienced the bliss of doing battle in the Emperor's name?
It is a terrible fate to wither in captivity, away from the battlefield. I would be ashamed to look into the All-Father's eyes were I to meet such an end.
Grace and strength of will. It is sad that such gifts have fallen to one whose soul will never be illuminated by the light of terror.
Limited, petty creatures often wrongly pity others who are, in fact, superior to them. I do not know if I should find it fascinating or repulsive.
Your continued existence is entirely dependent on your being useful to the people you betrayed. Never forget that.
You think your words frighten me, monkey. After all I have endured?
Everyone knows. Your presence is poisoning the mind and soul of the rogue trader. One wrong move, and I will end your miserable life without question.
There it is. The monkey pride. You think the Elentark would wallow in darkness without you to guide her. But her soul shines so brightly that it will dispel any gloom. And so I do not fear your words. There it is. The monkey pride. You think the Elentark would wallow in darkness without you to guide him. But his soul shines so brightly that it will dispel any gloom. And so I do not fear your words.
I can see the agitation and fear of the servants beside me. But you, how do you manage to drown out their colors with mere words? Their dark hues dissolve immediately, and humility sets in.
I have always desired only respect, not fear. It is good to know that my efforts have not been in vain. Thank you for telling me.
While perusing the Lord Captain's library, I discovered the memoirs of the greatest quartermaster who has ever served the Von Valancius dynasty, Silverto di Iono. His sly tactics will be of great help to us during this boarding operation.
Forgive my bluntness, Lady Cassia, but there is not a book in existence that can describe the full spectrum of things that typically go wrong on a boarding mission. It is better that you rely on my practical experience instead.
Shouldn't the rogue trader's retinue be larger? Where is the honor guard, the heralds and standard bearers?
Relax, Lady Cassia. There are enough present here to keep you safe from the evil designs of others.
Is something troubling you, Cassia? Fear not. I will protect you from any heretic who dares to trespass against those who see his light.
Lord Winterscale had so much faith in his friend that he willingly rushed headlong into danger. An honorable act.
No, Lady Cassia, you should not think such conduct is in any way honorable. Youth paints for itself a pretty picture of the world, but the reality is far more complex.
I would use a word with fewer letters to describe his act, but I do not wish to swear in your presence.
What a splendid estate! I have seen pics of our ancient manors in the House Orselio archives. This place is very similar.
It's a pity you were denied the chance to grow up in such surroundings. I can just picture a young lady navigator relaxing with a book in the garden after her lessons.
Luxury? The number of times I have seen lofty criminals use it like armor. What they fail to realize is that arbitrators are indifferent to gold in all its forms.
It is rather more crowded in here, and the smell of blood... Ugh. Forgive me. I'm feeling slightly ill.
It is pleasing to see that the Medicae facility now has some patients who have not had access to the wonders of healing until now. But you, Lady Cassia, really don't belong in such a gloomy room.
No offense, Cass, but this is a familiar smell and atmosphere to us ordinary servants of the dynasty. You should be used to it by now if you want to live in the real world.
Crimson, black, cerulean, grey, It has all become an ugly whirlwind of muck. Rage and despair have poisoned the bay.
And treason has poisoned the whole damn ship. In the interest of dealing with it, I will try my best to ignore this ugly whirlwind you speak of.
Sister Argenta, you are always shrouded in a greenish-grey mist when I see you. Is it me that troubles you? Or is it whatever I can see behind it?
My soul is open to the light and his faithful servants. The rest is merely fleeting frailties that hold no significance.
How fascinating. To me, the immaterium is made of colours, but to the astropaths who dwell in this chapel, it is music.
Cursed music. Why do the astropaths not fill this place with litanies in his name instead?
The colours of the Lord Captain and Master Van Callox change when they are next to each other.
Cassia, I do not need a third eye to see what is right in front of me. You need to learn to rely on your normal eyes as well.
Oh, I yearn to see a real sun again. These repulsive, sickening lights above us are playing havoc with my mind.
Remember the light of the Astronomicon, Cassia. Remember his eternal, holy radiance. May the memory of it help you plot our course to freedom.
Sister Argenta, tell me, how do you call the heart to humility when it is overcome with jealousy and doubt?
Fill your soul with pure love for the God Emperor, and all doubts of the heart will at once be hollow.
How many righteous servants of the Imperium were felled by a weapon intended to aid them in the struggle against the faithless, shot down in flight, with no chance to defend themselves or to complete their mission?
I pray for their souls, and I pray that the Emperor guides us to the leaders of the heretics guilty of this wicked deed. To be a weapon of righteous retribution would be a destiny beyond imagining.
The concentration of sickly rust in your aura is guilt, Janitor. And the bitterness of that guilt gnaws at my eyes, dredging up tears unbidden.
There is much knowledge, Lady Navigator, that should not confuse and disturb inquisitive young minds. The libido you behold is but a fragment of the past that is imprinted on my memory. It serves no useful purpose, and is therefore insignificant.
Oh, a very impressive collection of heraldic symbols and family artifacts of sacred dynasties. I wonder how long the relics have been kept in this strange place.
Alas, there are too few organic components in these artifacts for my diagnosters to shed any light on their true age, and archaeological research has never been my strong suit.
Such a peaceful scene, the likes of which I haven't seen in a long time. No bright flashes, no riot of colours, just pure white canvas.
Well, now you've said that, I expect things to take a turn for the worse any minute now. Be on your guard.
Call it paranoia after many years of service, but I don't like silence, especially when it's like this. Absolute.
The more you try to hide your colours from me, Master Van Callox, the more clearly I can see them. If you find my gaze so unpleasant, just say so.
Do not mistake my caution for rudeness, Lady Cassia. I am usually the person who gauges others' secret thoughts and feelings. Being on the receiving end is different.
This is my first time outside the station. It's so bright here. Instead of a palette, it is a horrible smear of colours.
An interesting interpretation of reality. However, if we read your words as a metaphor, it is quite accurate.
Yeah, it's also very noisy. But you wouldn't understand that, Cass. Lucky for you.
You are surrounded by unbearably heavy colours, Master Van Callox. It is as if they have been dredged up from a deep, forgotten well. It's because of the black ship, isn't it?
I would rather not discuss my emotional state, especially as concerns That place.
Iceman doesn't seem too eager to talk about it, and I suppose I don't want to think about it a second longer than I have to either.
Walking around a wreck like that is not something anyone would call a pleasant experience. You don't need a navigator's eye to know that that damned place is going to haunt us all for some time yet.
Master Van Calox, your silence oozes dark crimson. You may hide your rage from others, but not from my gaze.
What can I say, Lady Navigator? It is rare that I find myself forced to allow, let alone tolerate, xeno-heresy in my orbit.
Ooh, our Iceman is making himself sick with anger. My little whisperers have already told me about some of his plans for Yrliet, but he won't make his move without the Lord Captain say so.
I now know what the expression beautiful couple means. I am sorry that this exquisite picture was not destined to be realized on the canvas of reality.
Thank you for your kindness, Lady Navigator. Perhaps it is for the best for everyone involved.
Those beings that settled on Yesavon. I have never heard of such Xenos. Their psychic shadow in the warp. It is simply monstrous.
I hope their presence in the expanse is limited to that ship. Even if it is, I have already dispatched a message to the Lord Inquisitor. The Ordo will allocate resources to investigate the matter.
I have heard tales from my fellow outcasts. Grim stories of the Great Devourer. I fear those were its envoys, harbingers of a storm from which there is no escape.
I've been recalling all the reports of missing ships I've seen over the years. In light of this new information, I don't like the implications.
We killed the arena's most revered warriors. They should fear us now. So, why do I feel crimson bloodlust closing in around us?
They have to kill us if they want to save face. We're prize game to them now.
Let them come to us. It will save us from having to hunt these cowardly wretches in their dark dens.
The simple logic of primitive predation. The more dangerous the rival, the stronger the imperative to eliminate it. I had time to carefully study the homunculus Tervantius, and he exhibited precisely the same behavior.
At last, the mystery of Atlas is revealed. What I carried in my chest for so many years has been explained, as have my special powers.
Tisiphone's experiments crossed the line into heresy. Were it not for the special privileges of the Navis Nobilite, your house would have been overthrown and destroyed long ago. I would like to believe that in the future, House Orselio will seek out more acceptable ways of consolidating its power.
To know where you're going, first you must discover where your roots begin. So say the sages of Ifrit. I hope the answers you find will help you, Shireen.
Dark green, gloomy and stifling, fills this space like dense fog. The people here are drained, exhausted, bewildered.
The protracted rebellion has no doubt taken a toll on the soldiers' morale. Discipline and loyalty to the God Emperor. That is what sustains people when emotional reserves are depleted.
Your mind is swathed in blue-grey smoke, Master Van Calox. A heavy colour for heavy thoughts, I presume?
You are a dangerous person, Lady Orselio. Well, all navigators are, but your abilities place you in a special category.
Lord Sabarian remained there. I understand why the Lord Captain made this choice. The great rulers of the past are better left in the past.
The whole matter of Sabarian's return was problematic. The restoration of the status quo is the safest solution to this situation.
The tale of the elder von Valancius was a wild one, and I sort of liked it. But still, it's good that the story got its ending.
Sometimes, I wonder to what extent our perception of the Empyrean differs.
Ooh, I'm glad that I never have to look at it. No offense, Cass, but I'll do just fine without an eyeball in the middle of my forehead.
Jai is being quite open about her connection to the Lord Captain. Unusual behavior for a princess. It seems the nobles on Ifrit have very different ideas of propriety.
Quite open. She'll be leaving pics of their bedroom antics in our quarters soon enough.
Di likes to flaunt her trophies and wealth. The Lord Captain is both to her.
I still remember the Magna Accessio ceremony. A magnificent celebration. But so many false colors.
Oh, Cass, you should have seen the kind of shindigs Lady Theodora used to put on. I mean, your ceremony was great and all, Lord Captain. Don't get me wrong. I'm just harping on about the good old days again.
Monkey consider it good fun to keep sentient beings in cages and mock them rather than give them a quick death. I am not surprised.
A pointless rite. The Domin has already been crowned by the death of her predecessor, and her throne is the flagship. A pointless rite. The Domin has already been crowned by the death of his predecessor, and his throne is the flagship.
Yours is a cruel gift, Lady Navigator. I wouldn't want to see the rot in people's souls. What I can see on the outside is more than enough.
I see all your colors flashing. Ask me. You have never stayed silent before, either out of politeness or pity.
Cass, you're not being fair to me. Funnily enough, after all the time we've spent together, I've grown fond of you. And, well, I'm sorry, Cass. I really am.
Your feelings for the Elantark are hindering you from guiding the ship through Shael. Pull yourself together, Three-Eyed One. Your weakness could cost us our lives. And even more than that.
The rogue trader descending into the abode of wretched serfs. Is it some sort of tradition? If so, then it is certainly not one my house has adopted.
Oh, Lady Theodora would be tickled pink to hear about a tradition like that.
I would call it wisdom. Anyone smart enough understands that they should know everything that goes on in their home, even in its darkest corners.
When that many-armed monster looked at me, I saw something. An immense black shadow floating just beyond its gaze. There were no colors there at all. None.
And I heard nothing. A great big nothing. But don't worry. Whatever it is, it's far away. Right?
What you saw was inevitability, seer of Shael, the shadow of the devourer. Seek solace in the knowledge that you will probably not live to see the day when it reaches you.
Oh my, this place has so many colors. Every shade I can imagine is floating in the air.
Colors, you say? Next she'll be asking us to take her on a tavern crawl. Spare me.
I can sense the confusion all around me. It is as if a full bottle of paint has been splashed onto a huge canvas. It's because of Warrant, I know. But why the commotion? Isn't the very blood of the rogue trader sacred?
Personally, I'm just uneasy at the thought of their Warrant not being where it's supposed to be. I'm so used to its existence, it's like it's fused with the ship itself.
Monkey attach so much importance to things they themselves have endowed with significance. And now the disappearance of such an object chills your hearts with mortal terror.
The procession on deck awash with such bright colors, though it consisted of lowly rabble. The contrast seems unusual and even beautiful. Will my paints be able to convey it?
Light of my eyes, I beg you, go and poke your head out on the lower decks for a fresh dose of inspiration. I fear your quivering heart may not be able to bear it.
The monkey that came to thank the Elantark for showing concern for their bodies was sincere, but a slave caressing their master's hand for a morsel of food is not something I would deem beautiful.
Behind the varied colors of your soul, I see very different shades. Less gold and silver, and more and more.
Cass, joy of my eyes, I'm not ashamed to show off my body to others, but do not bare my soul for me.
When rumors of Theodora von Valancius's appearance were spreading all over the ship, I saw many flashes of yellow. Your crew hoped it was true.
Lady Theodora's deeds are renowned throughout the expanse, but I do not think it would have been very pleasant to serve under such an ambitious figure.
Lady Theodora was a complicated person, but her actions in the face of danger earned her the officer's deepest respect, and her intolerance of weakness earned her the undying adoration of the common labourers.
Why are you smiling so suspiciously? Your colors, they dance so whimsically when I am near.
I was just wondering what this soaring, steering feeling was. First love! Ah, I can feel the butterflies in my belly, the heat in my cheeks.
No offense, Cass, but it's all your navigator business. I woke up in a foul mood this morning, but the Lord Captain took one look at you and I suddenly had a smile stretching from ear to ear.
Navigator Hahn is a noble soul. It is frightening to imagine the ordeal his spirit underwent on that ill-fated voyage. And still he did his duty.
Not only did he survive, he rallied people around him and fought back against those whose souls had fallen to the arch-enemy. Truly, a navigator of outstanding talent.
The tenacity displayed by the unit in the execution of his obligations can be partly explained by his deficient sense of duty. The superior response would be to independently discontinue life functions.
Your manner and colors have changed. They are purer somehow, more honest.
Honest? I suppose they are. Hiding behind a mask is stupid when you're about to get your head bitten off. I'm surprised you didn't figure me out sooner.
I do not understand why some companions chose to leave the rogue trader. Are we doing something wrong?
Perhaps we are. But what difference does it make? You want to live however you think is best, don't you? Not as you are told to live. The right to make mistakes is one worth fighting for.
The Domin's deeds have cast a shadow over us all. They could not live in the growing darkness. We are stronger. We will remain with the Domin until the Undying One gives a sign.
I used to dream of visiting a feudal world, a land straight out of the pages of heroic chronicles. But now I dream of forgetting that place. The sooner the better.
Oh, Cass, I should have warned you we were going to a lusterless hall, and maybe offered you a drink from my flask before the landing.
It pains me to say this, but I believe visiting Thassara was beneficial for you. Such experiences greatly expand one's horizons.
Do we truly have to be here? I am not even sure what is making me more nauseous. These horrid colors, or the smell.
Light of my eyes, may I offer you a drink from my flask? In a mere instant, the colors will seem more pleasing, and you won't mind the smell anymore either.
At moments like this, I sometimes wonder how Glato perceives such environments, what with all the sensors in his nose. And then I always order myself to think about something else.
Everything here is seeping pale green. This color, it strangles me like a chain around my throat.
I can relate to your misery, Cass. When the sight of a planet bursting with riches brings only melancholy to a cold trader's heart, she must wonder, is it time to retire?
A blood-soaked sunset of gold and crimson burns within your soul. But the rest of your colors have faded to grey.
To serve the Undying Emperor, one must excise all that is superfluous. What you see is sacrifice. What you see is duty.
Order has returned to the colors of your soul. Are you relieved that your bond with the Lord Captain has been broken?
Our bond has not been broken. It has become what it should be. I will say nothing more about it to you.
Blessed throne! Our little girl's got fangs beneath that veil of naivete.
Kibellah, I have never seen her drenched in such colors before. Is it fear? Distress?
Perhaps you were looking at a different Kibellah before.
Is it seemly for valued servants of the Emperor to huddle together in such a squalid abode?
We attach importance to other things, Venai Cassia. Ascesis is how we achieve self-perfection. Our feats of faith are our gold, and the prayers written upon our walls serve as our murals.
Lay people always overvalue indications of status. Prestige is demonstrated through functional superiority, not the quantification of one's possessions.
The hues of this place are so bright and monochromatic that they blind my eyes. Please, let us not linger here.
It is only here, beside spilled blood, that salvation can be accomplished, Venai Cassia.
Steel your heart, Lady Orselia. Duty often forces us to stare into the abyss.
So that is how servants of the law operate. Such coordination, such a wealth of scarlet and gold.
Their dance of blood is more akin to a march, and yet I sense a kinship in our drive to execute those who offend the undying Emperor.
Even at the epicenter of an anthracite crimson storm, you, Kibellah, radiate an even, silvery glow. For you, physical pain is a mere flicker of sensation. Why is that?
Pain is my teacher, my ritual dagger. It cuts away fears and desires. Like a chisel, it hones the will and reflexes. What reason is there to avoid it? I do not understand.
If people could see what I see in you, they would fear your kind even more than they already do.
That is the folly of the monkey. You squeal like livestock from the pain inflicted by our blades, when you ought to tremble at the horrors hidden in the gaze of those such as you.
Why would a homunculus establish a lair in the middle of the forests of Quetzaltemer? I thought Drakari feared to be in real space.
Insanity, desperation, or the compulsion of twisted creative genius. Every homunculus thinks of themselves as an artist. Perhaps his next design required him to serve himself up to silent thresh on a platter.
I am more discouraged to see signs of humans in the same place. There is a dark alliance lurking beneath this veil of mystery, something far more frightening than any typical cold trade deal.
The decks of the ship were enveloped in alarming yellow and terrified green whenever marazhai walked among the crew. But now, the same colors flood my gaze when the Lord Captain appears on the bridge. I am frightened by this change.
The cattle are quickly learning their place. Good.
Steel yourself, Lady Navigator. The miscreant wants you to fear him. Do not grant him that pleasure.
Incredible. Your heart, esteemed Magos, shines with a kaleidoscope of colors, albeit one made of metal.
Only laypersons believe feelings to be the preserve of flawed flesh. We know the higher passions granted by the Omnisire, the aversion to tech corruption, the blessing of compliance with the canon of maintenance, and the satisfaction of effective devotional service.
You have been through a lot, esteemed Magos, and yet the kaleidoscope of your colors is bright and prismatic, like a shattered pane of stained glass.
The might of this unit's soul originates not in the flesh, which is weak and defective, but in metal, which knows no degradation. It may break, but it is never broken.
The rogue trader dynasty has lost its head. Who will replace Caligos Winterscale?
Whatever the unit's merits, It is unlikely that his successor could be less effective as rogue trader. The deceased displayed supreme indifference to his duties.
I can imagine the infighting that will break out over the warrant of trade. If Winterscale's descendants go to war with one another, the dynasty is in for a long feud and a bloodbath.
If Winterscale's heirs all share that same foul blood of his, the one left ruling will be whoever emerges from the bloodbath of the succession war.
I've never seen so many plants before, not even in our arboretum. Oh, that flower there! I read about it in one of the works by Genitor Canassian.
Your display of knowledge, atypical for a layperson, would warrant approbation, were it not for the fact that Genitor Canassian was excommunicated approximately 3 centuries ago.
I never thought such a riot of life could exist anywhere. Why does the Undying One not allow such things in the void, where we dwell?
Proctor, several dozen legal codices from various worlds in the Coronis Expanse have been delivered to my chambers. I am not quite sure how to interpret your gesture.
You once asked me about my reading taste, and I promised to lend you my books. I would welcome a discussion on legislative amendments in the last 2 centuries, by far the most interesting period, in my opinion.
Your hues have darkened, Proctor. We ought to prolong our next visit to a world like Janus. Such a rich flora is bound to please even your aesthetic sensibilities.
My sensibilities are pleased when an agri-world grows valuable crops registered in the tithe. Yet, for some reason, various despicable cults seem to grow more quickly and profusely.
I can hardly believe that the governor of Thassara managed to deceive his subjects so easily. Was no one suspicious of the decoy ruler's manners?
Thassara is a feudal world, Lady Cassia. Anyone who blows their nose using a handkerchief instead of their hand can pass as a noble.
The common people do not always know who rules them. I am sure there are some aboard the rogue trader's ship who still do not know about Theodora's death.
Who will become the new Marshal of the Expanse? I assume the number of candidates has dwindled after the battle in court.
The Adeptus Arbites has indeed sustained losses, but that does not make it any easier to find a replacement. The choice must be made based on merit, not out of necessity.
Can the monkey draw wisdom from tragedy and follow a new path? Sometimes calamity is not the end, but the impetus for renewal.
As a child, I was captivated by the chronicles of the feudal world Urban II. Knights clad in shining armor riding their fine steeds, battling enemies of humanity, and holding feasts after their victories. But this world has only grey and mud.
The same is true for many worlds in the Imperium, Lady Cassia. You should accustom yourself to that fact.
You do not have to hide the ashy shadows of loneliness behind swirls of bright colors, Ulfar.
I respect your gift, Guide to the Soul Sea. But you should save your sorcery for someone else.
Harlequins are frightening creatures. I cannot discern their true hues in the motley jumble of their colors. It is as if their whole existence is one drawn-out joke.
The helmswoman of the Soul Sea should not be troubled by the deceptions of inhuman miscreants. Fear means a crack in your soul's armor, and a speck of corruption can slip through that crack and besmirch your heart and mind.
Lady Cassia, please return to the present. It is not right that a young lady should agonize over such dark ruminations when their cause is already in the past.
What is a joke but a deliberate distortion of meaning for comic effect? Recall our disputations, Lady Navigator. The motley of hues is merely a fiction, intended to divert your attention away from the truth.
The Marshal's poor judgment led to the fall of the Adeptus Arbites in the Expanse. As the leader of my house, I must learn from this cautionary tale.
He fell the moment he chose to heed the whispers of a shriveled viper instead of his battle comrades. Such disgrace for a warrior.
What cannot be taken by force may be obtained through cunning. That monkey appeared as a monolith on the outside, yet he left cracks in his inner armor.
I was taught that Xenos were abhorrent creatures. But you do not look terrifying. You look unusual. As do I.
Naive child. You are a monster to your own kind. Were it not for your third eye that sees Shael, the thread of your fate would have been severed at birth.
I am consumed by thoughts of the future of House Orselio. Years of hatred and distrust have led to bloodshed again and again.
You tread a perilous path that leads beyond the veil, to fight forces that cannot be tamed. Whatever strife may plague your kin, their fate is unenviable.
Yeah, Cass, I don't want to scare you, but when I think about you, I hear laughter. Laughter far more ancient than humanity itself. Laughter that sends a chill down my spine. I don't think it's someone laughing with us. More like at us.
It is sad that the beautiful and lush Janus has been overcome by such grievous calamities. The world is very beautiful.
What can you know of beauty? A monkey whose cursed eye kills all living things. The Lilithon is plagued by calamity because of corruption similar to the foulness that you carry within you.
Ah, Janus. Of all the worlds I've ever set foot on, this is the only one that hasn't tried to kill me at every opportunity. I wish I could stay longer.
Heat, humidity, vicious fauna. I'm tempted to ask what passes for ugly and dangerous among you navigators.
Since Idira's been gone, I have seen the colors on the decks fade. There are fewer shades that make my eyes hurt, but more grey indifference too.
Your eyes see reflections of Shael, and your soul is always open to what lies beyond the veil. Why is it that your abilities frighten the monkey less than those of the quieted one?
This colorful Xenos has hues different to those of its kin. It is as if they have been turned inside out and upside down.
The Arabenian are a deadly mystery. They come from the depths of the webway and bring with them dire tidings of coming disasters. I pray to the gods that our paths will never cross again.
Upside down. Everything about his kind is a reversal of the established order. Even Archons fear the Arabenian. And for good reason.
Emperor willing, we'll turn every other part of that Xenos buffoon inside out as well.
Seneschal, I appreciate your diligence. My requests frequently present a challenge to the laity. Yet you ordered 2 access sigils to the private quarters to be delivered to me, without distorting my request with your own speculation.
Of course, Master Febris. 1 sigil for you, the other for your colleague Nuncius. I've been in post long enough not to be surprised by even the most eccentric guests on board.
Nuncius is baffled at the sight of the dread and exhaustion of all who attend the administratum. I share in his bafflement. Is waiting so onerous, even when one can spend the time in contemplation and other salutary occupations of the mind?
If you are capable of engaging in thought experiments for days at a time, I can only express my respect. But more humble people are not so inclined.
Seneschal, if given free rein, the phantoms of the past can swallow a man whole. I experienced it myself. But since then, the Omnissiah has impelled me to comprehend the means of mastering them. I am willing to share the knowledge.
Thank you, Janitor. But no. The past cannot be outrun with alchemical elixirs and implants. It will always be with us.
It is gratifying that no one tried to trespass on my laboratory during our captivity. I have many more purifying sacraments to perform before I am finally rid of that homunculus's foulness.
I doubt there are many who would wish to find themselves in your personal domain, Master Febris. I, for example, certainly do not.
Oh, wisest of men, if you ever need someone to keep an eye on your chambers, I'd be only too pleased to oblige. You wouldn't mind giving me a tour, would you?
Nuncius, have you ever seen such masterpieces of architecture before? The mere sight makes me wonder at the mightiness of the mind that could conceive of such a thing, and the skillfulness of the hands that realized its design.
I will note that this is not the original architectural design. The palace has been reconstructed and upgraded several times to match the dynasty's growing status. You can find more details in the data repository.
Sister Argenta, your wrath is highly effective in crushing the enemies of the human race. But does it not cloud your judgment? Does it cause you to lose sight of the details that comprise the larger picture of the world?
Excessive rumination on creation is dangerous, for rumination gives rise to doubt, and from doubt to heresy there is but a single step.
I have noticed your collection of books, Lady Navigator. Discernment, a sophisticated literary taste, an inquisitive mind. Are you aware that you have the makings of an erudite and a serious scholar?
Oh, thank you. I must admit, I have been observing you in the library too. I never would have guessed that a tech priest of your rank would be interested in secular literature. I would be delighted to exchange recommendations with you and discuss our reading.
Lady Navigator, while that Xenos wretch was dissecting me, it boasted about your torture mechanism. I am sorry you had to endure that.
Thank you, Janitor Febris. I am more concerned about you. Not only has your body been torn to pieces, but your colors, they are different, as if something has shattered and can never be put back together.
The flora displays heightened adaptability and aggression that is rarely characteristic of its kind. I suspect external xeno-interference. Nuncius, make all the necessary preparations for collecting test samples.
This place is deceptive. Beyond the translucent streaks of white lurk flashes of something huge, dangerous, and predatory. This place makes me uneasy.
The abundance of plant life is assessed as a negative factor in the utility of the planet's surface to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Purification Litany 145, followed by 4 blessings by fire, is recommended.
I must urge you not to visit the laboratory in my absence, Interrogator. Nuncius becomes quite unsettled when he cannot find our materials for testing in their proper places.
I, in turn, strongly advise you to no longer keep anything in the laboratory that would tempt me into visiting, for the sake of your colleagues' mental well-being.
The scope of the rogue trader's vision is quite inspiring. I never imagined I would be able to study a live Xenos, albeit not entirely in its natural environment. What do you think, Nuncius?
I would advise you to take more care in choosing your subjects, Genitor. For certain phenomena, seeking greater knowledge than what is permitted is not worth the trouble.
Interrogator von Kalox, I would like to talk to you about what I saw on Kiava Gamma. How would you characterize that monstrous example of heretical machinery?
The trajectory of your curiosity is troubling, Genitor Febris. A few more questions like that, and I will be moved to take an interest in the nature of your research.
Interrogator van Kalox, your current condition indicates reduced efficiency. As a janitor, I could...
Thank you, truly, but no, you could not. To my regret, I am all too familiar with your approach to healing.
It bears a monstrous resemblance to something I have seen before. I recognize the hallmarks of the Inquisition without a doubt. Sacrificing dozens of powerful but untrained minds to grasp the unknown, and then destroying the attained knowledge because it was too dangerous.
Veering into polemics, Genitor, is evidence of the fearlessness that has overtaken you. May I offer some advice? Rediscover your fear. The methods of the Holy Ordos is a very unfortunate subject for debate.
Expressing consensus. The lamentable pattern of irrational disposal of potential and resources is indeed characteristic of the Inquisition. I also know that the value of some knowledge does not justify the risk that it entails. Genitor Feverus, you know this firsthand.
I cannot help but note that your cranial augments are different from those I have seen before, Mistress Glass. Such implants are usually more extensive. Nuncius is intrigued by their configuration and how you cope with the Psyker curse with such non-standard parameters of sacred iron.
Keep your claws to yourself, Master Cogbelly. Lady Theodora gave me these augments. Speaking of this Psyker curse, some friends on the other side sent Nuncius their warmest greetings. They're curious about him, too.
A cursory Medicae scan shows a level of mental exhaustion that poses serious risks for you, Mistress Glass. Is the manifestation of psychic phenomena imminent?
I feel like I'm falling to pieces, but my head feels like it's about to bubble over, if that's what you mean. Oh, I shouldn't have said that bit about falling apart, right?
By my determination, the local recreational customs are primitive, but intriguing. However, ingesting such toxins is not the most effective approach to calming the mind, based on my statistical findings. No, Nuncius, those were indeed experiments, not tastings.
Wait. So you're here talking to your imaginary pal, and you're completely sober? I don't think I will offer you a drink after all. Who knows what you'll get up to if you have too much amisec?
Come. Drowning your sorrows in a bottle is just as effective as ever. A few rounds of something stronger will take your sorrows away. At least until morning.
Mistress Haydari, you expressed the desire to inspect my collection of Xenos artifacts. Nuncius, despite his inherent skepticism, has agreed to grant you access under his strict supervision.
Oh, wisest of men, I'd never dare ask for more. Please convey my infinite gratitude to your companion. I can't wait to hear the stories behind these items, especially where you acquired them and their market value.
An inquisitive mind is a rare thing in a lay person. And a lay person who dares to apply their mind to the mysteries of Xenos and retains their vital functions is a statistical miracle. Nuncius and I invite you to a discussion for the purposes of mutual enrichment, Mistress Haydari.
Oh, wisest of men. Do mine ears deceive me, or did you just call me a miracle? A servant of the Omnissiah, willing to exchange knowledge with me, is no less rare a find than a speck of gold in the dunes of Ifrit. And when it comes to enrichment, I am open to all opportunities, knowledge included.
I quite agree, Nuncius. A room of such imposing scale could have been utilized to far greater effect. It is unlikely that the man who now rules here is familiar with the fundamentals of the sacred teachings of ergonomics.
Oh, wisest of men, your language is so rich and clear, not like the other adepts of the Omnissiah. Do tell me more about this ergonomics of yours, and other mysteries of the Mechanicus.
The Omnissiah has granted many revelations to these Xenos, and they have turned them into riddles that are, at times, unsolvable. What? Yes, Nuncius, I am well aware that in order to cut the power, the geometry of the circuit must be disturbed, but I fear that without an assistant endowed with non-standard reasoning, it is far from feasible.
Esteemed Genitor, maybe we can do without the non-standard reasoning? We don't have a clue how this thing works. I'd rather collect statues in my luxurious quarters than be a new addition to someone else's collection.
Every believer in the God Emperor practices the rites in accordance with their own understanding and the established canons. But out of respect and the obligations conferred upon me by my rank, I must inform you, Kibellah, that constant brutalization of the flesh is rarely beneficial.
I seek not the benefits of faith for my body, Crimson Priest. I fortify my soul and cultivate my will through mortifying my flesh and rejecting its temptations.
I am struggling to quantify the organic material used in the decoration of this cloister. The aesthetics of these creations are undeniable, but their functionality is doubtful.
You are in a shrine, not in a butcher's hall. Show respect for our sacred objects.
A dispute has arisen between Nuncius and me regarding the anatomical differences between Drukhari and Asuryani. He argues that any differences are biological in nature, while I am convinced that the environment of Camorra is the determining factor. To settle the argument, our only hope is to analyze a live specimen.
If that is a veiled invitation for me to lie on a dissecting table and let you delve around in my innards, it was a decent attempt, but try again.
I never imagined that a specimen of one of the most dangerous galactic species would voluntarily join the rogue trader's retinue. Nuncius, you are familiar with the concise xenological characterization of the Drukhari, yes? Their morphology is poorly understood, and this presents a rare opportunity to observe a member of that race at close quarters.
You speak quite cogently for an inferior being. It is amusing considering the obvious damage to your reasoning. If you are sufficiently deferential, I will reward your curiosity. Perhaps.
We encountered a strange creature. I would not be wrong, I think, in calling it a metaphor incarnate. Its reactions are completely irrational. I almost burned my cranial implants to a crisp trying to calculate predictive patterns in its behavior.
You think the Arabenian can be predicted? How naive. Then again, you monkey know too little of his kind to make a sound judgment of these performers.
Oh, Master Cogbelly, don't strain your circuits. Even my little whisperers don't know what this Harlequin's going to pull next. Your cogs stand no chance.
It would be beneficial to have some of the Xenos remains transported to the ship. I must stock up on rare reagents, and synthesizing them from the cadavers will be the most convenient method.
Your imitation of the homunculus and his perverted interests is thoroughly entertaining. Devantius's lessons have left their mark on your mind, monkey. I wonder what they will turn you into years from now.
I harbored a faint hope that you would not desecrate the bodies of my kind. But no, the baseness of human nature is incorrigible.
As the flagship's chief engineer, I veto any procedures of sacred augmentation involving substances of xenotic origin.
You are suspiciously silent, esteemed colleague. Do not tell me that my victory in our latest debate has sapped your desire to continue our highly stimulating dialogues.
The analysis of the situation has been performed incorrectly. Genitor Febris, you failed to prove your position unequivocally, even though your arguments create the semblance of rectitude. I have suspended the argument in order to aggregate the information necessary to eradicate your misconceptions.
A paradox. The Auspex scans show nothing. The organic diagnostas are silent. Nuncius, what we have here is an unfathomable sight. Make a note of the need to return here. At a later time.
Use of your characteristic primitive heuristics is absent. I am surprised. The potential danger level of the phenomenon has been revised upward.
Megas Haneman, your conflict with fellow members of the Cult Mechanicus has piqued my curiosity. What dogma have you violated to provoke such an attack? Do you even know? Nuncius and I could assist with examining the augments of the fallen.
The idle queries and profane insinuations uttered by Genitor Februs are rejected. I am pure before the Omnissiah in deed and thought. Can you say the same, Manipulus?
You're awfully confident for someone who is up to his ears in heresy himself, Tech Priest.
I am delighted to see you returned, colleague. The lack of fiery debate has dulled my wits and left my mind unsettled. At Nuncius's insistence, I also encourage you to perform your wound care in a non-laboratory setting, insofar as possible.
The hypothetical act of concern on the part of the servo-skull Nuncius is attested. The request for surgical intervention is categorically rejected, as the proposed patient is unwilling to undergo a second act of tech violation.
Nuncius has noted that the sector bionica of this ship displays reverence for rare augmentations. This is commendable for a place that does not have its own genitor extremis.
Analyzing the necessity of offering praise in response, the result is inconsistent.
Just think, we have visited a fully functional Necron tomb of titanic proportions. If only I had the chance to touch upon its secrets, or even to induce that powerful Xenos into a more productive conversation.
Registering Category 3 and Category 5 manifold sacrilege. I demand a review of Genitor Februs' status and the implementation of expiative diagnostics to eradicate heretical thoughts.
It is rather curious that your Cybermastiff's model does not entirely conform to classic templates and contains a high percentage of organics. In your opinion, Proctor, is your canid the locus of a machine spirit, or does it remain a living, autonomous organism?
Glato is a tried and trusted tool for pursuit and punishment. Anything else is irrelevant.
To continue our conversation about poetry, noble Astartes, I have analyzed the verse form recorded from your words and, with the help of Nuncius, slightly corrected the rhythm. Now the even-numbered lines rhyme through assonance and the odd-numbered lines through consonants, which has had a positive effect on its structure.
Ho ho ho! Iron Sage! Beneath your swollen shell lies a soul brimming with the mead of poetry. You have painstakingly righted the flaws in my verse, instead of slyly claiming it is pleasing to the ear, even in its original form. I like it.
Eldari, your life among members of another species is a phenomenon that demands study. I wish to perform a cursory scan of your body to see how the effects of warp translation are affecting your flesh.
Your mind thirsts for knowledge, and your words lack the hatred inherent in your fellows. It is unusual. Your lack of detachment will one day turn into a fire that will burn you to the ground, Iron Sage.
An impressive variety of flora, unique air chemistry, and highly unusual psychoactive properties of the crystalline impurity in the soil. Nuncius, we simply must investigate its source.
Let go of any hope of glimpsing the soul of the Lilithon. You are clever for a monkey, but your heart is as shriveled as any other's.
The overt study of artifacts of xenotic origin is deemed a malign breach of data hygiene restrictions. I demand the immediate seizure and subsequent isolation in stasis containers of all samples.
For a deck officer, your physical fitness is impressive, Master Versarian. I take it your position as seneschal is extremely demanding.
Young man, Rosette or no, stop lavishing these condescending compliments on me. If I were your age, you would be no match for me.
Janus will remain the focus of the Inquisition's scrutiny for a long time to come. What has been happening on the planet is too grave to ignore.
I understand your insinuation, Interrogator. Now let's drop the subject.
Is this your way of hinting that they're going to blow up the Lord Captain's planet? That was very considerate, Master Interrogator. Thanks for the warning, at least.
I cannot put my finger on it, but I seem to be on the receiving end of more attention recently.
Tell you what, Van Kellogg's, let this sink in. If you mess the Lord Captain around, you will not answer to the Inquisition. You will answer to me.
My little whisperers have told me all about you, Iceman. But you're not frozen anymore, are you? You're starting to melt a little bit. Did somebody leave the door to the cold storage open?
Abelard, just get on with it. Say whatever you are going to say. It will certainly be preferable to your silent and palpable condemnation.
I am torn between two desires. To lecture you about your shoddy timing and choice of setting, or to express my astonishment at the Inquisition's methods of moral support.
Curtsies, eloquent glances, even an immortalium. It has been a long time since I saw anyone observe the aristocratic rules of courtship, and so devotedly at that.
Will you be putting that in your reports too, Van Kellogg's? You are without shame or conscience. If you dare upset Lady Cassia, by the stars, I will make sure you regret it.
The rituals that the Elentarch and the Shael seer are performing, they contain none of the savagery for which Monkey are known. I am almost enjoying watching their senses blossom.
I may never understand the rituals of highborn lords and ladies, but I see a certain beauty in everything following strict protocol.
Not even Camorra could make you leave your post at the Lord Captain's side for long.
Well, I was absent without leave, but not by choice.
The Lord Inquisitor must have had very good reasons for putting Chorda in charge of footfall.
Did he have a choice, Van Kellogg's? Winterscale does not care one whit about the station, and the Lord Captain was understandably absent.
Your master merely found a useful butcher to saddle with the dirty work so he could keep his hands clean. It is always the way with your ilk.
I cannot shake the feeling that the proctor was given to us not to act as a bodyguard, but rather to serve as the arbitrator's inside agent.
You should know, Master Interrogator. Better than anyone.
What? Does the bloodhound not like sharing territory with other dogs? At least this one is not the slippery sort, and knows the meaning of honor.
The sigil indicates that this acolyte served in the Ordo Hereticus. What were they doing here?
A good question, Interrogator. I am sure you are aware that an attempt to desecrate a rogue trader's tomb is a grievous affront to the von Valancius dynasty.
The ruins are emitting faint psi energies. However, it does not pose a direct threat for now. But I advise that we do not linger here.
Your does not pose a direct threat, Van Kellogg's, can be interpreted much too broadly for my personal comfort.
There is nothing on the pedestals with origins in the Imperium. The selection of xenospawn, however, is remarkable.
A collection of heresies assembled by another heresy? Well, I have been to many places in my life, but this is the foulest corner of the galaxy I have ever had the misfortune of visiting.
Someone with the ability to gather the deadliest foes in the galaxy like a collector is unlikely to be tempted by a large number of monkey creations.
The Navis Nobilite is a unique part of the Imperium's apparatus. The privileged position navigators occupy enables them to carry out questionable acts, which they hide behind the walls of their fortresses.
The station's silence can hardly be considered a good sign. Perhaps it was attacked by cultists, or, as with our ship, the strike came from within.
Hallowed apostates from humanity's true form. It is so strange to know that the Undying One has granted the privilege of sanctity to such servants.
You were an excellent fighter, sister, but, if I may be blunt, you were too impulsive.
Your point is, my hand is guided by the Emperor. Every shot and strike will find its target among the ranks of the enemies of humanity.
Thanks to Sister Argenta's efforts, the streets of Footfall are now a little cleaner. Destroying a cult cell is a worthy accomplishment.
I am wherever there is need for his wrath, which scorches the wicked casts out the profane, and purifies his servant's doleful fate.
Yes, it is a commendable deed. But knowing Footfall, it is unlikely that a place cleansed of heresy will remain empty for long. This station attracts foulness like... You understand?
Idira, tell me, have you heard Theodora's voice again on the other side?
We will only have an answer when the unholy vision reappears on the ship and drags off more innocent victims into the jaws of the archenemy.
I'm afraid to give you an answer. If I say, no, I haven't heard anything, will you boil my brains to see if I'm lying? Just in case? Huh?
An internal conflict in Navis Nobilitate House. A regrettable situation that could lead to many problems in the future.
Discord cannot be allowed to take root among the navigators who perceive the golden light through the veil of darkness and insanity. Their grand mission must surely inoculate them against such base impulses, must it not?
Not only problems in the future, but casualties in the present, as the Lord Captain has, alas, already had the misfortune of seeing for herself. Not only problems in the future, but casualties in the present, as the Lord Captain has, alas, already had the misfortune of seeing for himself.
You managed to escape from your captors. The Sisters of Battle are truly the daughters of the God Emperor himself.
The deeper the darkness around me, the brighter the flame in my soul. For I have sworn to be a beacon to the faithful, and not even death will release me from that vow.
Lady Cassia, is something troubling you?
Once again, you have read my mood like an open book, Master Van Calox. My eyes, they still ache from the kaleidoscope of colours I see around me.
I hope House Orselio will survive this heavy blow. Losing a station and many servants all at once is a difficult trial.
The station can be rebuilt. Servants can be replaced. It is only my life that matters to those who await my return, and those who wish to see me dead.
I pray for the souls of the innocent, and that the souls of the guilty may not find peace.
You have a highly unusual retinue, rogue trader. It is hardly surprising given your status, but still.
I do not mind accompanying the Lord Captain. Experiencing the outside world is an invaluable experience denied to those of us who fear to leave the walls of the Sanctum Navis.
It's got even more unusual since you showed up. When did you say you'd be leaving us, by the way?
It is unfortunate that I will not have another chance to interrogate Yrliet. That human-hating Xenos was surely hiding a great deal beneath her false persona.
I do not believe she was driven by hatred of humans. I used to struggle to discern the Xenos' colors, but now I understand. Yrliet was drowning in despair.
She deserved what she got. We took her in, protected her, and even got involved with her kin. I say we take her body to Tervantius, have him resurrect her, and then kill her again.
It is doubly regrettable that her corpse is badly damaged. Nuncius and I performed a cursory autopsy to determine if the brain was suitable for stasis preservation as a test sample, but we found only a conglomeration of tissue deformed by the injury.
Achilles managed to pick up Conrad's trail after all. After his failure to unravel the Xenos plans, I did not expect such a quick result on that front.
Crimson and bluish-grey prevail over Achilles. Has your censure so broken him?
To truly grasp the plans and thoughts of a Xenos is to go mad and forget the Exalted One. If your underling ever did that, I bet you'd shoot him without a moment's hesitation.
Lady Cassia, there is no need to look at me like that. I assure you, I am perfectly fine.
Do I not deserve the truth from you, even in this place, Master Van Calox? I can see the flashes of scarlet that accompany your every movement.
I did not have the opportunity to visit Ricadiphilia before the uprising broke out on the primary world. I read in a report that the Warden has shown unusual ingenuity in how he handles prisoners on the planetoid.
I only saw Ricadiphilia from a distance whenever I chanced to visit the observatory. It is so strange to actually be here in person.
The breath of the immaterium. I feel the same thing whenever your resident witch is around. We are close.
I too feel something drawing near, but I do not see any colors. The whole world drained of color the moment we set foot on this deck.
If we manage to find an intact shuttle in this burning hellscape, it will be a miracle sent by the God Emperor.
For a person as important as the Lord Captain, I am certain there will be a vessel waiting where it should be. Surely the commoners know their place in the evacuation order.
I have made inquiries into your background, Genitor, and the records are remarkably patchy. In particular, the 50 years preceding your appearance in Furibundus seem to have been assiduously scrubbed out. Who are you really, Phoebus?
Not knowing something is an unfamiliar experience for you, I see, Master Van Calox. But there is nothing reprehensible about ignorance, for knowledge always begins with a question cast out into the unknown. I will not supply any information that you do not already possess. So perhaps you should look elsewhere for answers.
Perhaps after having the Xenos methods used on you, your appetite for studying them will have dwindled. At least, one can only hope.
Reserve your hopes for yourself and your biomancy, Interrogator. You have endured a great deal yourself. Devote your thoughts to your own well-being, instead of worrying about my future.
Have I grasped the situation correctly? The Xenos quietly infiltrated one of the most important planets in the Von Valancius Protectorate to retrieve the heretic's remains, and no one even noticed.
The abductor knows exactly how to protect the environment from the pernicious effects of the tech heresy. Look, some of the corrupted augmetics have been removed altogether, and some have been replaced with similar-looking but completely inert constructions. This cadaver has undergone an extremely skillful autopsy ritual.
Interesting choice for a contest. Very unorthodox for people who consider themselves descendants of a penal regiment.
Nuncius noted that you were more suspicious of the Moravians at the beginning of your acquaintance than you are now. Has this simple ritual offered to the rogue trader mollified you?
The gaze of the Undying One does not turn on those who avoid suffering, nor does he grant revelation to those who fear to shed blood for his sake.
Idira, either stop glaring daggers at me, or tell me what the problem is.
You're planning something, Iceman. You yourself don't realize it yet, but I'm not you. I know your devious plans before you even think of them.
The archenemy's forces are already engulfing this world. We have very little time.
The sooner we get out of here, the better.
The colors. I've never seen colors like this. They're changing, flowing into each other. My retinas, they're burning.
The flute player has vanished into thin air. Unfortunately, this just confirms my fears that there is something not quite right about him.
Lower deckers go missing all the time. Maybe he got run over by a train.
Oh, if he managed to spot the tail and cover his tracks, that truly is cause for concern. Vagrant musicians tend not to possess such skills.
Keeping acolytes ignorant of all plans is a legitimate tactic. It is the only thing tempering my shock at the Lord Inquisitor's actions.
What, Iceman? You want kept in the loop about the intricacies of Calcazar's plans? Looks like some of the inner circle have been left out in the cold.
Aha! The jackal does not like being kept in the dark. The view's not as nice from this side of the table, is it?
The Visir's intentions were also difficult to discern, but I always followed his word without a doubt in my heart. I'm sorry that this same blessing did not fall to you, then Heinrix.
Damn it! It's a Vox liturgy twisted by warp sorcery. Try not to listen too closely.
The warp got into a soulless tin can and corrupted the Vox? Now I'm imagining what it could have done to the minds of the poor souls that live here.
May the hearts of the faithful not be daunted by the vile speeches of the foes of humanity. May our faith be strengthened in the face of all corruption and foulness.
I cannot make out a single word, but the taint that hangs with these sounds in the air is almost palpable.
Everyone, cover your ears, keep chanting, and walk. There is no other way.
Consequently, we have a most dangerous entanglement of the real with the unreal ahead of us, requiring extreme caution. Nuncius, shield the external vox scribes, and be ready to record on my command.
I can sense a slight pressure in the atmosphere, like a distant sigh echo. I presume it is the result of the massacre that happened on these streets.
You're being so loud. Why are you shouting like that? Oh, did you say something, Master Interrogator? I couldn't hear you over the blood-curdling screams.
Then Heinrix is right. The Undying One's whispers have subsided, and the tarot reading I did was vague and confusing. Something is coming.
Judging from our past history of traveling in the rogue trader's retinue, I am expecting profit-related activities to commence any minute now.
Our killjoy's head is going to explode. The rogue trader is taking things from the tithe. What do I do? How do I judge?
Mistress Udari, I've been meaning to ask you, are your people still working with the tutors?
By the Exalted One, Master Van Calix, even cold traders have standards, and mine do not permit me to have dealings with the tutors now that I know what they specialize in.
Losing a sage is a heavy blow to the Lord Inquisitor's circle. Finding a replacement for Emelina will be a challenge.
Sometimes I forget you are an agent of the Inquisition, but then I hear you speak so coldly of your former colleague, and everything falls back into place.
I would like to know what methods you and your colleagues use to remedy such a staffing deficit. Finding a sage may be more difficult than finding a psyker.
The probability of finding an individual with similar psychophysiological characteristics is close to zero. No, less than zero. In other words, it would be easier to create a genetic duplicate of the lost sage than to seek out a new one. But it is unlikely that you, esteemed interrogator, would sanction such an experiment.
The Casballica has retained control of Footfall. I suppose all the old agents who oversaw the cold trade can be left in place without any changes.
Cunning. Leaking information, so I tell all of Footfall about it, and my colleagues and competitors will lie low. Well, I have no intention of resisting your plan.
If they're as soft as the burnt monkey, then you should kill them all and see that the next ones are cooked better.
I do not think the Eldari on Quetzalcoatl were the last survivors from the craft world. Nevertheless, their destruction is an important step in purging the expanse of this scourge.
If they had holed up in some dark corner and figured out a way to survive, I'm sure some enterprising soul would have brought them into the cold trade by now.
No matter. Once I find my brothers, my pack and I will hunt down these weird inhumans and crush them like snow serpent eggs. None shall escape our grasp.
I am glad to note that the blood-spun web does not show any signs of heresy, unlike so many other death cults.
First, the rogue trader gives the cult the go-ahead. Now, an inquisitor does too. I guess there's just no putting a lid on this den of murderers anymore.
They may not be heretics, but what they do here is a mockery of true justice.
Artisan Decabalus is too deft with his words. I would not recommend intervening on his behalf without first uncovering the full background to these events.
I have to agree with Master Van Calix's judgment. Cogs are usually far more blunt in their communication. The artisan is trying to be cunning.
I will cautiously permit myself to note that during our joint projects, Decabalus 416 has not given me a single reason to question his integrity. His rank is quite high, and I would recommend that you think twice before criticizing his submitted theses.
I will not hide the facts. The Xenos in question has previously appeared in the annals of the Inquisition. He is a dangerous opponent. I fear we cannot even fully determine quite how dangerous.
Half the galaxy must be after what he's collected in his pocket museum. And I don't just mean in the Imperium. If we're lucky enough to find our way there again, I'd appreciate the opportunity to strip that Xenos of an artifact or two.
If you ever decide to hunt down that inhuman, say the word, Bloodhound. The vile thing conceals itself, knowing that the Emperor's sons are on its trail. But it cannot hide its scent from me.
I'm impressed by your combat skills and conviction. Perhaps one day you will consider serving him under a different set of tenets.
I hear your words, and I see your intent. In truth, all you wish to change is the name of the one who commands me. But I am already the Domin's shadow.
Mistress Kibellah, have you ever demonstrated special abilities inaccessible to ordinary people? Ever experienced amazing insights or the ability to influence the minds of others?
I hear what you're saying, and I do not like your insinuations. I warn you, if you attempt to paint the Undying One's blessing as foul psycherism, you will answer for it in blood.
Xenos biology is different from human biology. I wish I had the opportunity to study firsthand what causes the greatest pain to enemies of humanity.
You hide behind duty, but in reality you crave others' suffering as much as I do. How does it feel to know that you and I are alike? No need to answer. I can sense your agonizing rage.
Stay away from the Lord Captain Xenos, and do not even think about pulling any stunts. One wrong move and...
Oh, monkey, why reveal your fear and insecurity in such a crude manner? Does the rogue trader grant me greater liberties? Is that why you're so anxious to drive me away? That is your failing, not mine.
The Archon of the Black Heart has fallen. Tell me, Xenos, will this do any meaningful damage to Camorra?
The Black Heart is ruled by many Archons, monkey. If you were counting on the death of one to be the cause of the destruction of the entire Cabal, then I'm glad to disappoint you.
When I was a child, I was once initiated into some of the mysteries of tech ministry. I still have questions that you might be able to answer, Magos.
The imparting of knowledge to laity who lack the proper initiation is an unfortunate necessity, not a sign of trust. I am not at liberty to divulge the mysteries granted to me when I received my rank.
The appearance of the word-bearers on Kiava Gamma is a troubling sign. Even more troubling is how easily the fabricator sensor succumbed to the heretic's blandishments.
Let the discordant rhythm resounding in this temple subside. Let the parameters return to their optimal levels. Let the sacred algorithm be restored and continue in its iterations.
Preachers of blasphemy and corruption seek out weak hearts and minds in which to sow the seeds of heresy. Let us pray that there is no such fertile ground remaining in the von Valancius holdings.
Magos Pasqal, has the investigation of the augments extracted from your fellows borne any fruit?
The unit Heinrix Van Kellogg's does not have clearance to access this information.
Magos, are you certain that this Nomus is not an abomination that requires immediate destruction? A creature from a cogitator that has taken over a mobile machine. It is only the absence of your approval that is stopping me from taking immediate action.
Nomos should be studied. If it makes the unit Van Kellogg's feel any better, I will add that the study scope includes research into methods for killing the unit Nomos.
Don't even try it, Shireen. The cog loses his head at the mere sight of a new toy. all the Omnissiah's covenants and rules go right out the airlock, along with his usual caution.
Am I to understand that you have decided to openly oppose the dogma of the Adeptus Mechanicus? You are calling for heresy now.
I am calling for salvation. Do not make your mentor's mistake and try to obstruct me. The Lord Inquisitor acted from afar. You have no such protection.
It's funny how this is the second time the Cogs committed outright heresy, but I'm the one who's a living violation of the Omnissiah's will.
You and I have clashed more than once over such prohibitions, and now you have become their embodiment. How bizarre are the transformations wrought upon the minds of the ordained in the crucible of fate. I do not know where this path will lead you, but I hope that what you gain from it will be worth the sacrifice.
We should not have let the aberrations' families live. A poor time to bow to sentiment.
This statement is true. Emotion severely impairs rational judgment.
Oh, what possible reason could they have had to hate such kindly souls as us, I wonder?
On the one hand, we can now observe xenocell development under close to native conditions. On the other hand, we are dealing with extremely dangerous genetic parasites. The decision taken is hardly clear-cut.
You seem tense, Proctor. Did you see something suspicious?
No, Master Interrogator. I will deal with any violations that could lead to disorder. As for minor infractions, you and I both have better things to do.
So, you're going to assume the position of Marshal of the Coronis Expanse. What changes should we expect after you enter office?
It is too early to say at this point. Due to the internal RBE's procedures, the transition might take quite a while. Much could change by the time I receive my assignment.
Is there even a point in asking? We'll die of old age by the time that assembly of killjoys signs all their right papers. Sure, dismissing a marshal is a day's work, but choosing a new one? That's a procedure.
It seems to me that solomorne, anthar, and change are concepts that lie in diametrically opposed contextual fields.
My Lord Ulfar, would you mind?
No! Get back! Do not speak to me! Get out of my sight, you devious little bloodhound!
A lone space wolf in the bowels of Camorra. An absurd situation. So absurd that I am beginning to have questions.
Do not let your serpent's tongue spew the taint of doubt upon the words of the All-Father's warrior, and you will be allowed to keep it.
The Phaeton system is lost to humanity. We have no way of stopping what Emelina started.
If a man carries too many grubby secrets around in his head, it will come as no surprise if the muck harbors parasites and poisons his thoughts.
You are creating a gateway for the forces of Cylon Thresh, and you do so under the guise of helping humanity. Why, when seeking salvation from one calamity, do you turn to another?
I know you have no trust in me, Ulfar, but I give you my word. The information about how your pack fell will not be made public. Your secrets will be safe.
I appreciate that. All right. If your word is worth anything, then perhaps you are not as much of a weasel as I first thought.
I find it suspicious that a gene stealer Magus was in charge of this cell. They occupy a high position in the cult power structure, but not the highest, not according to the reports I have received.
Which you will predictably withhold from the rest of us, you scheming pest.
I trust your vigilance, Heinrix, and I hope that you will trust in my righteous fury if you discover any more of these abominations.
I suspect that fighting alongside humans is causing you certain difficulties, psychologically and tactically.
Azuriani are capable of adapting. You monkeys slow me down and slightly hinder me in combat. But it is tolerable.
I cannot shake the dire feeling that we were allowed to escape. That nocturne could hardly have pulled off his prank in the heart of Camorra without sanction from somewhere on high.
Our escape is a show that was staged by forces far greater than our helper. I would like to know the price we will have to pay for it.
Another reason to find a way out of here and never set foot in these dark streets again. I have no interest in getting caught up in Xenos schemes.
Then it's their mistake. I am not going back.
The hive is engulfed in smoke. And your palace, we will cleanse it, rogue trader. Down to the very last Xenos.
To the very last Xenos. Must be merely a monkey figure of speech, yes?
Abelard, I've been meaning to ask. How are you keeping it together so well? Don't you ever feel awful without her?
Enough, Tlas. We have a duty to the new rogue trader. You would do well to focus on that. If you keep your mind busy, you will have less opportunity to fill it with awful things.
About those folk from the lower decks. I think the enforcers went overboard. You can't keep people ground down all the time. Even if they don't kick up a fuss, they'll definitely go crazy.
Since when have you taken any interest in my work, idira? I was operating under a charter that was passed many years ago and approved by Lady Theodora. I don't suppose you would dispute her judgment.
I pity the weak and innocent who have fallen victim to the misdoings of others. It is better to fight on the front lines than to make the kind of decisions that fall to the seneschal.
Damned warp! If we'd been in real space, I'd have...
Idira, stop castigating yourself. Your soothsayings have always been vague. Even if you had heard, who among us would have realized that it was Lady Theodora who was in peril?
Spare me your wailing, witch. Every voice that sounds in your mind is a whisper of the archenemy.
First Conrad's betrayal, now this mess. How are you and I still alive, old man?
The mind boggles, Idira. But do you know what? I say we should continue this little tradition we have begun.
Silence. Blessed silence. Oh, I never thought my head could be so quiet.
I hope the ship will be calmer now. But I do not trust that thing. Who knows what it might do if you leave it on too long?
You cannot entrust your fate to the creation of a malignant Xenos mind. However, if it will save you from being possessed by the archenemy's powers...
Even with that device on, you are still a witch. In fact, you've become something worse. There is no telling what this Xenos-made noose is turning you into.
Ever since the Lord Captain paid a visit to Calcazar, I've had this uneasy feeling. It feels wrong, as if not everything has been said.
I was left with the same feeling, even without the gift of Providence. After all, it is quite unlikely that the Inquisition laid all its cards on the table.
Euphrates too is besieged by the forces of the archenemy, which means the righteous should be there. Those who harbor doubt and fear may turn aside and give way to his true sons and daughters.
You could learn something from him. One doesn't have to spout whatever pops into one's head, especially if it's your head, witch.
That Nomos thing was talking to me. It's weird. Kind of creepy. But it's harmless enough. And very curious.
Idira, for throne's sake, be careful with that creature. We do not even fully understand what it is. Until we do, you would do well to treat it as you would any other dangerous Xenos. For your own safety.
Heresy attracts heresy. Why am I not surprised?
Looks like the Lord Captain and Cass have been on the outs lately.
Hard times can forge tender feelings into something stronger. Sometimes it takes a good fight to reach true understanding.
Indeed. I do hope it lasts.
So Vladime has been left in charge of Footfall. Let's see what he will make of this mess with Chorda.
The first thing he must do is show greater deference, if not undying gratitude, in his dealings with the Lord Captain. It was only the Lord Captain's intervention that saved Vladime's hide.
The ability of lay people to draw far-reaching conclusions has been brought into question. Footfall will remain the same.
If Vladime is an idiot, he will continue begging the rogue trader for help. If not, It will be a while before we hear from him again.
It's strange. These systems seem familiar to me. Where do they remind me of?
I have an excellent memory for astronavigational parameters, and we have never been anywhere like this, but you are right, Idira. There is something strange about these worlds.
There are hardly any colors here, only inky darkness. It is a bad place, full of death.
Curious. I am versed in practices for suppressing memories. Could this be evidence of the use of one of them?
You're awful quiet there, Abelard. Are you picking out a nice spot for yourself? That pretty little casket looks as good as any.
Mistress Talas, I would appreciate it if you would stop treating me as if I were at death's door. To be interred here would be a high honor. But I would rather my final resting place be on Dargonus, closer to my family.
We have come here by a dark invitation. The black dragon stirs in the shadows, drinking blood, waiting for you.
Idira, pull yourself together. The governor sent out a call for help. No such entreaty can be considered dark.
I sense something strange. A thread running from the recent past to the future. Rivalry. Threat. It carries the taint of warp influence, but just barely.
If there is danger here, it would be logical to return to the ship and use the macro cannons to destroy this vessel.
So the Lord Captain is indulging the spinners now? Is he going to start cutting people left and right because the Undying One gave him a sign? So, the Lord Captain is indulging the spinners now? Is she going to start cutting people left and right because the Undying One gave her a sign?
Oh, by the Holy Throne. I hope not. This dynasty is enough of a mess as it is.
Your worry is misplaced. If the Undying One whispers your name, it will not be the Domin who claims you. It will be I. And I will do so with the proper respect.
I am certain that the sight of the sacred warrant leaves a stronger impression than some ludicrous ritual performed under a stream of blood. The rogue trader will choose the right path.
Every time I come here, I nearly go deaf. The sounds of the past assault my ears. Trumpets of glory interrupted by the rustling of rags and the clinking of coins above everything else.
Yeah, this place is turning me nearly deaf as well. And that's without sorcerous voices in my head. If it's not swearing, it's merchants shouting or gunshots. It's the same wherever one goes on footfall.
Vladime will be as slippery as a snake, like any seasoned operator. I don't need any voices in my head to predict that.
Some leaders hold on to power with an iron fist. But Takara isn't the type. He's an opportunist. A brilliant opportunist.
Ugh, another tin can on board. My little whispers say this one is far more interesting than the old one, but they all look the same to me.
Idira, if you must demonstrate your personal interpretation of the rules of courtesy and manners, please do so with less enthusiasm. Master Janitor Febris is a valued ally and guest of the Lord Captain.
Did you see that? They almost knocked us out of the air. Some bumbling idiot's going to regret that when he's dragged before the Lord Captain for questioning and trial.
I do not think the rogue trader should take a personal interest in a common crackpot. Summary execution will be sufficient.
The voices behind the door are cackling to the beat of all this commotion. Down? Yes. There's something down below.
If I'm not mistaken, the streets of Rycat Minoris are arranged in tiers. There is certainly something beneath this avenue. Storage facilities at the very least.
My eyes are stinging like crazy. I'll need augments if this goes on much longer. And the voices are still howling. I can hear my little friends behind the door sniffing at this lens, muttering to it. I can sense its foul, clammy energy. A nasty piece of kit.
This construct and its intended purpose truly evoke nothing but horror.
My little voices have quietened down. They're lying low, whispering somewhere in the distance, like a draft sighing through the smallest crack. I suppose I should see it as a bad sign, but it's so nice to hear myself think again.
Knowing you, Mistress Glass, and being unwillingly acquainted with your voices, I would remain on my guard.
Hey, your virtuousness. How are you doing?
I was born to wage war against darkness. I am always doing wonderfully when danger is near.
It's weird. My mind is completely empty. Not a single whisper, no premonitions. Nothing. Just empty.
The witch's mind is at ease. I must be doubly on my guard.
I want to say that makes this place convenient for interrogating psychers, but something about it puts me on edge. We should leave and forget how we ever got here.
Where did it go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
We've been out of the Rykad system for a while now, and my mind is still ringing with what I heard before we jumped. It's scary to even think about what's going on there now.
When the time comes, we will stand as an indestructible wall against the corruption that has engulfed this world. We will not give the archenemy another inch.
My entire life was lost in the nightmare of the Immaterium in a matter of seconds. It's not something that one can comprehend and accept in such a short time.
Hey, Adepta Sanctimonious. How come that heretic recognized you, You know, the one we pinned down in that stinking lair? Strange friends you've got. That's all I have to say.
Why did he recognize my face, witch? I should think because he has seen it often in his nightmares. I hope you see it too.
You have fallen for an old trick of the servants of chaos. Heretics often try to confuse the minds of the righteous when they are facing death. However, such a crude ploy would hardly work on Sister Argenta.
You would be surprised by all the garbage that heretics spout before death. Staring down the muzzle of a shotgun, they will say anything just to spite their executioner.
Our killjoy had a real chance of becoming the first arbitrator in the sector's history who ended his days in prison. A waste of a good legend, if you ask me.
Be silent, witch. You know not how bitterly remorse may haunt someone, or how those who truly believe always choose their own punishment.
The Lord Captain's mercy is great indeed. The Proctor had better remember it well, and remain grateful for the rest of his life.
If you'd asked me before what was more likely to happen, me becoming a nun or Master Killjoy hitting it off with their Lord Captain, I would have gone and bought me some prayer beads.
With one remark, you have scoffed at both the faith and other people's feelings. You really have no shame, witch.
The laywoman's foray into statistical analysis has failed deplorably. It is evident that you do not possess the means to purchase prayer beads, for the primary reason that you squander your upkeep on continued indolence.
The entire palace is drenched with fear. The dragon has encircled it with its body and crushed its bones. What was true today has become a lie.
The Emperor's light banishes all lies. But you will never understand that.
The capital stinks of sacrilege. Too many have departed before the Undying One willed it.
I hear strange breathing, full of poison and disease, masquerading as prayer.
For one such as you, the most sincere prayer would be poison.
Ugh, get a load of this. My eyes hurt just looking at all the marble and gold. The bosses back on Lyra, my homeworld, they lived in mansions like this.
Lyra? That is the name of the rock you crawled off? I will make a note of it. Another world requiring a dose of cleansing fire.
All this luxury pins you to the ground, like the gravitational grip of this world. A gilded yoke.
White. bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Darkness lurks beyond the bright flashes. No, two darknesses. One streaked with red, with clanking shackles and false preaching. The other a bilious yellow, the tang of roiling blood and screams of pain.
The colors of this place are flecked with sparks of pain. Bright scarlet, blackish crimson, deathly grey. A kaleidoscope of despair and madness.
Cass, tell me, what do you see when you look at me?
Usually a colorful pandemonium, but now your colors have faded. Are you afraid of me, Idira? Or of what I might see in you?
Ugh, they're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, all right? So you lots can calm down.
Your presence has flooded the astropath souls with myriad shades of horror. No, we should not tarry here.
Hoo-hoo-hoo! Cass's relatives certainly kicked up a fuss at the palace. An assassination attempt right at the rogue trader's reception. Crazy.
House Orselio has caused unnecessary trouble for the Lord Captain. By continuing to serve on the Fon Valancius flagship, I will atone for this regrettable error.
It is not my place to comment on the doings of the Navis nobility. I will only say that I hope their next visit will not result in the same hefty bill for repairs and enforcer replacements.
I saw the machine you were imprisoned in, but I had no idea.
Do not let the blue envelop you, Idira. We each had our own trials that we fought through as best we could.
I still can't believe you're alive, Cass. This place couldn't break you.
It almost did. If it weren't for the rogue trader, I would probably have lost my mind.
Cass, I've heard whispers that you've been crying into your pillow at night. I don't believe them, of course, but you have been really down lately.
Oh, not at all. It's just that I always wanted to be someone's one and only. But life has taught me that we do not always get what we want.
In the ice-bound lake of tears, you will find what has been lost. But will you find peace? Death has a single eye that watches from the darkness of the ages, but its hands will be you. I'm sorry, Master Cogbelly. It was stronger than me.
The associative series you set forth does not appear random to me somehow, but the solution eludes me. Nuncius, why have you gone quiet?
What are you gawking at, Iceman?
Merely taking a professional interest, nothing more.
I'd like to have seen Incendia's face when she found out we'd stolen footfall out from under her.
From what I know of Lady Chorda, I would not be rubbing my hands with glee if I were you. The rogue trader is a dangerous opponent.
Really? I would prefer to be as far away from her ladyship Chorda as possible at that moment.
Ever since the Iceman went down to Kiava Gamma for his mission, my little whisperers have been behaving oddly whenever he's around. I can't quite figure out what's changed, but it's just strange.
I thought you would have learned by now not to pay too much attention to your little whisperers. You may have become inured to their presence, Idira, but they are not your friends. Tread carefully.
What? The unholy voices from the darkness are less than delighted at the triumphant return of his servants from that nest of heresy? Astonishing.
As long as they are not telling you to slit our throats in our sleep, I see no cause for concern.
I still can't believe that you let me stay, Lord Captain. You didn't get rid of me. I'll live up to the trust you've placed in me.
You put too much faith in the power of your promise. I will find some time to teach you a few psi techniques that will help you steel your will against the archenemy's influence.
One day, your promise will turn to dust, like a wellspring that has run dry. I pray that on that day I will be there to end this heresy, once and for all.
For the first time, we can agree on something, which I can't believe it either.
Heinrix, my voices near you are whispering dark and monstrous things. This has never happened before. Never. What is going on with you?
I'm, fine. A little tired. Our recent trials would have worn anyone out. Listen less to the warp's exhortations and focus on the task at hand.
Those crazy screams in the lab the whole time I was there. That was you, wasn't it, Iceman? How did you survive that?
My fervent desire to boil a few hundred Xenos in their own skin on my way out of here proved stronger than death.
I've been thinking. Are we definitely back? Could this be another kind of torture cooked up by Tervantius? Some twisted dream?
If I ever suspect that you may be right, the first thing I'll do is test your theory by seeing what happens if I slit my own throat.
Kamora tested us all to our limits. And I am glad that I withstood the trial. It means that it is too early for me to retire just yet.
I could order Galato to bite you, which then you would know for sure. Oh, feeling more lucid already, are you?
After what went down on Fatan, don't you want to ask your boss a few questions?
When the time is right, idira. When the time is right.
It seems the connection with the Lord Captain is slowly driving Kibellah mad. Should we maybe...
Rest assured, Mistress Class, you are not the only one who sees it, or the only one who cares about the Lord Captain's life. And you are not the only one who has taken proactive measures.
I think she was mad to begin with, but I'm glad you're at least noticing it now.
Thousands and thousands of voices crying out for salvation, in hope, with wild promises. Their pain is your reward, interrogator.
I will pretend I did not hear your last words, witch.
The little voices are whispering that there's trouble waiting up ahead. And if you don't take things down a notch, you could be caught with your trousers down. Figuratively or literally, I'm not sure.
The only thing more priceless than this profound augury is the expressions of the people who just heard it.
I don't understand anything. The voices, they all just cried out and then stopped. They're silent now. This place is empty. Dead.
Idira is right. The immaterium here is muted, and we can only assume that the cause of this sudden silence is far from sacred.
I wonder what in this place caused you to have such an unusual reaction. It appears we are dealing with some kind of phenomenon that regulates the currents of the immaterium. We will have to test the hypotheses and the current field conditions.
I mislaid my favorite flask a few days ago. For the life of me, I cannot imagine where it's got to. I wonder, perhaps one of you purloined it,
You left it by the Vox operator's station on the bridge. You should reclaim it before the officer is upbraided for drinking at their post.
Die! When we get back, do you want to go back to that place on the lower decks? The one with the tables made out of used promethium tanks? That was fun!
Idira, Shireen. I thought you'd gone off the idea of hanging around with me after that shootout. But I have a few more ideas for how we can enjoy ourselves.
I can't stop thinking about the governor of Dargonis. Why wasn't he there when they stormed the rogue trader's palace?
When disaster comes knocking, a businessman's only concern is for his own property. The governor is a businessman, after all, albeit one dressed in the garb of a servant of the Imperium.
The official reason is that he failed to reach the palace in time because of attacks happening elsewhere. I have my own theories, but I suppose I had better keep them to myself.
These web spinners bathe in blood, gut corpses, and perform shady rituals. Remind me, how are these cultists any better than the ones we kill?
Because they do all that to someone other than us, obviously.
Death cults often cross the line. They are dangerous, but useful, like any weapon.
For every bad thing that's ever happened, Old Vice was always there to blame me for it. Who's the troublemaker now, eh? The warp, it spares no one. Burnt eyes or no.
No offense, Shireen, but for sheer quantity of unpredictable episodes, you are still firmly in the lead.
Yes, you are right. Gothies, both of you. As if there was ever a time when your ilk did not stink of plague.
What did you just say? Or was it not you? The voices are growing stronger. Why? Something's not right.
Oh, this tasteless extravagance could send anyone mad. Look at that. These ashmags have used expensive Cavossian wood on the finishes.
Wow! Are all the machines operational now? Funnily enough, this place has started to look even creepier than before.
Nonsense. It's brighter and cleaner, and there's less blood. Everything's relative. You should see where the people on Footfall go for their Medicaid treatment.
Pain and an unquenchable thirst for life. This ship reminds me more and more of a true reflection of monkey nature.
So, I hear you use the tarot to divine the future. Do you have nightmares afterwards? Problems sleeping? Voices haunting you?
All my nightmares come to me when I am awake. As for his blessed whisper, it has been with me all my life.
I've been watching you divine using the Emperor's tarot, and do you know what? I think you have the Psyker's gift, sister.
Hold your tongue, or you will be punished for blasphemy, witch. I have the blessing of the Undying One upon me, not the perversity with which you are tainted.
The whispers are yelping with delight. They always get so excited when they sense others like them nearby.
I hear the voices of the dead, as if they were standing right behind me.
Glato, heal. If even the witch is restless, then we must be headed for trouble.
Darkness. There is darkness everywhere, biting, hungering. And it's all wrong. Watch where you tread. One misstep, and this doom will swallow you.
Darkness is an ally of those who follow the tenets, a cloak that conceals the spinners from his enemies. But here, the darkness is the enemy.
The witch is right. Something is off. Glato's visors are reacting to the shadows. That is not normal.
I've asked you before, but I'll ask you again. Eldari are supposed to be all the one species, aren't they? But I look at you, stick insect, and I don't understand why you and your kin are so creepy looking. Nothing like the Eldari on Janus. I suppose a diet of pain and torment won't do wonders for anybody's looks, but...
Just leave me alone.
You're always praying, Cog. Don't you ever bore yourself? Do you even know what fun is? What about jokes, huh?
The concept of humor has been detected in the catalogue. Demonstration. An ignorant layperson, a low-status candidate for servitorization, and a blasphemous augment thief walk into a bar, deprived of the omnisci's blessing.
I can barely understand cogs when they talk, but it seems I'm going to have plenty of opportunities to bone up on my translation skills.
When the truth is comprehended, let it be sheltered from the profane mind and ring out in binaric purity.
True believers will find common ground, if not in words, then in a shared desire to cleanse this world of corruption.
The whole story surrounding our new Enginseer Prime makes me antsy. It's like a huge machine has been set into motion, and it can't wait to fit all its parts together.
Castaway diviners who see the future in the immaterium. Statistical analysis alone is truly pure.
An interesting observation. Did it come from your mind or the whispers? Either way, don't assign any importance to it. Cogs are too good at keeping their secrets.
You are far too impressionable for someone who has a hole into the warp inside her skull. Are you simply insane? Trying to make sense of your chatter is giving me a headache.
They're scrabbling around, digging into my skull from the inside. It's like nails dragging down these metal walls.
I have conducted a visual survey of the locale. The bunker's metal cladding is fully intact and undamaged.
Nice little spot. It's good to see folks enjoying themselves. Even the air in here feels nicer to breathe.
An entire establishment dedicated to unproductive and parasitical pursuits. A waste of station space.
Yes, this is a real hotspot. I would not be surprised to run into some familiar faces from the wide list, but they sure would be surprised. Right, Glato?
Don't think I didn't see you in the bar on the lower decks, Master Killjoy. Even arbitrators need to let their hair down once in a while, right?
Wrong. I was calculating how easy it would be to isolate the place if a drunken witch went berserk.
I just don't get it. Why didn't the Lord Captain make Master Killjoy the new marshal? He's the most hard-headed, immovable boulder of a lawman in the sector. What other qualities are there to look for?
I do not discuss my orders, witch. I do what must be done without hesitation. I am already honored that the rogue trader commanded me to choose the new marshal.
You speak of the same paltriness of thought that made the last monkey such a convenient instrument in another's hands. It is obvious that the rogue trader does not want to let another fool come to power.
Here's what I'm wondering, Master Killjoy. How does your Lex view the current situation with the Lord Captain, huh? Can't judge a rogue trader, can you?
Do not try to bait me. The Lex Imperialis states that I have no right to judge the bearer of the sacred warrant. This clear restriction spares me from having to indulge in pointless deliberations.
Is this the Lex Imperialis? I expected something heftier.
These are merely excerpts from a few chosen paragraphs. The Lex itself is so vast that all of Dargonis' spires could not hold it.
I can't work out if you respect me for my abilities or despise me, big man. You're glaring at me now like you've just downed some sour amasek. Don't you like me?
I am no fool. I will not insult a witch who knows the spirits, but I am not careless enough to forego a protective amulet in your presence. You are not to be trusted.
I feel strange. I was searching for a solution to my problem, and I found one, but I turned it down at the last second. And do you know what's strange, Lord Captain? I don't regret it. Not one bit.
You are fated to be a goatee, a cursed soul who knows the spirits. If the All-Father had wanted a different path for you, he would have woven you a better fate. Do not defy destiny.
Instead of a homunculus creation, you have entrusted your soul to what lies beyond the veil. So tread your accursed path without fear. Your destiny was set from the beginning.
Look how cleverly this beast is trying to outrun time. My gut tells me that it's related to the one we met in the ruins. Well, it can't escape its fate, no matter how quick it is.
Again you speak in riddles, Gothi. What do you mean by outrun time? I've never met an enemy whose head you lop off first, and only then does he run away from you.
Confirming attempted disruption of retrocausality, classified as a minor chrono-anomaly. Investigation is impossible due to the tech-heretical nature of the offending entity. Eradication of the anomaly is impossible due to its absence from the field of view.
People go on and on about Xenos this and Xenos that. But I look at you, yrliet, and I think you look like a human, albeit a dangerously skinny one.
A degrading comparison, monkey. You are the call of Cylon Thrash in a corporeal shell. You could tear the veil apart at any moment. We are as alike as a snowy mountain peak and dirt on the sole of a shoe.
Well, well. It seems their Lord Captain has a habit of forgiving the unforgivable. Hey, Red?
I hear understanding in your voice. I see. You too made a mistake that should have spelt your doom, and escaped it.
Ugh, these portals! I can't figure out how far we are from the damned arena. Should we be worried about them coming after us? Can we hope for a way out of this?
Komorra is a labyrinth. Finding the way out is not always possible, even for its inhabitants. But we were guided by an Arabenian, one of the rulers of the Webway. He knew exactly in which direction to nudge his actors.
Metric calculus is useless. The spaces of unreality are comprehensible only through empirical evidence, not systematic analysis.
When I was searching for Glato, a man told me the city of the Xenos was boundless and incomprehensible. I think I snapped his neck in a rage. At least now I know he wasn't lying.
The whispers. They're screaming. In rage and resentment. As if they're on their warpath. But they're afraid. They say we're going where death itself dies.
My soul hears no screams, witch. Only silence. Devoid of hope and life. The coldness of eternity that presages calamity.
The minions of she who thirsts are quaking in terror. That's the best thing I've heard all day.
Oh. Poison runs through mechanical veins. The path to your goal seems easy as long as you do not turn back. Fire rages in an iron heart.
Your pronouncements sometimes remind me of our Farseus prophecies, monkey. Only vaguely, of course. Your diviners are hardly comparable to ours.
Since you're a witch anyway, would you do us a favor, in the throne's name, and train your whispers to line up and report properly?
Today, the first link will pull the others along with it, and soon the chain will tighten around the neck. But whose? No, I can't see.
Your predictions are the chain that chokes the will of a free being. Be silent, monkey.
What are they? They're in the walls, above us, under the floor. They're scratching at my skull. They want to disembowel me, to wear my skin.
I too sense eyes upon us, like a beast preparing to pounce. Hundreds of beasts.
I hear whispers, but not from him. Something is sleeping in the darkness, or is pretending to.
Hey, old man, are your joints playing up? You're walking funny.
Fear not, Mistress Haydari, I am feeling perfectly well. I do so appreciate your thoughtful concern.
Shireen, you know I've never been afraid of a fight, but even the thought of us having to go into that thing's lair gives me a bad feeling. Wouldn't it be simpler to just hit it with a targeted salvo from orbit?
Your idea would have merit were there even one working Vox receiver here. Without communications, it will be impossible to aim the ship's guns accurately enough to achieve a result that is in any way satisfactory.
Don't worry, Jai. The little voices have been telling me lately that if we don't destroy this scum, we're going to be stuck in this hole for a long time. And we're not exactly spoiled for entertainment here, as you can see.
That old Kasha. She almost outsmarted us. I hope the Exalted One judges her soul harshly.
With age comes experience. The prefect turned out to be better versed than the rest of us combined.
Utur miscalculated when she thought that controlling the Marshal meant controlling the Lex Imperialis. The Emperor's law cannot be deceived, bribed, or distorted.
Why does this place look deserted? On Ifrit, the burial sites of eminent figures are always crowded with people absorbed in prayer.
We are voidsmen. Our dead prefer to sleep in silence. Only a small number of servitors attend to their needs.
Ah, Shireen, what fabulous places you take us to. Abandoned ships, foul-smelling back streets, and now a filthy compartment where anyone is welcome to get themselves killed by a conductive charge.
I, for one, cannot wait until this bold streak passes and the Lord Captain realizes just how comfortable her throne is. I, for one, cannot wait until this bold streak passes and the Lord Captain realizes just how comfortable his throne is.
I hope we have time to sample the local libations. I have heard rave reviews of Janus's distilleries.
Dreaming of feasting in a time of plague? True to form as ever, Mistress Hedari.
You could work as a bloodhound peddler. Where you go, that's where one will find the most corrupt individuals on the whole planet.
Why, Seneschal, it is positively scandalous of you to invade a lady's personal space like this, let alone in a place of holy worship. Do you perchance have something untoward in mind?
Kindly keep your antics to yourself, and your hands too. I am merely making sure that the dynasty's relics do not end up in the inventory of some Casbalican fence.
I admire your sense of family duty, Shireen. If I had an elderly relative buzzing in my ear and trying to claim my place, I wouldn't hesitate to send him back to where he crawled out of.
Oh, no one doubts that, Mistress Hedari. That is why the von Valancius dynasty has won glory for its name throughout the Coronis Expanse for hundreds of years. And you are famed only among the rapscallions of Footfall.
You should not underestimate the wisdom of an old friend and experienced colleague, Mistress Hedari. Extensive studies show that the presence of such individuals can be vitally important.
Sister Argenta, do you want to pray together to the Exalted One when we return to the ship? But it has to be somewhere private. I don't want to ruin my reputation as an unscrupulous trader.
Sometimes I think you are not such a bad person, Jai, and it unnerves me.
I still can't believe we've been saved. In the Dark City, I often prayed to the Exalted One, and now I'm going to need a lot of thrones to hold up my end of the bargain. But I have no regrets.
Salvation is the consequence of his immeasurable mercy to those faithful to his cause, not the fruit of any bargain. The Emperor does not strike deals.
Do not underestimate the magical power of oaths. The spirits respect those who make weighty vows. Everyone on Fenris knows this.
I will carry in my heart the dark memory of that place. The place where his whisper does not sound, where there is no hope.
Gold and blood. Luxury doesn't usually stir up such mixed emotions in me.
There is nothing to fear here, Jai. Suffering is the lot of all who wish to preserve the purity of their souls in his gaze.
Some of these devices could extract quite a bit of suffering from those who use them to, what do you call it, treat. Fascinating place.
The Imperium is laughably unoriginal in its educational methods. Corrective labor in the mines. Places like this show mercy to no one, adult or child.
These transgressors ought to be weeping in gratitude for being given a chance to atone through hard labor.
It is true. Most malefactors cannot be reformed, only chained or killed. Like you.
Cass, light of mine eyes. Have you ever considered dyeing your hair? With your house's wealth, you could afford the finest treatments.
Why ever would I do that? I perceive the hues swirling in people's souls. Their masks cannot deceive my gaze.
I used to think orcs were my worst nightmare. Ugh, the folly of innocence. The queues in the Administratum are much, much scarier.
The Adeptus Administratum officials are so wan. It is as if life itself in all its vividness and splendor, has left their hearts.
I understand all that, Shireen. And yet, I mourn her. I enjoyed Idira's company. May the Exalted One preserve that Gabi Kashha's tainted soul.
Perhaps at the moment of her death, she found the peace she had been deprived of in life. At least, that is what I would like to believe.
Those who deny him in life are not worthy of his mercy in death.
I'm curious, Shireen. Could your gift help us find our way out of here?
It could, in a way. If I opened my navigator's eye, it would clear from our path any who tried to stop us.
We're paying Vladimir a visit. He'll be overjoyed to see his old friend.
Your words are shrouded in thick green smoke, but warm yellow light shines through. You truly are pleased to see him, aren't you?
Oh, wisest of men. A couple of artifacts have come into my possession that may interest you. Out of great respect and goodwill, I am willing to donate them to you for a very reasonable price.
Mistress Hedari, I am flattered by your boundless generosity. But I would like to point out that the word donate implies a gift given free of charge. However, I am sure we can find a consensus.
Eogunn, now that you've seen the real me, I suppose you won't want to have any more of our highbrow chats, will you?
On the contrary, Mistress Hedari. I know all too well the fear of a predatory past dogging my steps, and the desire to flee until the ground itself runs out beneath my feet. I do not care in what guise you appear before me, for you retain your keen mind and sharp tongue.
Oh, wisest of men, how have you kept a grip on your sanity after the barbarity of that Ashmag Xenos? I thought I'd had it rough, but he butchered you like a grox.
Hatred, Mistress Hedari. By musing on the Xenos mutilating experiments and recalling the components of my construction, I diverted my mind from the pain. But it was hatred that stopped me from surrendering.
Master Van Calix, you and I need to find some time to talk business. In private. I believe you have information that will be extremely helpful to me, and extremely valuable.
Mistress Udari, you will find a private conversation with me to be extremely unhelpful to you and your business. Save your charm and money for another informant.
Once again, the generosity of the rogue trader to Jai Hedari knows no bounds. With the Mercatum Tabula Officiale, I will be more useful to you, Shireen. And may the Exalted One protect your dynasty.
I suspect that queuing up for a certificate is not the most effective use of the rogue trader's time and energy, but the Lord Captain clearly has a different view on the matter.
Monkey are so dependent on scraps of paper. It is as though every word written by your hands possesses invisible power.
Why are you limping like that? Haven't you healed yourself?
It is a long process. I could try to hide my infirmity, I suppose, but I'm not as accomplished an actor as you are, Shireen.
I can only imagine what has been happening in the Dark City since the Lord Captain destroyed the last lock, holding back the forces of the warp from breaking through.
I would like to think that it will mean the end of the Drukhari nest, but Camorra is too massive for even such a blow to prove fatal to it.
The enemies of humanity have been dealt a blow. Fitting retribution for the suffering these monsters have inflicted on the innocent and the weak.
Multiplying suffering and opposing transcendental entropy with violence, I suppose. I would be lying if I said I did not wish to observe it, but my mind as yet retains a sense of self-preservation.
Ah, our good proctor. He always seemed to me so stern and unapproachable, but in truth he was not nearly so stern and indeed quite approachable after all.
I assume an exception was made for one specific individual. I still do not recommend pushing the boundaries of what is permissible, even in light of this new information.
It calms my heart to know that Amic Solomorne and his beast guard the Domin's sleep. and that Viljai will not be slithering her way into those sacred chambers.
I wonder if Cass and the Lord Captain are comfortable with, well, with all the navigator quirks. The sharp claws, the delicate gills.
Hidari, stop. You can wonder about it if you like, but spare the rest of us and keep your thoughts to yourself.
A fascinating question indeed, from an anatomical standpoint. If only everyone shared your scholarly interest, Mistress Hidari. I trust you will record any findings in detail and share them with me. What? Nuntius, no more of your abhorrent insinuations.
Heinrix, I never thought I would say this, but you and I have something in common, wouldn't you agree? What do you say to discussing our shared passions? Swapping stories?
At least have the decency not to make such shameless suggestions in the presence of our shared passion.
I know several individuals who would be willing to lay down a lot of thrones for a pile of this dead scrap. And a couple of obliging explorators, too.
Mistress Hidari, if you ever manage to pull off such a trade, I would be extremely interested in the identities of the purchasers.
I am willing to assist you with the identifiers of some of those involved, but Nuntius and I have a condition. Before the samples wind their way into your capable hands, my dearest colleague and I will thoroughly study and comprehend the nature of each of them.
Oh, Exalted One! The damned Ashmags won't even let them explain themselves!
Very few in the Imperium receive the privilege of a trial. Those people aren't part of that circle.
Wanna know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about being in my nice heated cabin with a glass of something warm and somebody warm pressed up against me.
Hey, quit that giggling. What are we heading into here, huh? Certain death? Or was it meant to be a surprise? So hilarious. Wait, Jai? Did you just say something?
Chin up, peddler. Trials make us stronger. This world might just be a few vices out of you.
Idira, Shireen, dispel my doubts. Can you use your visions to see what card will be dealt at the gaming table?
Of all the times to ask!
Who would have thought that the lowly Jai Hidari would become part of the rogue trader's retinue? The Exalted One is truly generous.
I used to think the same way when I first fell in with Lady Theodora. You'll get used to it eventually. Want me to show you the way to the least worst watering hole on the ship?
The path of the Emperor's chosen takes strange twists and turns. But as long as your heart is filled with faith, I welcome you to our ranks.
I have met hundreds like you, peddler. You obtain any power at all, and your ambitions run wild until you are in violation of the Lex. Don't push your luck. I'm watching you.
No worries. We'll pull through. We're going to get out of here. Soon we'll be letting loose on the middle deck just like before. What do you say, Idira?
Oh, I don't know. If I survive, I think I'll be afraid of dark corners for a good 6 months, let alone dark taverns full of darker characters.
The Lord Captain shouldn't have let the assassin get so close, if you know what I mean.
Well, at least in bed she's unarmed, and so she's not as dangerous. She is unarmed, right?
The tickling sense of danger she spreads is an exquisite spice. The rogue trader certainly knows how to add a frisson of heat to an encounter.
Will it make me the scum of the galaxy if I say I'm not the slightest bit sorry Kibellah is gone? I know she was one of us, but...
But boy, are we going to sleep well tonight? Ah! What a thing to say, Jai. You're a terrible person, and nobody else feels that way at all. Certainly not.
I am registering satisfaction at the death of an ally. This unit has met my expectations with this show of disloyalty.
Oh, all those machine smells. Ever since the Sextier became fully operational, the stench in here has made breathing pure torture. And the stuffiness, some of the more delicate patients might faint.
Exactly. They seem to be patching up the living here, but the atmosphere is for cobs alone. I hope they're releasing their cured faster than they're coming down with new diseases from breathing in this stuff.
Jai, about whom? I don't think stooping to transparently derogatory insinuations is worthy of the Lord Captain's retinue.
First you take stimulants to hear whispers, then you torture yourself for the perverted pleasure it gives you. Admit it, your vaunted self-denial is nothing but a facade.
People see only what they know, and all you know is the poisonous sweetness of vice.
Listen, bonehead, I often want to strangle you, but I'm sorry you had to do it yourself.
I do not want your pity. Not now, not ever.
Only a fool sees the scales as a symbol of impartial judgment. A wise person knows that a deft hand will always tip the scales in the right direction.
I never thought I would agree with you, Viljai. The position of the scales matters not if the Undying One's whisper contradicts it. You are living proof of that.
You've been easier to tolerate since you were taken down a peg. You're not any nicer, just easier.
Let me know if you grow tired of things being easy. I would take great pleasure in making your life much, much more difficult.
Poor Footfall. Whatever Jorda tells herself, what she has done to the station cannot be pleasing to the Exalted One.
Some of your kin do know how to enjoy themselves. Given the fecundity of your species, I suppose replacing dead livestock would not be difficult.
Footfall amazed me the day I first set foot on it, and I was amazed again to see it transformed. Why has the arrival of godliness on the station had such a frightening effect?
It's not a court, it's a farce. The guilty escaped while she was busy crushing slum rats.
Vladiam is no longer liege of Footfall. Not that I feel sorry for the old weasel, but he did know how to keep the station under control. Will his replacement be able to handle such an unruly house?
Monkey understand the language of pain and death better than most. A few hundred more massacres to drive the message home, and the bravest of your number will submit forever to the whip of their new mistress.
Incendia Chorda's methods have enabled her to keep an entire trade protectorate on a tight leash. I have no doubt that Footfall will bow down before her sooner or later.
Jorda's methods aside, she can keep order on the station, and that is something Footfall needs more than air regenerators at this time.
I bet that as soon as we come across something interesting, the greedy hunk of junk will crackle on about the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus and try to lay his hands on the spoils.
I am judging and disregarding the statement of the unworthy thief who has disrespected the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Rusty bridges over dusty trenches. How frightfully fascinating. Truly, the mind boggles. Remind me again why we've come all this way.
As expected, your sluggish and feeble mind is ignorant of the obvious bounty at hand. Any inquisitive explorer would realize that we are near a great source of knowledge.
It is good to see the people of Footfall are once again getting back on their feet. There are many common folk on the station who now will no longer need to fear that they will die of starvation.
A preemptive reduction in surplus population may have had a positive effect on the station's productivity. Analysis indicates that units with the lowest utility were at risk of death.
Vladime's first priority will be to feed the people keeping him in power on Footfall. Aid should eventually make its way to the common workers as well.
That charitable gesture has undermined the stability of the entire sector. Footfall is now a contested territory. It will regret choosing not to starve.
At least we emerge from the arena in one piece and not as mincemeat. That is the best outcome we could have hoped for.
Hope is unwarranted. Dreams are premature. Our chances of survival have increased marginally. For now.
Each of us has fallen victim to this abyss. The colors of each have been broken, sullied. We have left far more than blood and flesh here.
I concur, Mistress Haidari. I fear that even my skills would have been insufficient to restore our corporeal integrity had we failed.
Listen, Metal Man, your body... Throne, take me. No one deserves such a fate.
The unit's functioning is at a satisfactory level. The level of compassion in the thief's communication has been logged.
We both know the law frowns upon the cold trade, but you haven't threatened me with punishment like all the rest. Is my charm more powerful than your devotion to protocol?
Go and charm someone else. An arbitrator's time is valuable, and not to be wasted on petty criminals.
So, lawman, now you know I'm a deserter. Still feel like telling me how to live my life and trying to put me on the right path?
Unlike you, I do not run from duty. I suggest you finally yield and become an honorable subject of the Imperium.
Oh, what a treasure trove. I thought the last room was full of fascinating things, but the splendor here defies description entirely. Shireen, we must explore every nook and cranny of this place immediately.
In all my years serving the Imperium, this is the first time I've seen anyone so eager to rush headlong into the jaws of a monster. Then again, all criminal filth, unsavory elements, think alike. I won't try to stop you.
An attempted unauthorized breach of the security perimeter created by the Xenos intelligence may cause a critical increase in the risk of detection by the enemies of humanity, exhorting the unit Idira to observe standard protocols when encountering suspicious objects.
Someone is bound to ask sooner or later, so it might as well be me. Purely out of curiosity, is a rogue trader still a rogue trader if they don't have a warrant?
According to the letter of the Lex Imperialis, the lack of a supporting document revokes the right to style oneself as a rogue trader. The status of worlds already conquered by the dynasty, meanwhile, is unclear.
A dangerous question to pose for someone using a rogue trader's patronage as a shield against accusations of xeno-heresy, Shireen.
By the Exalted One, how many treasures lie hidden in this maze? There is only one way to find out.
For you, there is only one way indeed. By looking with both your hands where I can see them, while standing at a respectful distance from the sacred tithe.
Whatever is the matter, Proctor? Could it be that the rogue trader's presence allows for some relaxation of the Lex Imperialis?
That the rogue trader has decided to take something for herself does not mean I won't report the loss to the Marshal. Do you want to see your name in the report as well? In a separate row? That the rogue trader has decided to take something for himself does not mean I won't report the loss to the Marshal. Do you want to see your name in the report as well? In a separate row?
What is that stink, rich aroma coming from your cell? Are you brewing Fenrisian mead in there? I've heard of the stuff. I wouldn't say no to a taste.
Mead would eat away at your stomach and liver, swindler. Are you not satisfied with the number of augments you already have? Content yourself with sipping on booze intended for ordinary mortals.
You are different from your kin, Yrliet, and that worries me. Not knowing what to expect means I always have to be on my guard.
You are unusually perceptive for a monkey, and you have such an unruly nature. Perhaps I should take a closer look at you too.
In spite of your years, your body and spirit remain strong. Tell me, abelard, what do you do to train them?
Well, I spent a lot of time running back and forth after the Lord Captain, for a start.
Anyone plotting against abelard must be put to death. Let their execution teach these vassals how the Domin's first advisor is to be treated.
I would prefer not to rely on public execution as a means to solving every problem. Better that the nobility be governed by fidelity to the dynasty's interests, rather than fear.
The souls of Rykad Minoris. They will never reach the Undying One. Their names have been distorted forever, and he will not be able to utter them.
Not just their names. Indeed, a fate worse than death has befallen them.
Every time I close my eyes, my eyelids burn with the maddening colors of a world consumed by heresy. a terrible sight to behold.
Abelard, there are techniques and tools to help you forget. I can...
No. There are some things one must not forget, Mistress Kibellah.
The commoners should never have opposed the will of Abelard. Each person has their place on the flagship, their burden awarded by the Undying One.
Mistress Kibellah, spare an old man's heart. Any more of that and I'll have to adopt you.
Is the Domin trying to comprehend the limits of baseness and vice? Is that why Viljai is allowed to live?
You simply have to hit every nerve you come across, don't you? Let's just chalk this one up to the Lord Captain's whims.
What sacraments do the servants of the administratum perform to deaden the spirit of those who visit their cult's temple? I wish to tell the Vizier about them.
We call it bureaucracy, Mistress Kibellah.
What the priest in red did, I felt the will of the Undying One. He doomed the machine spirit as I doom the souls of people.
I hope he shows more consideration for the machinery on board our ship than the spinners of the blood-spun web do our crew members.
Upper deckers avoid coming here. But how can one live aboard the flagship only to turn one's back on the core that gives it life?
This core can just as easily take a life too. Especially if someone around here takes a fancy to your boots.
The glow of emergency beacons in the darkness is more familiar to me than the light of any star. Follow me, Domin. I will guide us.
The world is crumbling. The star has gone out. And she is looking for the positives. The grit of a true Voidborn.
We're surrounded by darkness and flames, and you're feeling cozy.
Faith leads you along your thread as it leads me along mine. We both serve him in our own way. So, why do I see such worry in your eyes whenever you look at me, Argenta?
We find our foes by different means. I kill those deemed guilty of heresy by the exalted ecclesiarchy. You kill those identified by vague portents. And I do not know to what extent they can be trusted.
Now that the heresy of rebellion has engulfed this entire world, no walls will offer shelter from his furious judgment.
Indeed. Our only option is to fight to the last drop of blood and secure victory for the glory of the Emperor, or to die in the attempt.
I hope the Domin bringing a Xenos into her retinue is some kind of elaborate trap. I hope the Domin bringing a Xenos into his retinue is some kind of elaborate trap.
If that is the case, then we should have been informed. Otherwise, the prey might find its neck snapped before the trap can slam shut.
Until his last breath, Nemesite was dedicated to his purpose. Had he not been the weapon of a twisted will, I would have recognized him as worthy.
You are driven by your service to the Emperor, while he was nothing but a heretical spawn, an abomination. Do not suggest that the two of you were alike.
You, monkey, are all equally unsettling in your self-renunciations, regardless of what path you might choose.
Tell me something, Venai Cassia. Do you truly see the Undying One's light in the darkness between the stars? What is it like?
Amid the boundless terror of the Sea of Souls, his distant light is akin to a great burning heart. I see it beating in the darkness, and I know that I can find my path.
The station that nurtured the Navigator is dead. The Domin's flagship is now your home, and there is no way back.
How strange. Your words are bleak, but I can see a glimmer of joy in your soul. Is this how you bid me welcome?
I am certain that Mistress Kibellah, like any Voidborn, is concerned for the well-being of her vessel, and is pleased that the flagship has found a navigator.
A coddled life leads to nothing but ruin. Trials are what hardens the spirit. then Cassia should offer thanks to the Undying One for the suffering she has endured.
This outlook on life is unseemly and crude, but not without truth. The characters in my favorite novels have to overcome adversity. Now it is my turn.
One has lived a life of self-denial and training, the other, one of luxury and books. Neither has any idea how real life works.
Your clan paid in blood for the attack on the Domin. Carry the memory of it.
I shall consider this a show of sympathy rather than a threat.
Blood has guided Amic Argenta since her birth. Blood has led her to that which is hidden. Blessed are those who steadily walk the thread.
The preacher Yerebor wrote, "Each will be asked according to their strength and rewarded according to their merit." I shudder even to imagine her reward.
So this is how vast the sky is. It is no wonder that mutiny broke out here. How can order be maintained in a place without compartments or bulkheads?
I would argue that it is not the size of the territory, but the competence of the governor that matters. He did not even send a proper cortege to meet us.
Your friend's skull that you keep beside you, priest. It serves as your eternal tribute to the Undying One, does it not?
Nuncius is not a skull, but a highly sophisticated construct, and my dearest colleague. Your faith distorts your perception of reality, and you see death even where it is absent, Kibellah.
I know that you are watching me, heinrix, not as a friend, but as a sentry. I do not mind.
Thank you. I do not doubt your loyalty, but your method for selecting victims makes me wary.
Hunting is sacred to these parts. I will perform this ritual with reverence to honor his design.
I doubt the Moravians attach any sacred meaning to the extermination of local fauna. From what I have been able to observe, death is a daily occurrence for them.
It is a fine thing to entertain the son of the Allfather with a good hunt. My hands yearn for battle.
The thread of true service is one of loss. May the events of Phaeton 4 not weaken your resolve, heinrix.
Do not pretend to have any understanding of loss, Mistress Kibellah. Your mind is too warped to be capable of empathy. Return to your duties.
Governor Medina has done the living a grave disservice. It grieves me to think how he will serve the Undying One when he calls his servant to his side.
The privilege of saying what you think with no regard for diplomacy is a gift, one I hope you appreciate.
Such harsh judgment of a superior from the insolent mouth of a common... I beg your pardon. What I meant to say was, I am amazed at the boldness of your thought.
This is what happens when you act against the will of the Undying One. Yvain was trying to save someone whose name had already been spoken.
For individuals of Yvain's standing, friendship is an unacceptable luxury and a vulnerability that the ruinous powers are only too eager to exploit.
Just one crazy aristocrat getting into trouble, trying to talk sense into another crazy aristocrat. Rich people have a strange way of amusing themselves.
Heinrix, my thread is inseparable from the Domin. I am her shadow, and our bond is unbreakable. Step aside. Heinrix, my thread is inseparable from the Domin. I am his shadow, and our bond is unbreakable. Step aside.
I fear we have both allowed ourselves to mix duty and sentiment. I will not back down. And I suppose neither will you.
It was right that marazhai was killed, but not like this. Not for the amusement of the Xenos, and not according to their rules.
I too would have preferred 8 hours of interrogating the wretch with the use of biomancy first, but we must be grateful to the Emperor for small blessings.
Nonsense! The worm has gone into the jaws of Mordecai, and the other wretches have seen that their best warriors are no match for us.
The mind is clouded, the eye blind, and the ear deaf. But blood does not lie. His angel slew demons, his own or ours. It does not matter.
There is no blood on this battlefield. Not a trace. I advise you not to succumb to the hysteria that has gripped our esteemed companion, and pray to the Emperor.
All that brutal, monstrous power in body and spirit. I still cannot believe he did not break under the force of it.
Dark forces are devouring you, tearing at your soul, idira. I could teach you techniques to clear your mind.
Just no intoxication, bloodletting, or self-torture, all right? Hey, why have you gone all quiet there, Scully?
You have merely delayed your inevitable death in the claws of the warp, idira. You could have asked for deliverance, but you did not. Why?
Because I'm not a brainwashed death cultist. Because I want to live. Because there are people counting on me. I owe it to them to stick around.
Idira, Shireen, don't listen to that cassia. Listen to me instead. Wait until you see what we have planned on the middle decks in your honor.
Unfinished service is sufficient reason to extend life, even if that life is marked by a flaw. Hypothetically, the stigma of psycherism is correctable, unlike death.
Mentor, our last duel was your final lesson. The wounds you left are your parting gift. I will treasure them until the undying Emperor summons me.
The old man went out knee-deep in blood and trying to kill the person dearest to him. I thought only deranged psychers died this way, but here we are.
It is this sentimentality that will forever keep you from rising above your own primitive nature. If it must be so, then you can live out the rest of your days as prey.
All prospective arbitrators must first endure the loss of their parents. It tempers us, and duty becomes our sole pillar. You, however, will likely grow only more unstable after your father's death.
I remember you helping them to remove the corpses from my cell, idira. You looked peaceful.
I was so engrossed in the newfound silence that I didn't even realize it was you at first. I'm so sorry, Kibellah.
The souls that tormented Zachary, did they reject death? Or did the Undying One accept them into his hands in the end?
I don't hear them among the whispers. So, let's hope it's this second one.
Seldom does she who thirsts release victims from her grasp. It is better that you do not dwell on their fate.
Death has whispered many names, yet when it got to ours, it simply stopped. Not here, not now, not today.
Remind me to light a candle in that temple of yours. I'll have to ask Death to stammer more often.
All these creatures, both unintelligent and alien, are marked by the Undying One. But they balance on the edge between life and death, doomed to the eternal torture of half-existence. The one who turned them into this makes a mockery of the laws of being. I burn with the desire to correct this.
Not quite dead, not quite alive, right? But where'd you get the idea that you absolutely have to finish them off, Scully?
The suggestion makes sense to me. A good Xenos is a dead Xenos, and a half-living one is still a threat, even if it has been turned into a statue. If this state is reversible, spawn like them could cause a great deal of trouble.
Your faith in him is a brazen lie. You never abstain, you only indulge. Your heart has no place for sacrifice in the Undying One's name.
The Exalted One is both life and light. And yet somehow, you lot have managed to turn his golden glow into darkness, and his mercy into savage murder.
I am aware that some grieve for idira. They are wrong to do so. She died a human being before corruption could devour her soul.
Wrong? What are you talking about? Why don't you cut out your tongue and sew your mouth shut, or whatever perversions your cult enjoys?
Mistress Kibellah, I understand you were raised by a death cult, but ordinary people mourn those with whom they have served for many years.
Footfall only received sustenance thanks to the Domin's magnanimity. The people have been taught to rely on the compassion of others, a lesson in helplessness.
Your cult of blood fanatics also only exists on the Lord Captain's sufferance. What do you have to say to that?
We have earned this right through sacrifice and service, and we will humbly accept death if the Domin decides that the spinners are no longer needed by the flagship. Blessings can be bestowed upon peasants directly, as Incendia Chorda does. And the Domin has the right to do the same?
I knew a commander who preferred quick, simple, and effective measures. A shame he didn't survive.
A rogue trader's privileges are extensive. On footfall, they are limitless. But some still are wise enough not to exercise those privileges to the fullest.
I like Viljai better without the mask. But rot without a mask is still rot.
Looks like we picked the right unhinged zealot after all. Or did all your dead doppelgangers hate me just as much as you do?
Our footsteps sound louder than usual. Their thunderous echoes are magnified by the terror in the Xenos' hearts.
This carnage has really livened you up. Are you sure you're not one of the Drukhari?
I sense no change. The fear of our enemies carries the same odor. It stank of rotten meat before, and it stinks still.
These soldiers have borne their duty to the Undying One for centuries. Their prayers are like ours, like threads of different webs leading to one spinner.
Shireen, I may have to agree with this mad woman for the first time in my life. The locals are harsh and ruthless people, but seem to be reliable beyond measure.
They carried the light of faith through a heavy duty of isolation and abandonment. This service is one of the most difficult and most purifying. You can trust these subjects of the God Emperor.
I am watching you, marazhai. I'm waiting for the Undying One to whisper your name.
Yes. Watch carefully. Listen for whispers. Look for me in every shadow. Who knows when a trick of your imagination might become your nightmare?
The Domin grants great favor to marazhai, but it will be swallowed by the dark abyss without a glimmer of gratitude.
Gratitude is a pitiful fiction. The rogue trader is useful to me, and she likes it. Gratitude is a pitiful fiction. The rogue trader is useful to me, and he likes it.
You have encased yourself in metal, priest. You may trick age this way, but you cannot trick death.
This unit's service life is not determined by entropic degradation. The Omnissiah determines all. He is greater than entropy.
This vessel must be nourished with the blood of the Domin's enemies, for such is his will. Let the blood-spun web stretch across its bowels. Let it sever the apostate's threads.
A correlation between the functioning of void ship systems and their contact with organic fluids exists only in this laywoman's agitated consciousness.
You are with us again, Red Priest, and you are eager to fight. It is good to see that not only your body, but also your will is of the strongest metal.
Your positive assessment has been noted. I express approbative surprise that the unit kibellah, composed of flawed flesh, has also been restored to functionality.
These bones of the dead should be serving the living. They could be used in rites or divinations or as amulets. Why are they here, gathering dust and concealed from people's eyes?
This statement is true. The remains could be usefully processed into corpse starch and the premises refitted to house the vessel's systems.
Maybe they are here so that overeager lunatics do not disturb them. With you on board, I would have packed this crypt with traps charged with the machine spark.
Red Priest, grant me your blood. Through divination, I will know if corruption festers on the flagship, as it does on the Red Priest's vessel.
Categorically denied. Not subject to appeal.
I wonder if the cogs got any blood left. I bet it's been years since there's been anything but machine oil in there.
Let me ask you, how do you plan to conduct the analysis? What will you use as reagents? What criteria are you using to determine the presence or absence of contamination? I am willing to provide a sample if I can thoroughly record the process from beginning to end.
Yrliet is dead. The blood debt has been paid. The tenets of the web have been fulfilled.
Registering manipulation of the fallen traitor's corpse. Hypothesis: the red hair on the hilt of the weapon belonged to the unit yrliet.
We both kill at the behest of the undying emperor. Why are you so desperate to deny our similarities, Amic Solomorne?
Because I do not carry out executions in an intoxicant-fueled haze. Because I do not make a gory spectacle out of my solemn duty. And because I was granted my right to judge by the Imperium, not some below-deck sect.
Blessed angel, I humbly offer you this blood claimed in righteous combat.
I accept your gift, Blood Scryer. Use it to inscribe a rune upon my armor, so that it may praise my valor.
Death walks beside the new priest in the crimson robe. I can feel it. The word of the Undying One has touched his ears as it touched mine. But has it been heard?
You speak in riddles, Blood Scryer. But I can sense the spirit of truth in what you say.
Unsettling words, especially coming from someone with your specialism.
Angel of death, you hail from a world blessed with danger, one that nurtures mighty warriors. Is this place anything like your home?
The frost here is like that of an ice troll's breath. This does bring back memories of Fenris, but the resemblance ends there. This world feels like cold oblivion, while Fenris bellows with the fight for survival and the promise of glory.
I have not interacted with your kind before, yrliet. Now, I have the chance to observe the enemy up close, to study your weaknesses. I welcome this chance.
Alas, you are not the first monkey I have encountered, and I can speak from experience longer than your years. You are no different from the rest.
The Xenos that attacked Dalgonus have no respect for death. They ridicule it and turn the act of killing into a mockery.
It is not death that feeds them, but suffering. They cling to life, though they were doomed long ago.
They slaughtered thousands of people, but what bothers you is that they did it without showing the proper respect. Madness.
The Domin gave you a chance because her mind is clouded with emotion. I bear no such burden, and I will cut short your life without a second's hesitation. The Domin gave you a chance because his mind is clouded with emotion. I bear no such burden, and I will cut short your life without a second's hesitation.
For some reason, everyone on the ship sees the Elantark as an unreasonable child. If you truly esteem her, then recognize that she can forge her own path. For some reason, everyone on the ship sees the Elantark as an unreasonable child. If you truly esteem him, then recognize that he can forge his own path.
Janus is full of color and fragrance, but I will not miss it. The decks of the flagship mean more to me than this rampant greenery.
The Lilithan sighs with relief whenever a monkey ceases defiling her with their presence.
Registering the unit kibellah, like most Voidborn, is uncomfortable with natural planetary gravity and atmosphere.
I would agree that being aboard the flagship is better, if only there weren't deranged assassins skulking in its corners.
You are at the end of your years. Why languish in an existence where you lack the vigor for rage or ecstasy?
There are reasons to live that do not include whatever depravities you count as pastimes. And I'll bet I have far more reasons than you to hang on for another while yet. But your concern is noted.
You keep dozens of madmen who are constantly staring into Shail. And yet you're surprised when they fall prey to the nightmares of she who thirsts. The sheer thoughtlessness of your kind.
At least we can survive it and still prevail. How does your own kind fare on that score?
No one is keeping you here, Ashmag. You're welcome to demonstrate your superior intellect all you like in the void. Shall I hold the airlock open for you?
You're staring at me again, sweet-voiced monkey.
Rest assured, I am watching your every move, abomination. When you betray the rogue trader, and you will, I will be ready.
Oh, what a waste. You could have let them fight for the right to live, and then killed whoever remained slowly, basking in their despair.
Even you, fiend, I would kill quickly. That is the difference between unholy Xenos and servants of the Emperor.
Do not turn your foul gaze upon me, or I will cut out your cursed eye myself.
You are a black blotch. My gaze is helplessly drawn toward you as to a grisly disaster. I want to look away, but the distortion of your soul is both frightening and mesmerizing.
I knew Monkey was stupid, but traveling between the stars through the domain of Silent Thresh, I cannot imagine a worse kind of madness.
In the storms of the warp, we rely on the light of the God Emperor. Unholy Xenos are incapable of understanding true faith.
Ha! Our heads are stronger than your thin little skulls. Not everyone goes into a frenzy as soon as the ship translates to the Empyrean. I am stability incarnate. Learn from my example.
The distinction is well observed, but misinterpreted. It is evident that the Eldare's affinity for Empyrean energies is higher than that of humanity, and as such, even the miraculous Geller field is unable to save their minds from undesirable consequences. Do not accuse others of stupidity in an attempt to explain away your genetic defect.
At least that dull monkey did something interesting before he died. The way he bit his master's hand was bland and inelegant, but I suppose that is better than nothing.
The Proctor's colors never once wavered. He would not be able to live with himself had he allowed them to be mixed with grey.
His path was a fallacy from beginning to end. And even though the Elantark offered him her hand in hopes of guiding him onto a different road, unwanted help never bears fruit. His path was a fallacy from beginning to end, and even though the Elantark offered him his hand in hopes of guiding him onto a different road, unwanted help never bears fruit.
So, Nuncius, who is your mysterious interlocutor truly? No need to answer. I simply relish the throb of pain you feel whenever I ask that question.
It is curious that you sense pain that I do not feel. The motive force is flowing smoothly and serenely through my galvanic circuits. Perhaps you are seeing something beyond the reach of my perception, Drukhari.
Huge potential lies hidden within you. Strong in body and will, a stubborn, intractable victim. You would make an excellent pain toy.
Making a biomancer feel sick to his stomach is a true accomplishment, Xenos. Spare me any more of your enthusiasm.
My mere presence makes you shake with rage. I do not even have to do anything to you. Delightful.
Yes, you... Damn it, I'm so angry I can't even speak. Enough. I'll deal with you later.
You exude the corruption of she who thirsts. Whenever you're near, my whole being clamors for new sacrifices to drown out her call.
That's just fantastic. Before they accused me of sorcery, and now I'm being accused of making Xenos go berserk. Just stay away from me, stick insect, all right?
The cult will not forgive us for gutting their best fighters. I think we are already being tracked by a few individuals whose speciality is hunting champions. Our heads will fetch a very high price.
Can we do anything in this place without making even more Xenos want to kill us? Oh yeah, that's right. Die.
Everything you Drukhari touch stinks of shit. Even victories.
Their language of violence is a blasphemous parody of the art of the blood-spun web. With every cut and puncture, we address the Undying One, while they grovel before the face of nothingness.
Let them attack. We'll see whose heads are more securely attached. Right, Glato?
Nazrake had no reason to leave the webway. But he must not have had a choice if Vect's wrath was truly blazing at his back.
Look, I don't know who this Nazoke was, but the idea that your gangly ass pissed someone off so much that they went to the ends of the universe for your head makes a lot of sense to me.
It is amazing how one worthless grain of sand washed up by the current has brought down a mountain. And after the look you just gave me, I'll keep the rest of my pearls of wisdom to myself.
It was nice of him to leave. Outside his accursed city, with fewer forces at his side, in unfamiliar territory, he practically ensured his own death. I wish Xenos would do that more often.
Strange. Ogier bodies disappear after death. These specimens must be defective in some way, as they're still here.
Aw, you sound disappointed. Was the stick insect hoping to cut a deal with them and stab us in the back?
I finally realized why we need a Xenos in the retinue. To have someone walk up to whatever that is and check if it's really dead.
I do not strike the same fear in you that I evoke in others. Why is that? Why are you so accustomed to my Drukhari appearance?
May the Exalted One forgive me for my transgression, but I have had dealings with Drukhari in the past. I still can't believe I emerged from those negotiations with all my limbs intact.
What an interesting bouquet. This is because of the rogue trader, isn't it? I cannot discern which it is. Strangled ambition or simple jealousy. Would you like me to help unburden you?
After seeing how the witches of the arena used you, I'm afraid I don't have the stomach for it.
You spout a lot of dangerous grok shit, you gangly creep. But you definitely should have kept your mouth shut this time. You'll be lucky if you don't end up strangled.
If you are looking to satisfy your perverse needs, then get lost and do it elsewhere. The peddler may have one foot planted in heresy, but she will not serve as your food.
The air is suffused with the fear of prey that has nowhere to run from this monkey bucket. All it can do is wait for the hunters to come.
May the Exalted One forgive me, but for once I am glad that Ashmag is on our side. Why don't we let him go first and wait a little while?
If we had access to an energy concentrator, this gondola could be compelled into motion and reach the upper levels.
Count me out. Even the seats in this so-called vehicle look like they feed off the pain of the people who sit in them. I'd rather keep all my body parts intact.
This is a charming appetizer, to be sure, but compared to the arenas of Camorra, their suffering is quite flavorless. I could give your torturers a few riveting lessons, if you like.
With you as the study material, I hope? I am almost certain you're the one behind this blood spectacle. You depraved scum.
Spatters of hot blood on your face, a blade sinking gently into flesh, prey trembling in your hands. Does it not stimulate your senses, Slayer?
What stimulates me is this question. Could you still serve the Domin if you had no tongue?
I've seen you draw labyrinths of blood and dance in them with whirling blades. Crude, but the intent is sound. Shall I show you how it ought to be done?
The only dance you can teach me is the one where you lie twitching on the deck with your throat slashed open.
How afraid must you be of your passions to replace them with a clicking counting machine? What feelings so terrified you, little priest?
Activating the computational spirit defense protocol. Be advised. Maintain a distance of at least 10 paces, or eradication measures will be taken.
The demise of the Asuriani remnants on the forested world was predictable. Without their craft shell, they were doomed to perish sooner or later.
This unit estimates that the Xenos vessel crash was not catastrophic. As a result, objects of research interest may have been left at the wreckage site.
Uh-huh. But you and your pals made sure to help them on their way to their extinction, didn't you? Wipe that filthy smile off your face, creep. They were your kin.
I hope all of you vile spawn exterminate each other one day. There has to be some small purpose to your existence.
Observing your kind carry out assaults on worlds proves once again that humans have not advanced much beyond clubs and stones.
The observation of a representative of a debased xenoform whose preferred approach features indiscriminate attacks on random locations and the slaughtering of his own allies has not been catalogued. Reason? Low-value data.
Monkey do not value the lives of their fellow humans, and are therefore capable of sacrificing hundreds and thousands in a single battle. This is what their art of war, if you can call it that, is built upon.
It was humans who routed your foul kind on Dargonis, so your mockery is pointless.
You keep glaring at me, Monkey, but you have nothing to worry about. Your anger is too bland for me, and predictable. I just have to ask which part of your beast I should cut off first.
You can start with yourself, scum.
You were made by the monkey equivalent of a homunculus. He must have been a ham-fisted butcher to have fashioned such an ugly fighter.
I am the creation of Fenris and the All-Father. My flesh is the flesh of the mountains of Asaheim, shaped by the winds of Hellwinter, which would blast a runt like you right up Mordecai's arse.
Well, well. The meat from the arena decided to stay close to the crowd so as not to become another's prey.
The only reason why you were not ripped to pieces is because the Edvater decided to take on a pet Xenos. So, shut your mouth, puny wretch, before I shut it for you.
You might make a decent Drukhari, cousin, if you could find the strength to admit that your path is a delusion and follow in our footsteps.
Perhaps. Perhaps if the Elantark had not accepted me into her circle, I would have become like you and lost myself completely. But now I have hope. So spare me your futile words, cousin. Perhaps if the Elantark had not accepted me into his circle, I would have become like you and lost myself completely. But now I have hope. So spare me your futile words, cousin.
I knew I did not imagine the voice of one of the warp spawn. Silent Thresh has sent her servants for me. An honor I am prepared to decline.
Those things will be scratching at the walls of your mind every time the ship ventures beyond the veil. If you give them cause again, think of how costly a mistake could be.
This Silentress is desperate to sink her claws into every one of your kind. What did you all do to her, Xenos?
The remains of the Asuriani are still scattered across the expanse, yrliet. I doubt they will survive the coming months.
Trying to poison my spirit again, Dark One. In vain. Your poisoned arrows have missed their mark.
Yrlietkin have made too many enemies to be able to count on anyone's mercy. The Exalted One sees that your kind have excelled in the art of making enemies.
Yrliet, what is the unnatural creature residing on the rogue trader's ship? You have been aboard longer than I have. You must know the answer.
You speak of Nomos, Dark One. It is a guest of the Elantok, as you and I are. Perhaps a more honored guest, so do not even think of examining it using your typical methods. Not if you wish to avoid bringing righteous wrath down upon yourself.
Outcast, have you ever wondered why the Arabenian chose to direct you toward your farseers? Do you not dread the hour when he will return to claim the reward for his aid?
My mistakes brought me to the road that leads to the abyss. If that is the price I must pay for the truth, I will step into the darkness without fear.
If you had committed to your re-education in Camorra, you could be savoring your pain and loneliness like a fine delicacy right now. We all regret missed opportunities, don't we?
There is only one missed opportunity that I regret. The opportunity to rid the world of you back when we first met.
Agir territory. I have been in this region once before. Poor in decent prey, rich in dangerous adversaries.
I have fought an Ogier in battle only once. They are ancient creatures that should have been left in the past. Their awakening in these times is a troubling sign.
I wish I'd taken some time to play with that many-armed monstrosity. I wonder what its pain would have tasted like.
This is why the great curse fell upon our people, because of our inability to curb our most twisted curiosity.
Primitive cults, meaningless, pointless squabbling. Oh yes, and some highly amusing attempts to cope with this world in their own pathetic monkey way. What say you, Outcast?
Do you mean the way that they seem to be trying to live in harmony with their natural surroundings? Well, that is genuinely amusing and pitiful.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our nospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
As far as I am aware, the monastery supplies power to several major hive cities on Rykad. Hidden somewhere in the depths of this building is a reactor of monstrous, unfathomable power.
You are outdated and suboptimal. Your body has suffered deterioration and requires modification.
Funnily enough, I've grown rather attached to the old thing. Have patience. Someone will shoot me any minute now, and then you'll have your chance to upgrade me.
The Cognizance Fleet and the Von Valancius dynasty are bound by a series of mutually beneficial agreements. This unit is pleased to foster a productive connection based on our joint efforts in heretic eradication.
Your presence among us is a supreme blessing. It is a sign of the Omnissire's benevolence toward the Von Valancius dynasty, for he has sent us his own shepherd.
The colors swirling around you are full of steel hues and flashes of crimson ribbons, esteemed Magos. We had tech priests on my house's station as well, but the colors of their souls were always dreary.
Uprisings of the laity are the revolt of suboptimal instincts and desires against a predefined structure. This event is the result of insufficient servitorization of the crew.
I can understand your view, but lobotomizing the entire crew is a costly and ultimately unjustifiable undertaking. As long as the traditional methods serve us well enough, things should continue as they are.
Replacing all humans with servitors is something only a major forge world could implement. The rest of us have to make do with human frailties.
Analysis recommends that the systems of the Expanse prepare for imminent clashes with the forces now dominating Rykad Minoris. Probability of a large-scale confrontation currently stands at 86%.
None of this is going to lead to anything good. We have enough troubles without this anathema appearing under our noses.
The loss of the sector is a catastrophe. There are no forces in the Coronis Expanse capable of opposing whatever may emerge now from the Rykad system.
Martyr status grants the unit Abelard Wersarian the right to request emotional inhibition augmentation. Will the unit be making use of his entitlement?
Thank you for your generosity, Master Heinrix, but I would rather let my memories drive me mad than purge them from my mind.
The Imperium is a grand mechanism, and we are cogs within it. And this is a warehouse for the most twisted and corroded cogs.
An interesting metaphor. I would add only that storing such cogs is often a waste of nutribars and oxygen.
A void station is a sacred place of the Omnissiah, who shields the rulers of this fortress against death and darkness. Why then are the Vox channels dead? And why is the air not filled with the holy binaric rhythms?
The station's lack of response to our ship's hails was already suspicious. I am no less uneasy after the Magos' words. Hands at your weapons.
The anarchy at the starport will distress the hallowed machine spirits of the Voidcraft, rendering them deaf to all litanies of placation. The shuttle we use for the evacuation must be handled with caution.
With all due respect to your faith, Heinrix, if we find a working shuttle, we will worry about restoring the machine spirit's equilibrium once we're back on board our ship.
Our prayers are different, but I note a similarity in our attitudes towards ministry. It unites us.
You are right. Only we know what it is to pray to our intercessor at an altar in our struggle to protect those close to us, to be their spiritual shield.
Primary priority, evacuation of the rogue trader from the planet. Secondary priority, survival of the retinue. Activating calculated self-sacrifice protocol.
The denser the darkness, the brighter the fire in our hearts. We must unite in the face of calamity.
The lack of communication with the flagship is making me uneasy. I hope the starport will hold until we arrive.
The unit is experiencing an irrational sense of satisfaction at the death of the Xeno unit, marazhai. The nature of the phenomenon is anomalous.
Draw no distinction in your heart between this vile abomination and his equally foul kin. Every one of his breed deserves the same fate.
You're not the only one, Cog. We should make this day a holiday, marking the death of that sharp-tongued wretch. He was a particularly foul specimen, even for a Xenos.
No, Pasqal. Rejoicing at that miscreant's death is the most natural thing that could occur in this emperor-damned place.
Relying on the judgment of others was a mistake. They only curb my potential. I will achieve more on my own. The discontinuing does not tolerate doubt.
You have been blinded by pride, Pasqal. This is how great heresies begin. A person rejects the canon and abandons faith in him for faith in themselves.
The colors in your soul have changed. They rage in a whirlpool of hues. attractive and sinister at the same time.
If you are right, why do I sense that your name is about to fly from his lips?
I am registering unconventionally high efficiency for the unit Cassia or Celio, relative to her limited experience. The unit status has been upgraded.
Knowledge is the key to everything, is it not, esteemed Magos? I learned this wisdom from your fellow priests, and it has helped me many times.
The union of two political units has been recorded. Anomaly detected. The predicted harmony is absent. I am registering disquiet.
Come now, esteemed Magos. The union of House Orcelio and the Von Valancius dynasty is a grand occasion. Any who share their concerns are merely envious. True friends give their support.
Stay out of it, you soulless tin can. People's fates can't be reduced to your stupid calculations.
I see no convincing reasons to reassess, much less interfere with the permanent establishment of these nascent bonds. Harmony is born out of disharmony. Such is the alchemical principle. Just wait, colleague. Patience is a virtue.
The protocols for ministering to the machine spirits have been violated in a manner most profane. The ship's noosphere is overrun with data impurities.
I can sense it too. Machines usually give off barely discernible colors, exactly like your body, Magos. But here, all the hues have blended into muck.
I hope this filth doesn't infect Glato. There is too much metal in him.
A thesis that neither Nuncius nor I will dispute. This ship is like an abscess teeming with corruption, and it is just about to burst.
Janitor Febris. Technomats on several decks have reported spontaneous power outages across auxiliary ship systems. Synchronous with this, an influx of motive force has been recorded in your laboratory. As the chief engineer on board, I request an explanation.
The sacred process of my great work requires a blessed influx of motive force, and it is of greater importance than the crew's minor functional needs met by the disabled systems. A pair of compartments can endure a dozen watches without heating in the name of knowledge.
Attesting to the paradoxical fluctuations of the motive force within the machine circuit, this unit is unable to reliably determine if this is a tech heresy or a Category 3 miracle of the Omnisire. Modification of standard galvanic rituals is required to open the circuit.
It is gratifying to see, esteemed colleague, that the breadth of your thinking is sufficient to understand and appreciate the working principle of this creation. I cannot guess why you decided to demonstrate it only now, but I am extremely satisfied to see the developing changes in your approach.
I am not certain that anyone here can offer any comment on your, undoubtedly sage statement.
Signs of xenoheresy have been detected on the station Turquoise 4. For what reason was the decision made to leave it intact?
Nuncius is correct, esteemed colleague. Comprehension is the key to all things. The Omnisire knows all, comprehends all. Even xenotechnology can yield secrets that will benefit the Imperium. I believe this sacred logic was the basis of the rogue trader's decision, and it is not for us to question it.
It's simple. My Shireen, the Lord Captain, has a nose for profit. You'd be surprised how useful it can be to have a flexible mindset, Tin Can.
The machine spirits of the sacred apparatuses of the Sector Bionica are strained beyond measure. Issuing an urgent request to increase the number of Adeptus Mechanicus members on the ship.
Your demand is absolutely justified. Nuncius and I have long discussed the need for Styges 8 to establish a greater presence in the Coronis Expanse. Perhaps the patronage of the rogue trader could bring this about.
Yeah, right. I can't breathe on the decks from your incense as it is. If more of you turn up, the rest of us will have to be servitorized just to endure the stench.
I am satisfied with your performance of the maintenance rites on your equipment, although some of your prayers are unfamiliar to me.
They are rites performed by the Imperial Night pilots of my world. I must commend you on the delicacy with which you expressed your suspicion that I was deviating from dogma.
Observation report on heinrix van. The unit's professional skills make him a suitable candidate for data interrogator servo skull conversion. I am proposing...
I will have to decline your generous offer, Magos. I would rather keep serving the Golden Throne with my full complement of limbs.
The sanctity of the monastery of the motive force has been violated, but the vows of the Omnissiah have triumphed. In the gift of technology, do we find strength?
Metal will not protect you from the archenemy's corruption. Ensure that your colleagues are thorough in their inspections.
The electro-priests of the Cenobium have shown unprecedented courage in the face of heresy. Worthy children of the Omnissiah.
The Undying One sent us in response to the priest's prayers. They must keep their vows, and we must shed the blood of heretics. Let his design be fulfilled.
Observing the desecration perpetrated upon the manufactorums of Kiava Gamma is generating unproductive signals in my cognitive circuitry. Initiating a mantra of pacification and mitigation of spiritual deterioration.
Any victory for the archenemy brings turmoil to mind and heart. Be strong, Magos. These events are especially trying for you.
Is that your way of saying you're upset? Look, you can just say, I feel bad and have done with it. People will understand you and have a chance to offer you support.
My condolences, Pasqal. The guilty have already been punished. May you find solace in that.
The local mechanisms are a hideous, scurrilous aberration of sacred technology. But can a twisted mirror ever show the true face of what is reflected in it?
Tread carefully in your quest for knowledge, Magos. Heresy sometimes creeps into hearts dressed in holy vestments.
This sector is full of ancient xeno-corruption. It is not listed as explored. I estimate high exploration potential.
Master Haneman, must I remind you that we're here on other business? Ah, he's not listening anymore.
If you open the airlock and push him out, I bet he'll make a beeline for those worlds. Should we try it?
By the Holy Throne. Glato, target, Pasqal, partial escort and protection. If your knowledge finally gets you killed, it won't happen on my watch.
Detecting interference in the ship's systems by an unknown person with a status Janitor Extremis. Affiliation with the tech priesthood of the Forge World City's aid detected. Potential interest in theological debate with the new unit has been logged.
I would advise against engaging in any debates with Master Februs, and that goes for you, esteemed Magos, and everyone else on this ship.
I've only ever come into contact with one of a tech priest of such rank. A servant of the Omnissiah with the same title was involved in the creation of Glato.
Attesting to the undeniable spread of xeno-heresy on Platform Turquoise 4. The sacred structures of the platform have been compromised and must be subjected to the rituals of plasma purification.
If your verdict, Magos, does not differ from reality, the best outcome would be the full cessation of the platform's operations. Who knows how the heretical experiments have affected the properties of the supplied promethium? Personally, I would prefer not to find out.
The auditory hallucination problem troubling this unit can be rectified.
Let me guess. It involves the drill on your mechadendrite? There's no need, really. My burden suddenly doesn't seem so heavy.
This unit cannot help feeling that the functional principles of the Administratum are a parodic interpretation of that sacred dogma of service. Mimic the mechanism. This is not what our forerunners envisaged.
What if their goal is really just to torture people? In that case, the Administratum's methods would give the Inquisition a run for its money.
Every servant of the Imperium must fulfill their prescribed duty, and my heart rejoices that my duty is to destroy heresy, not to rot under a pile of papers.
The remark has been logged by Nuncius and committed to the long-term Vox archive. The hypothesis about Magos Haneman's ability to understand and apply humor has been put forth, but not definitively confirmed.
A sacred machine possessed by an aerial warpspawn that predicts the future. An ingenious abomination. Such profane calculations are repugnant, but I cannot deny their sophistication. Impressive.
Impressive, is it? You'd never be so admiring about profane calculations carried out inside a human head, would you? No. You'd much rather chop the head off.
Are you speaking of what happened on Kiava Gamma, esteemed Magos? I have read of such things, but reading something and seeing it with one's own eyes are very different things.
There is only one pure way to know what is to come, and that is the signs that the Undying One sends through the tarot. All else is the lies of the arch-enemy.
The names of the tech crew who served on the blight-stricken ship have been deleted from Memorial Prayer Code. In view of their shameful non-resistance to defilement, martyr status is denied.
Do you seriously think those madmen don't count as martyrs? Becoming a living patch on a ship captured by a demon. Could anyone devise a more horrible death? The thought turns my stomach.
A reasonable decision. All the knowledge that was previously guarded by their vows and oaths has now become a tool of the archenemy. It is treason.
A well-passed sentence, harsh and fair. Death is no escape from liability.
The unit, Cubis Delphim, was found responsible for the defilement of Kiava Gamma. The corruption of blasphemous mortification cast many righteous mechanisms into the pit of villainous heretic. I acknowledge these events as a tragedy.
Ugh, mechanisms again. Don't you grieve for your fellow priests too? Or weren't there enough cogs in them for you?
Machines are never to blame for a crime. They perform their function correctly. People, however, people will always fail.
The machines can be purified and recommissioned, but the losses among the servants of the cult mechanicus are irrecoverable. I grieve not for the machines, but for the knowledgeable minds that have perished.
The unit Idira's last cooperation with the Xenos captors has been logged. Vigilance protocol activated.
The warp'll get me long before I can be strung up by the Imperium. Choke on your logs, you iron snitch.
Xenoblood has violated the purity of the true flesh granted to this unit by the Omnissiah. It must serve a protracted penance.
Be glad you're alive. You'll have time to do all the atoning you want, if we make it out of here.
Mu-class worlds are of negligible importance, due to the level of sacred technology being undeserving of attention. Requesting permission not to disembark upon arrival on other similarly wretched planets.
I thought you'd be excited. The most advanced cog on the whole world. So much attention and adoration.
I too find underdeveloped worlds repulsive, but when duty calls, there's no choice but to go.
Nonsense. Unique phenomena can be found on worlds such as this one, and Thercertium is a case in point. However, esteemed colleague, if you prefer to indulge your own pride rather than explore all of creation, far be it from me to interfere.
I am registering 137 violations of the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation here. Initializing enumeration. 1. Keep the screw thread as your augmetic eye.
Oh no, not again. How do I turn him off? Anybody?
I offer up my thanks to thee, Omnisire, for granting me the ability to serve you as a predator whose prey is knowledge.
Predators? You can hear the growling too. A sound so vile it makes your teeth clench, makes you want to kill. No? Just me. That's not good.
Pasqal, sometimes I wish you had a protocol of some kind that I could use to make you freeze. One day, your knowledge will come at a price you won't be able to pay.
I am registering numerous losses among combat and civilian units. There is a high probability that these values would be lower under a more competent leadership.
Numerous losses among combat and civilian units. Do you mean dead people, Megos? People die in droves everywhere, every minute, under all kinds of leadership. If you tried to count them all, you might fry the cogitator in your skull.
The upper limit for the concentration of toxins in the air has been exceeded. Crew members are advised to activate their respiratory protection.
Can you quiet that mechanical whirring? I can't make out the voices. What are you saying? Compassion was the downfall of the righteous? What else is new?
This unit's augmentations bear decorative elements not specified in the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation, registering a Category 14 blasphemy.
Touch any of my augments with your iron tentacles and you'll be registering a bullet in your forehead. I mean it.
Be advised, all acts of sacrilegious theft, encroachment on Adeptus Mechanicus privileges, and looting will be catalogued for justice enforcement purposes.
Is it theft when the goods in question do not belong to anyone? In a tug-of-war between cold traders and cogs, possession is 9/10 of the law.
Ah, stop it, you grouchy tin can. At least Jai can actually hold a conversation and not just conduct an information exchange.
Presumably we should add the phrase, if they are committed without the authorization of Megos and Naaman. Have I adequately grasped the essence of your argument, colleague?
I witnessed the procedures performed on the despicable thief in captivity, and wish to express my elation that the unit was not fully stripped of the true flesh.
Screw you, Pasqal. I'm glad you didn't bite the dust either.
I identify Captain Sargona's blasphemous attempts to combine creations of the Adeptus Mechanicus with Xenotech as effective, and thus that much more egregious.
I would bet a crate of Amasac that you were biting your mechadendrites because you couldn't poke your head inside those pirate handicrafts.
The rogue trader should have purged the pirate vessel with fire. Even a fragment of a ship like that could become a carrier of corruption.
What most interests me is how a lay person managed to attain such deep understanding of xenotechnical secrets. If he wrought such a thing himself, his brain is certainly worthy of study. If he had associates, they should be found and questioned without delay.
Such monstrous sacrilegious degradation, such significant potential lost. I am registering a signal of supreme sorrow. I am updating the daily protocols with a rhapsodic prayer for the fate of the Euphrates too.
At least the world is back in the Imperium's possession. Abandoning it to the heretics would be a worse outcome, don't you think?
Your colors have faded, esteemed Megos. Steel your heart. You have enough strength in you to survive this loss as well.
I grieve with you, Megos and Naaman, and offer prayers to the motive force that it forever flows in abundance through the plasteel veins of Euphrates too. But despite the losses, the world endured, as Stygies 8 once endured. In time it was able to recover, and so too will Euphrates too.
Along with Lethus, the following venerated mechanisms were destroyed. Loading platforms, Industrial manipulators, automated guide rails. Class C/1-0-5 transporters.
You know, there was a guy on Lethis who also liked listing things until it fried his implant. Alas, some people are deaf to lessons of wisdom.
I cannot fathom why droning on about lumps of metal fills you with such pain, but do go on. I'm all ears.
Hypothesis. The cause of the unit's emotional suffering lies in the disrupted romantic communicative bond between...
Shut up, cogs for brains, or I'll strangle you with your own tentacle.
The configuration of units known as the Bloodspun Web has been updated. Such revision is welcome, for it prevents entropy.
You're just glad you're not the only one in our tight-knit circle who has defeated their mentor.
The sacrifice she made was terrible. And yet, as astounded as I am, I have nothing but respect for her.
Such methods of minimizing entropy are one of the few things that disturb the galvanic circuits in my brain. That you would sanction them, colleague, truly surprises me.
The Footfall Dockyard is a blessed wonder of the all-powerful Omnissiah. The rest of the station is extraneous, a superfluous appendage.
If you had your way, cogs, all the taverns would have long since been turned into workshops, and everyone on the station into servitors.
Why is so much space allotted to the lower orders? It is inefficient. They could be accommodated much more compactly.
They are no sardines in a tin. They're living people, you soulless pile of cogs.
Spinners sometimes have to visit this bay and remove those who are a drain on its resources.
An initial survey of the vessel indicates that my explorator brethren have already performed a requiem rite here. Further examination is inadvisable.
What about the sagacious marauders rooting around in the guts of this dead colossus of the void? Talk to them. Wisdom can be found in unexpected places, Shireen.
How curious, colleague. I never thought you would be drawn to such superficial analysis. Who knows what secrets might be teased out in discussions with the laity who have taken refuge here?
I am registering extensive structural damage to the tomb and the expiry of the expedition team. Initiating investigation to determine if the cause was gross incompetence or extraordinary circumstances.
My, you are a heartless cog, aren't you? Why is your first reaction always to accuse everyone of incompetence? Touchy subject, is it?
A combination of factors, I am inclined to believe. The failing of narrow-mindedness is a characteristic of many magi and archmagi, leading to unpredictable and, alas, unfortunate consequences. I hope on this occasion, esteemed colleague, you will not succumb to it.
I am registering a significant quantity of non-essential self-harm inflicted by this unit. Requesting clarification.
You reshape your body so that it may reflect the depth of your devotion. So too do I reshape mine. The scars on my skin become prayers, and my every torment turns into zeal.
What has triggered this unit's interest? Is blasphemy imminent?
I can feel the pain of the iron parts inside you. It is intentional, yes. You're not as blind to true pleasures as the other monkey.
The new unit is extremely unpredictable and dangerous. Disposal is recommended to eliminate the possibility of betrayal.
Your language is even more awkward and ugly than the standard monkey tongue. How is that even possible?
The flesh of the laypersons admitted here is weak, but the augmentation level of the crew is increasing. Optimization of the crew for the glory of the Omnissiah is progressing satisfactorily.
Yes. The more crude pieces of metal you force into your bodies with your inherent monkey skill, the more pain and suffering each of you on this deck will exude. Truly, you are creating the optimal conditions for me.
I doubt that the Sector Bionica will be able to meet the needs of everyone and anyone in the crew of an entire void ship. If that were the rogue trader's goal, we would have to dedicate half of another deck to such compartments.
The blessed technologies forged by the servants of the Omnissiah are the greatest gift bestowed upon the Adeptus Darbites, and a symbol of the functional alliance between us.
You are right. The metal of duty in my heart, the metal of weapons in my hands. Your gifts complete the face of justice.
I am registering a surgical intrusion into the Glato tech unit with the aim of modification. I express maximum levels of indignation and mourn the loss of the tech unit's machine purity.
We must fix this, Pasqal. If we make it out of here, I put my faith in you.
I congratulate the unit, Solomorne, on his return from suspension of function. Let the protocols of service be renewed, and let there be no change of authorized ownership for the tech unit Glato.
Thank you, Pasqal. I wish my head were full of cogs so you could always open it and make repairs the same way you do for Glato.
A tech priest being sentimental about something that isn't made solely of metal. You would have an easier time convincing me that our proctor is actually a very advanced combat servitor model.
Imposed prohibition shall hinder me no longer. I will become my own sacred protocol.
You are wrong, Pasqal. Prohibitions are worth obeying. No one has the right to name themselves sacred, no matter how great they may be. That authority belongs to the Emperor alone.
This unit's internal visors are confirmed to be fully clear. My function is defined, my path set.
Then, we walk the same road, my trusted comrade.
I am registering a deep emotional disturbance that is hampering the performance of the unit Solomorne. I propose a set of non-invasive measures with the aim of stabilizing my comrade.
Something must be wrong with your visors, Pasqal. You are imagining things. I'm perfectly fine.
Let him mourn the things he has lost, Iron Monkey. He should not smother the voice of his heart. Only after accepting one's pain can one move forward.
The suffering of the sacred machines in the Sector Bionica verges on the heresy of annihilation. Initiating search for a tech servant capable of third-degree benevolent purification rituals.
I would listen to Pasqal if I were you. Improperly installed augmentations can do more harm than good. I've seen it more than once.
I don't think the problem is due to a lack of ordinary tech priests. These cogitators have been here longer than I've been alive, and no one has ever worked out exactly what it is that disturbs them so deeply.
Requesting permission to rescue valuable technology from this maw of entropy and cesspool of violated storage regulations.
Pasqal, you are the last person I would want to try for stealing the tithe. Only the rogue trader, due to her unique status, has the authority to remove anything from this planet. Pasqal, you're the last person I would want to try for stealing the tithe. Only the rogue trader, due to his unique status, has the authority to remove anything from this planet.
I am registering a violation of the standards of interaction with objects categorized as Imperial Tithe collected.
Strictly speaking, as long as I remain in the rogue trader's retinue, anything she acquires from the storage world is still in the custody of the RBs. Throne, what do you want me to do? Set Glato on you all? Strictly speaking, as long as I remain in the rogue trader's retinue, anything he acquires from the storage world is still in the custody of the RBs. Throne, what do you want me to do? Set Glato on you all?
I am registering unknown modifications made to the melter weapon. I insist on requisitioning this object for the purpose of ascertaining the permissibility of its configuration.
They would probably just send you to the archives, digging up records on the tech priest who installed the weapon. Do you have a decade of your life to spare, Pasqal?
I am offering a hymn of homage to the Angel of the Emperor and the ancient ferocious machine spirit controlling his armor.
Yes, my adamantine skin has seen many battles and bears many glorious scars. Hear the glorious verse of the time when...
This unit is no longer plagued by questions or doubts. I am registering purity and wholeness. Those scars remain in places where the rebellious spirit was excised.
You have gone the way of the warrior priest. A warrior must be ruthless, not toward the enemy, but toward himself.
I did not doubt you, Master Heinrix. It is good to know that her ladyship's vessel has been entrusted to the care of someone who understands honor and loyalty. I did not doubt you, Master Heinrix. It is good to know that his lordship's vessel has been entrusted to the care of someone who understands honor and loyalty.
May this purity seal bearing the binary ciphers of the Deus Mechanicus serve to commemorate your victory over the despicable Doomscream. May the spirit of your armor be in good health and vanquish all it encounters.
In truth, priest, your fellows did not disgrace themselves either, or prove too great a hindrance to the Allfather's warriors in battle.
Your species is aware of mutilated forms of the Omnisci's wisdom. Does anamorphic Ursat's veneration of the Deus Mechanicus exist in your culture?
We venerated Vor, the smith and craftsman, but he is nothing like your ugly deity. He has never sought to replace our souls with wraithbone sculptures.
The sacred halls of research desecrated by the Xenos Tervantius, I hereby declare subject to purgative eradication. The sacrilege committed in them should not be comprehended.
Wasn't one of your fellow believers there? Beware. They are involved with the Flesh Master.
And what? You're not tempted to make an exception? You're not going to declare it the property of the priesthood and take it over? I suppose I can see why. Even I don't want to deal with the shit that Homunculus did.
I concur. I do not wish to deliberate on the potential value of his experiments or samples. Not on this occasion. Everything touched by that foul Xenos spawn must burn. Everything.
You seem a competent officer, Viserion. It is all the more strange that your subordinates lack discipline. Yesterday, 3 visitors more than the maximum limit were permitted on the bridge.
You would be better served keeping a closer watch on your dog, rather than the people on the bridge. There are as many of them as the Lord Captain requires. Not one more.
With the cultist dead and the sect's current leader being old, the flagship has the opportunity to rid itself of the heresy of mob justice.
I cannot help but feel sorry for the Visir's loss. For all his fortitude and reverence for death, to lose a child was a terrible thing.
It is not a just fate for your kindred that concerns you, monkey. No, you only wish that the right to judge and condemn belonged solely to you and those like you, executioners.
You are alive, Seneschal. I guess that means that the discipline in our squad is saved. That's the first good news we've had in the past hour.
This place has certainly not been kind to us. But people like us will endure anything. Because we have no other choice.
As a representative of the Adeptus Arbites and proctor of the Coronis Expanse, I attest that the oath will be entered into the official records of the Adeptus Administratum.
Thank you, Proctor. I will alert the High Factotum and oversee the initiation of the Moravians into the ship's forces. The planetary infantry will have to be thoroughly trained.
It's not often you see grateful crowds of invalids on the bridge of a void ship. Such behavior is considered potentially dangerous in the Adeptus Arbites. I will increase the deck patrols based on this new data.
You worry needlessly, Master Proctor. That the people are showing their sincere appreciation for their ruler is a sign of their respect. What's more, I personally ensure that such processions are conducted in strict accordance with regulations, and as such, your personal intervention is not required.
I support this action, Proctor. Perhaps we should discuss later how we might increase security measures on board, each within his own professional remit.
You could have been an arbitrator, sister. Why did the mentors in the Schola Progenium direct you down a different path?
Because my heart burns with faith and hungers for great deeds in his name. Yours is but a list of laws.
I'm glad to see you in high spirits. Thoughts about unfinished business get in the way of duty.
My duty in the Expanse is not done, as long as there is even a single heretic still breathing.
Mercy is a trap for the meek.
I do not question your methods, but compassion for the innocent is not a weakness. We must protect his dearly loved subjects.
Mercy ends where the estimation of an individual's efficiency begins. This is an incontrovertible fact.
Even here, you shine still, sister. You haven't given up, haven't despaired. I am ashamed of my weakness. I should have stood with you from the beginning.
Cast aside your regrets. The past must not overshadow the future in which you and I, together, shall forge our path to freedom, with fire and steel.
I've seen a few of your paintings, Lady Navigator. Is it some kind of clever code? I would swear there was no meaning behind that mess of brushstrokes.
Your colours turn leaden when you talk about my paintings. Do not trouble yourself, Proctor. Art is simply not for you.
The Xenos Butcher could not break you, Lady Navigator. I am amazed by your fortitude.
From our very first meeting, you thought me weak and frail. Well, Proctor, you were mistaken.
A rogue trader and a backstabbing Xenos. How did she earn the right to live and be included in the rogue trader's inner circle? I simply refuse to understand what is going on. Even if the sky were to fall on our heads, I would not be as confused as I am now.
To the Lord Captain, yrliet is not a habit or a mistake. She is something more. I doubt we will ever be able to understand them.
I am watching you, heretic. Only the rogue trader's patronage protects you from the justice of the Lex Imperialis.
The shallowness of your thoughts is rivaled only by the narrowness of your perception, Proctor. Your accusations are groundless, and your conclusions false, born solely out of blind faith in the Lex. Understanding nuance is an unfamiliar concept to you.
Master Interrogator, may I ask for what purpose you recently tested my knowledge of the laws of the sector?
Some missions require not only physical strength, but also a solid intellect. I was wondering if you would be suited to more demanding tasks.
You have suffered brutal torture, Master Interrogator. Allow me to take the front and shield you from attacks. You are too valuable to take such risks.
Despite my apparent state, I am perfectly capable of dealing with attackers, or at least no less so than an injured arbitrator. I must decline your offer of protection.
Master Interrogator, I'm forced to ask you directly. Are you engaged in an off-duty relationship with the rogue trader?
An interesting way to put it. Forced, you say? What is forcing you, Solomorne? Is it idle curiosity or emotional insecurity? Neither suits you.
You know, we have a saying, Master Interrogator. If you miss your first shot, there are always other rounds in the magazine.
I see no point in wasting ammunition on a previously confronted target.
Is this what serving in the Inquisition is like? Cursed places, inconceivable horrors, high stakes?
More or less. And just in case it is not clear already, none of what you saw here is going in your report to the Marshal.
Every time I see you, my hand reaches for my weapon. It's nothing personal. I will forever be astounded that a witch is allowed to live.
Hang on. Since when do you have a personality? Look at that. Our resident killjoy doesn't just talk in Lex paragraphs.
The Administratum is the spine of the Imperium. It gives it cohesion and prevents everything from falling to pieces. But I'll be damned. I'm glad to be out of that queue.
So, if the administratum is the Imperium's spine, then what body part is the arbites? Its grubby little hands?
Conrad Voidfear. He has earned himself multiple death sentences by now. He won't escape justice this time.
To the void with your justice! I'll turn that bastard inside out before you even start chattering about your precious Lex.
The traitor's thread coils like a snake, but now 2 sacred executioners are on his trail. The Undying One will have the heretic's black soul for his judgment. I swear it.
Throne, you really don't die easily, witch.
Glad to see you too, Master Killjoy. Though I'm more glad to see your dog.
The den of the cultists who have made a parody of justice. Their sole redeeming quality is that they are really ready to die for the Emperor.
But not before they kill for him and then kill some more. And not just people who deserve it.
Wherein a Suriani finds gratification in resemblance, you find only bitterness. I will never understand your kind's aversion to connection.
What a gem of a place. It reminds me of my first punitive raid. A clean assault, except the hovels took a while to burn down.
Hey, you've gone 5 whole minutes without stories about bones crunching under their boot of the Imperial law. How did you pull that off?
Wet conditions are not good for Galato's metal components. I will have to do a complete inspection of his protocols once we leave this place.
Nobody likes it here, not just your dog. It's cold, it's wet. I wouldn't say no to lubricating my own protocols with a glass of amasec.
Even under the most intolerable conditions, the servants of the God Emperor are warmed by the faith in their hearts and by the desire to smite his enemies wherever they lurk.
Not one sacred codex of the Lex Imperialis in sight. How can you call this place a chapel if it doesn't have his words?
And what kinds of prayers would people say here then? May we never miss our tithe shipment date. May we forever abide by the great Solutio whatever is. I shouldn't even joke about it. I bet that's exactly how you pray.
I find it concerning that the guardsmen of Zarkov have spent so long without the guiding hand of the law. Perhaps dispatching a garrison of enforcers to the planet is worth considering.
Are you joking, Master Killjoy? They're all descended from penal soldiers. They'll make mincemeat of any overseers you send down.
People who mortify their flesh with a life of deprivation are following the way of the Undying One, whether or not they know it. Laws and rules will only distance them from the sincerity of service.
You have excellent tactical thinking, and you are effective in combat. You could accomplish much in service to the Imperium, but you are squandering your talents.
Oh, I see where this is going. You lure me in with the convincing flattery, and before I know it, I'm being yelled at like a disobedient hound.
You want to be a real thorn in my side, don't you, peddler? Learn to keep your greed in check. The rogue trader has already granted you protection. Do not demand anything more.
Trying to scare me off, are you, lawman? That's too bad. You see, between the coldness of the mind and the heat of a living heart, the choice is simple.
Clear proof that only the Emperor's law must stand above us all, not the law of people, no matter how righteous they claim to be.
Oh, I wish the Exalted One's will really were... Wait a minute, am I agreeing with a lawman? You are a bad influence on me, Proctor.
Yours is too short-lived a tribe for you never to have encroached upon the dogma of your dead god. I doubt your precious laws contain even a single word that has not been rewritten to oblige new generations of monkey.
The case on Dargonis brought back memories from my investigating days on a certain Calixian hive world, Piety. I can't say I miss those times, but there is something pleasurable about following the criminal's trail.
I suspected that the only thing that gets you going in this life was your job, but to call tracking down criminals pleasurable is a rare kind of perversion.
The appearance of a second rogue trader has seriously shaken the hierarchical structure on board. A review of the chain of command is required. I am not sure a corresponding precedent will be found in the annals anytime soon.
I don't think my Shireen should worry about that. Everyone knows who is the true and current head of the von Valancius dynasty.
So many von Valancius on one void ship. There haven't been this many on board since before Theodora's death. I hope their numbers don't drop so dramatically this time.
Frontier world, danger level, high. Tithe grade, Salutio Tertius.
We've barely set foot on the planet's surface, and you've already worked out how much they owe the Imperium. You heartless ashmag. Let them off for another 50 years at least.
You do not realize the dangers of living outside the Imperial law. You are playing with fire, and one day you will pay for every act of mob justice you have committed.
You see a threat in my rituals, but in truth, your greatest enemy is fear. I'm not afraid to walk along the knife edge of the law you so revere, or to act against it if it means staying true to the Undying One.
Captivity traumatizes ordinary people and strengthens the truly devout. As for people like you, cultist, it only makes you more dangerous and deranged.
It is not your place to speak of pain, Amic Solomorne. You allowed your own anguish to consume you and turn to anger. My pain is, as ever, a whetstone for the spirit.
Shield, shadow, blade, and now what else? A favorite? For an obedient weapon, you are too set on taking a place not fit for a servant.
You speak out of concern for the Domin. You do not want her to grow close to someone unworthy, someone who might betray or deceive. That is why I forgive your words that besmirch our sacred bond. You speak out of concern for the Domin. You do not want him to grow close to someone unworthy, someone who might betray or deceive. That is why I forgive your words that besmirch our sacred bond.
God Emperor, send these unfortunates your mercy.
You pray for the people, Amic Solomorne, even though you know the Undying One will come for them when needed. Such sentimentality.
I saw a preserved Drakari head once back in Calixis. For a long time, I didn't believe something so disgusting could really exist, and I was wrong. You're even worse alive.
Incredible. Strong, stupid, and ugly. You're the perfect raw material for a rack. A homunculus would scarcely have to lift a finger.
You have already been judged for what you wrought on Dargonis, Xenos, and for the very fact of your existence. That you are still alive is merely a temporary suspension.
Growl on, little beast. We both know you won't bite without your master's permission.
There's a dozen fewer miscreants on these streets. Not much, considering the scale of this place's crimes against humanity. Still feels good, though.
We have cleared a path for new upstarts who will want to take their place, which means we gave them the motivation to wreak new carnage on the monkey. The irony.
Desist from your games, Xenos. The rogue trader is nothing like you, and she will never be. Desist from your games, Xenos. The rogue trader is nothing like you, and he will never be.
Yes, your monkey limitations are unfortunate. But that does not stop her from trying again and again, all for a chance to please me. Yes, your monkey limitations are unfortunate. But that does not stop him from trying again and again, all for a chance to please me.
Glato's visors are in perfect working order. You put the tech priests of the Calixis sector to shame, Pasqal. I owe you a case of the finest sacred unguents.
Proposal to make an offering accepted. Requesting a verbal exchange of information. Topic: the merits of the Glato tech unit in relation to less blessed units.
Pasqal, I don't know what sort of disagreement you've had with your tech priest comrades, but you can be sure of one thing. Glato and I will deal with anyone who raises a mechadendrite against you.
Prognosis for the unit Solomorne's loyalty confirmed. Raising the unit's priority level. Initiating the clasping of hands in order to complete the unit's authorization in its elevated status.
Sometimes I think some part of that blasted place has crawled under my skin and won't ever go away. A part made of pure despair and hatred.
This statement is false. The unit Proctor bears no traces of modification. In the name of cognitive optimization, I recommend doubling the volume of daily prayers.
Oh, chin up, Killjoy. There's no way Komora could break you. Hatred, you say? Haven't you always hated all life anyway?
So this is where your quest has led you, Pasqal. I don't even know if you're still the same man who used to patch Glato up, or someone else entirely.
I have become something too great and frightening for your understanding. But that does not mean that you were deceived. My personality lives on, as does my sympathy for Glato, and not just for him.
Lord Ulfar, please do not be angry. Sometimes in your presence, Glato goes on high alert. It is a regrettable error.
Why should I be angry? The beast senses his master's fear, so he bares his fangs. And you fear me, lawkeeper, as a dog fears the Fenrisian wolf.
An angel of the Emperor. It is as if his punishing hand had joined the fray.
Do not be frightened, lawkeeper. Fight well, and my righteous anger will not fall upon you.
There is no greater honor for a fighter than to die fulfilling their duty. No mourning, only eternal glory.
Even a dog may at times echo the wolf's howl. Your words have reached my heart, lawkeeper.
Ambles. These things navigate by sensing vibrations in the ground. Everyone get on top of the crates, or we'll be easy prey for them!
Are those the monsters you fear so? They are but Xenos nads. Hide if your spirit trembles. This proud son of Fenris will go hunting.
The Lex Imperialis states, a Xenos accepted into the service of a bearer of the sacred warrant shall conduct itself with humility and obey the orders of...
Once again, you try to pin down with words what the mind cannot comprehend. Instead of questions, hatred. Instead of knowledge, voluntary shackles. Your species lives in terror of freedom.
You are nothing but a passing diversion, a dubious exotic for a rogue trader who only recently came to power. Know your place.
Does the Elantark know what you think of her decisions? Oh, I see. You lack the courage to say it to her face, so you have chosen a different quarry. But I am indifferent to the rot of your words. Does the Elantark know what you think of his decisions? Oh, I see. You lack the courage to say it to his face, so you have chosen a different quarry. But I am indifferent to the rot of your words.
You can still rid us of your presence, Xenos, by impaling yourself on the blades of your brethren in a dark alley. That is, of course, if your species knows anything about honor and guilt.
My species knows of something that will forever lie beyond your grasp. Redemption. As we know, the dead can never make amends.
Wilderness? That's not good. I wish it were lower hive levels or deep inside a manufactorum. Thankfully, I have Glato's instincts to rely on.
Even your rueful beast, whom the monkey have turned into a weapon, may become prey in these forests. Tread carefully, and do not anger the Lilithon.
My armor could do with cleaning. You there, servant! See that it is done. I will reward you with a glorious saga for your diligence.
Firstly, I am not your servant. And secondly... of course, my Lord Ulfar. I will see to it. Just please, no sagas.
Our warband made a fine departure from the Dark City. Gamora will not soon forget when they played host to the Vater and Ulfar. I would love to see their feeble spirits writhing in the storm of souls we wrought.
I think the pandemonium raging there would be too much of an ordeal, even for you, my lord Ulfar. Though I agree, I too wish I could catch a glimpse of the Xenos getting their comeuppance.
Perhaps being there would pose no threat to you, mighty Ulfar, but I would likely lose my eyes at the sight of the colors roiling there.
Xenos have no souls, but that does not mean they do not know suffering. Let them drink their fill.
A glorious feast in honor of your victory over the archenemy's servants. Vater, for your hospitality, I promise one day to honor you and invite you to a celebration on Fenris.
Ha! Yanris looked like his collar was choking him when he saw the cost of everything you and your esteemed brothers managed to smash and break.
Ah, my lord Ulfar, if only we could bring your exuberance to our good old Amarsakus. Unlike your brothers, however, the regulars on footfall would not survive such revelry.
What are you whispering, pure-hearted sister? A command to the fearsome spirits of battle?
No, brother Ulfar. I humbly pray that the Emperor sends clarity to my eyes, so that they might recognize falsity and then destroy it.
That winter scale wasn't half bad. He knew the joy of battle, and he was no coward. Though he was still a bit of a runt.
Caligos was the kind of man for whom dying in battle was his greatest wish in life. Well, his dream came true.
Serves him right for underestimating the Lord Captain. New blood is what he called her, trying to reassure himself that he had nothing to fear from the Lord Captain. And he got complacent. Serves him right for underestimating the Lord Captain. New blood is what he called him, trying to reassure himself that he had nothing to fear from the Lord Captain. And he got complacent.
Fangs of Mordecai, the Xenos will answer for her perfidy. The prisoner was not my brother by blood, but he died a faithful son of the Allfather. The Iron Dead will pay a wergeld for his death.
So be it, holy warrior. The child of the blessed Sanguinius is no longer with us, but the recompense for his death is in our hands. The wrath of the God Emperor shall fall upon the heads of the faithless.
Sadness always takes me when I see good steel and banners falling into disuse like this. Their place should be on the field of battle, not inside these gilded chests.
Banish your sorrow, warrior, for they serve a purpose still. People gaze upon them and they become filled with his light, inspired to fight anew against the enemies of humanity.
Helmswoman of the Soul Sea, accept this amulet as a token of my respect for your craft. Every experienced ship pirate on Fenris wears one of these.
Thank you, Ulfar. I am pleased to know that I am worthy of the Space Wolf's trust, and even more pleased to see it in the motley flashes surrounding your radiant soul.
You fear the death of another, Sage. I can smell it. The sour stench is in the air whenever the servo skull called Nuncius is in peril. Tell me, then, why do you fear the demise of one long since dead?
Nuncius is my dearest colleague, noble Astartes. He is irreplaceable, and his contribution to our joint endeavor is utterly invaluable. His loss would be akin to losing a part of myself. This is an incontrovertible fact.
Who are you always talking to, Iron Sage? I neither see nor sent anyone near you. You cannot be trading wisdom with that skull at your shoulder.
Please excuse my close-lipped colleague. This is Nuncius's first time conducting a dialogue with a member of the Adeptus Astartes, and as such he is somewhat struggling to verbalize his thoughts.
Thank you, my lord Ulfar. I am in good health, and I hope you are as well. I am pleased that we are starting to get along.
Is this the car we are to take for the Edfator? Ha! Barely enough for a mighty wolf to sink one fang into.
I'll wager the ship's defenders would be less terrified to see a cruiser appear on their augers than to watch you charge at them across the deck.
That sly spider Calcazar. He is obviously hatching some secret plot, and he is planning to use us as his tools. Cunning as a Xenos.
I would advise you, my lord Ulfar, to choose your words more carefully from now on. I will not tolerate such remarks against the Lord Inquisitor.
Only an angel of the Emperor can speak of the Lord Inquisitor with impunity. Little people like us must keep silent if we want to keep our heads.
This is a rare case where poetic allegory most accurately encompasses the essence of the communicated thought.
A fine battle that was. But it was not as satisfying without a feast on board the captured Drakkar.
I fear that your celebration would have substantially increased the repair costs for the rogue trader.
Of course you would say that. You simply cannot resist spoiling the aftertaste of a good slaughter with sour drinks and half-witted verses.
There was a great reaping here. So many brave souls fell, and their wrath brought down the very vaults of this tomb.
A pretty metaphor, but based on the nature of the damage, I would place my bet on melter charges.
Keep your eyes to yourself, Gothy. They will sap my good luck.
From what I've heard, you don't have much good luck to lose. But thanks, big man. Now I know how to say witch in yet another language. I've built up quite the collection.
Gothy, I have seen you. You served that cursed excrement Tervantius. Was the Xenos notion of mercy not to your liking, so you choose to run away?
You're one to talk, big man. You've been in a cage all this time and not lifted a finger to get yourself out of it. Yet you think you can lecture me.
A depressing spectacle. The only trial worth holding is one that ends in single combat, in a circle of shield-bearers, with a fine verse ringing in the air.
Ooh, big man! Words can't express what a shame it is that you're not in charge of the rules at the Palace of Justice.
Yes, even a primitive skirmish would have added a whit of animation to that farce.
I will find out who condemned my brothers to death, and I will bring them a harsh reckoning! I swear it!
Sure. You finish off the killers and swear revenge on their master. You dispatch him and then go looking for whoever the real culprit is. Just admit that you enjoy it, or that you're just afraid to stop.
Registering a statistical irony, the units designed to perform terminating functions with respect to the adepts of discontinuing the cycle have been subjected to termination themselves.
To bear witness to an oath of his blessed angel is a great gift. To bear witness to an oath of inescapable vengeance is the greatest gift of all.
I had a brother like you. Stubborn rascal he was. A merry fellow, and a singer. Anyway, I know your type. If any of my things go missing,
I assure you, my lord Ulfar, I would never dream of doing such a thing. Why are you acting so suspicious? Have you lost something? Take a closer look in your cell. I'm sure you'll find it.
I grieve for the blood scryer. She knew how to make me laugh.
What? Are we talking about the same person here?
Well, I learned something about Fenrisian humor today.
Tell me, blood scryer of the Allfather, what about me?
Not yet, blessed angel. Not yet.
Blood scryer, I have watched you do battle with yourself. A hard test. A brutal test. This is the true deviousness of the Xenos.
I am glad a blessed angel beheld my agony. To die before you is an honor.
I am waiting for the day when the Edfather tires of you, pet Xenos. And on that day, I will personally throw you out of an airlock.
But no order has been given, and you have not laid so much as a finger on me. So tell me, which of us is the pet?
The lying Xenos are playing us like puppets. I sense new webs of foul intrigue weaving about our hands.
What is the matter, prisoner? You've been content with your lot for years, and now you clamor for freedom, a belated show of courage.
The God Emperor will not forsake his faithful. We are nearing our escape from this labyrinth. I feel it with all my heart.
Their deaths strengthen the thread that leads to freedom. That is all I need to know.
I promised that despicable butcher Tarvantius that I would watch him die. And I kept my promise. Oh, blast it all. I also swore to piss on his corpse.
Well, do not fall into despair. Experience shows that you may yet get the opportunity.
I am proud that the von Valancius dynasty does not let old grudges go unanswered. Let every Xenos know that a crime against the rogue trader will bring doom upon them.
I am grateful to the Undying One for the opportunity to kill this Xenos many times over. Poetic justice for what he did to me.
The saga of my glorious victory over Doomscream is already taking shape in my heart. And, lucky for you all, you are about to hear the beginning of it.
Interesting. If I start composing monstrous verses and reciting them at every opportunity, will those around me experience the same amount of suffering?
Big man, no. Please. I can't take any more. I'm begging you, let me skip this one.
I always welcome your recitals, for they are as deadening to the spirit as self-infliction. Proceed. I am ready.
Ha! Freezing cold and salt on the air. This is a place that calls to me. If it weren't for the stench of burning promethium and Xenos treachery, it would be just like Fenris when the thaw comes.
And what would we do without a bloodhound with such amazing instincts? Oh, yes. We'd be spared the priceless opportunity to appreciate the primitiveness of your thinking.
Xenos or no, how can you smell anything through all the fumes? Oh, all I see is a shoddy, half-abandoned place that someone made an almighty mess of.
I hear 2 hearts of iron beating in your chest. One belongs to a warrior. The other to a priest. Which one were you born with?
Both are granted by the Omnisire. I am an explorator, And within my algorithms, a warrior's indomitability is meshed with a cleric's humility, like two perfectly interlocking cogs.
Curses! Et Vater, is your Drakkar truly so flimsy? That would have been a shameful death.
The sacred mechanism is not to blame for this incident. All required litanies of actuation and maintenance have been performed. Hypothesis: the cause of the failure was the excessive mass of the unit ulfar.
A hound, of course, is a fine companion. But what is a dog next to a wolf? Now that is true fury, true strength and prowess.
Lord Ulfar, it may well cost me my life, but I'll speak plainly. Glato is better than any wolf. Not even the words of an angel of the Emperor can change my mind.
You have no need to fear me, dog of battle. Now we are one pack.
Glato is incapable of feeling fear, Lord Ulfar. Or were you speaking to me just now?
So then, Lawkeeper, has the Het Vater endowed you with great power? Will you march onto the battlefield as before, or be content with the warmth of your chambers?
Considering how few arbitrators are left in the Expanse, it is highly likely there will be enough combat missions for the Marshal to go on.
That reminds me. I should thank the Lord Captain for not letting me waste away doing paperwork like so many other officers.
Your style of combat deserves nothing but contempt. Even if you were not Xenos, such a cowardly race would still have no right to survive.
How ugly you are on the inside, monkey. Nothing but a bloodthirsty monster. A curse your people inflict upon more enlightened races.
The Het Vater keeps an inhuman to fight for her. She should keep you on a leash, Xenos scum, so you do not forget your place. The Het Vater keeps an inhuman to fight for him. He should keep you on a leash, Xenos scum, so you do not forget your place.
I am not a prisoner doomed to fight for my captor. Unlike you, you bloodthirsty half-beast. Do you not struggle to carry the burden of all your years, Grey Warrior? Will your hand not eventually betray you in combat?
Youth has vigor on its side, but age has knowledge. I'm sure even a long-lived Xenos must understand the importance of experience.
The corruption soaked into the bones of the lost ship may have imprinted itself on the souls of your servants, Elantark. I hope they were thorough when they performed the cleansing rituals.
One of the shuttle pilots died by suicide shortly after that flight. His body has long since been incinerated, though, so there is nothing to worry about.
How strange to hear a Xenos speak of corruption. We wage an implacable war against this foulness, and you, a tainted creature, fear it too.
Leaving the Lilithon is a difficult decision, but my path leads me onward, to search for my brothers and sisters. I will make any sacrifice to find them.
Do not forget that you are merely a guest on the Void Ship, not an authority. The last thing we need is a Xenos on the bridge doling out orders.
In the event that the sacrifice scenario is executed successfully, your body will not perish without purpose, but will be subject to sacred dissection. Rejoice!
The noble families from your primary world are looking for any excuse to destroy each other, Elantark. But leaders must strive for unity among their people.
In all fairness, yrliet, you are in no position to judge humans for fighting among themselves. Everything I've learned lately about your kind suggests that a proclivity for feuding is universal.
How are they any different to us, dearest cousin, except in their clumsier schemes and cruder methods?
You really believe your god is sitting somewhere on a throne of gold, watching over you?
Not over me. The God Emperor cares for all his worthy daughters and sons. But a Xenos like you can hardly be expected to grasp the purity of human faith.
A vessel overwhelmed by corruption from beyond the veil. A sad and cautionary sight. No one deserves such a fate. Not the children of Azurion, nor your kind, Elantark.
The archenemy never sleeps, but is forever seeking opportunities to strike at his faithful. This ship is just one example of many, a reminder that we have no right to let our guard down.
Emotions distorted by the influence of the warp are corrosive and repulsive to behold. The arch-enemy purposely perverts the colors, making them unbearable to look at for anyone not yet steeped in corruption.
Anyone who witnesses the consequences of thoughtless flirtation with the energies of the immaterium will think twice before setting foot on this crooked path. I find the sight not merely sad, but also highly instructive.
So you sent the Elantark's predecessor to meet her death. The same monkey who may have been responsible for Kruderok's demise. I thank you.
What? You are thanking me for... Leave me alone. I do not need your approval.
Cousin, do me a favor and thank the white-haired monkey a few more times. The look on her face when she hears praise from you, it is priceless.
Kruderok has fallen. Its remains hidden in the darkness of the expanse. All that is left for me to do now is to follow the one who allowed me to walk this path to the end.
At least you know some semblance of gratitude, Xenos. The rogue trader is the only reason you are still alive. It is only just that you repay her. At least you know some semblance of gratitude, Xenos. The rogue trader is the only reason you are still alive. It is only just that you repay him.
Good riddance to you, inhuman. All Father willing, we shall see more than one of your ungodly craft worlds blazing under our shots.
Your house is dead. The right thing to do is for you to follow it too.
The imprint of torment and fatigue has been left upon this world. The mark of my dark cousins is so stark, it cannot be anything but a trap.
Dark cousins? Meaning the Xenos that repel even their own repellent kind? My weapon will be put to use here.
Do these monkey truly spend their brief lives digging through refuse? Why do they not choose another path? Find another self?
These people are humble at heart and diligent in their work, as all true children of the Imperium ought to be.
Do Xenos always abandon their vaunted paths whenever the going gets tough? That is why you will all crumble before humanity's resolve.
You make my soul uneasy, Seer of Shael. Is it your third eye, or is it something else? Whatever it is, do not come any closer.
I will say the same to you. The glare of your soul dazzles my sight. To the point of pain, to the point of tears. We should keep our distance.
Elantark, be wary. What waits within is hungry, and, like a beast, it senses our approach.
These colors are strikingly similar to the shimmering hues I have encountered in certain predators. Only more vivid, more unusual. It is as if they are beckoning us closer.
Nuncius has drawn my attention to the fact that this creature possesses a distinctive signaling system, together with a host of behavioral rituals. The Omnissiah teaches that comprehension is the true path to knowledge. If we are to subdue this creature, then we must first learn and correctly interpret its reactions to various stressors.
I can feel your eyes boring into me, monkey. Enough. Your foul powers mar the soul like the arrows of Kurnus.
Oh, I am sorry. Your colors have suddenly faded, and now it almost hurts me to look at them. It is because of the Lord Captain, isn't it? Silence is also an answer.
I keep listening, just trying to understand. Now that the Lord Captain has rejected you, are you going to start freaking out and acting weird again?
For generations, the three-eyed monkey have abused the souls of the children of Azurian for their own petty ambitions. What is that, if not evidence of spiritual wretchedness?
Tisiphone did everything to ensure that the house served the God Emperor and guided humanity in the darkness among the stars. In her eyes, this goal justified any sacrifice, both among the Xenos and among her own vassals.
The idea was not without elegance, to my mind. The entanglement of eternally suffering and hating souls in one skein. I suppose the Empyrean itself must have whispered such a delightful and taunting idea to the leader of the Navigators.
The Navigators found a way for the Imperium to benefit from your unholy existence. Taking into account the status of the Navis nobility and other circumstances, I would not consider this an offense against the Lex Imperialis.
It is calmer and quieter here. But there is a different spirit in the air. A spirit of greed, of lust for excess.
The scarlet shades have been replaced by black, deep hues, like a bottomless pit. What Yrliet said is a strikingly accurate description of what I see.
I cannot agree with that assessment. The Sector Bionica has started to look more up to snuff, in my view. And who would say no to more quiet on the ship?
Dead matter, partially transformed into phantoms, frozen outside the cycle of time? What a strange urge to collect without limit. Why does this Ogier surround himself with all these objects?
Oh, no, these things are not dead. Each of them is surrounded by faint echoes of colors, both their own and those brought by someone who was here before. They all carry stories of which they are a part, and they were all precious to someone. Not now, and not here.
You pronounce the words of our speech almost correctly, but you still make errors of intonation. Few humans can master our tongue. Why would you attempt this?
Language is the livery of meaning, and this livery directly reflects the architecture of the speaker's mind. By comprehending your language, I also comprehend your thinking, bringing me one iota closer to comprehending you as a concept.
Do you wish to ask something, Iron Philosopher?
I do indeed. Do you feel an emotion akin to remorse? Are Xenos in general capable of feelings other than insidious malice? Wait, don't answer that. Nuncius, prepare to scan the nervous system. Log any abnormalities.
I can see your furtive looks in my direction, monkey.
I am doing my job.
Listen, I am sorry that your follower proved to be a
One more word, and your life will be forfeit, Xenos. The rogue trader's word is all that protects you now.
Will the monkey repeat their error and carry on locking away their resources? Or will they let them flow freely, nourishing their worlds with life?
It seems unlikely that a Xenos would be concerned about humanity's prosperity. I suspect this is nothing but an attempt to impose your views on other species.
A life of satiety clouds the mind and rots the spirit. It is hardship that makes the Domin's subjects stronger.
Your hierarchy is confusing and illogical. Why should the Elantark, who rules over her own ship and worlds, submit to someone who, like a pest, has taken someone else's place? Your hierarchy is confusing and illogical. Why should the Elantark, who rules over his own ship and worlds, submit to someone who, like a pest, has taken someone else's place?
Some Xenos sanctioning rituals involve mutilation of the tongue. I would gladly discuss the implementation of this glorious tradition with the rogue trader at her earliest convenience. Some Xenos sanctioning rituals involve mutilation of the tongue. I would gladly discuss the implementation of this glorious tradition with the rogue trader at his earliest convenience.
Because he who sends others to fight and die for him is stronger. Whatever the rogue trader might think, this Calcazar is more powerful than her, because he who sends others to fight and die for him is stronger. Whatever the rogue trader might think, this Calcazar is more powerful than him.
Child of Azurian, doomed to spend an eternity alone amid the dust of Monkey. It is not my place to judge your choice of path, and yet my soul grieves. Do you not hear its cry?
I am not even going to bother listing every law and canon of the Imperium that this burial place violates.
The ones crying should be the souls of the honored dead who are forced to tolerate the company of Xenos carrion.
Small in large, metal in rock. I discern 2 layers, 2 ideas in this place, and one, shallow and shifting, has swallowed the other.
Footfall is an iconic place, a grand monument to immense ambition and dashed hopes.
Dead rock encased in metal. Monkey structures are repellent. I could never live in such a place.
Your kind live on floating graveyards powered by the energy of your dead. If I were you, I would refrain from making any further critiques.
Monkey must know no fear or reason at all, for they permit those entwined with the great enemy in their midst.
Would you look at that? A Xenos siding with Imperium doctrine. I've heard it all now.
Time is of the essence, Elantok. The sooner we go to meet the survivors from Cruderok, the better their chances of avoiding another disaster.
You're antsy, aren't you? Though I can understand why. Things didn't work out very well with the rest of your kin.
Your colors were already piercing, but now they seem to have gone crazy. Are you not afraid that the storm in your heart might devour you whole?
I have laid out his terror, and the spread promises danger. Think carefully where you are leading the Domin, Xenos.
My dark cousin got what he deserved. A traitor will find only treachery in his path.
You should think good and hard about what this might mean for you, a harmless Xenos.
It was too quick, too easy. The Xenos took too much knowledge with him to the grave, and his departure was not agonizing enough. Far from it.
Is this where monkey rulers keep the fortunes they take from their people? What I envisioned as a repository for great artifacts has turned out to be a dumping ground.
A dumping ground? No, that's practically a compliment. It's a burial hoard. This is where the tithe goes to die.
Is dealing with my kin not considered treason among the monkey? Or has greed so blinded you that you do not fear retribution?
It all depends on where you're coming from. A crime that means a death sentence for some is freely permitted for others. I just try to keep on top of my game and not let any opportunities pass me by.
A trap on a frozen world. A cruel snare for unsuspecting victims. The innocent souls drawn in by the signal paid for their kindness with their lives.
I fell into a similar trap once. My rivals lured me to a signal from my dead crew. Cassia! I made sure those worthless pirates paid for what they did to my boys.
This is the first time I have witnessed the Dark Ones raiding at close quarters. It is a wonder that your world survived it, Elantok.
Is that respect for your kin I hear in your voice? Careful, my pointy-eared friend. My Shireen won't like you showing admiration for them, if that is what it was.
Dargonis' preparedness for a confrontation scenario has been deemed satisfactory. The peasant population accounted for the overwhelming majority of losses. Peasants can easily be replaced. Vital production facilities suffered minimal damage.
I considered these forests my home for a time, but I still feel myself a stranger here.
I suppose it's because the jungle is ever so slightly hostile to visitors. Speaking of visitors, Lord Captain, have you ever, in all your infinite wisdom, considered setting up a resort for rich folks here?
A trap filled with the foul technology of the Ogier. How heedless and blind you were, Elantok, when you stepped within these halls. However, even my eyes fail to recognize the trap set by the ancient enemy, and your kind is 100 times easier to deceive.
Speak for yourself, will you? My gut tells me that any cold trader with a nose for profit would jump at the chance to get their hands on anything on those pedestals.
Your life is already short, and yet, still you charge toward death, like a flaming comet falling into a star.
You treasure your long life, but it is hollow. This is why you waver on your many paths, while I walk surely along a single thread. I can do more in the moment I have been given than you can achieve in centuries.
I know you long to kill me. Will you aim your blade at my heart when I turn my back on you?
No, yrliet. Unlike you, I will never betray the Domin's will.
What happened to you was just, marazhai. There is no pity in my heart for you.
You are beginning to see the true nature of things, outcast. Pity is the province of the powerless. So continue to give me your pain and despair, just as you did before.
An Arabenian in Camorra. Great forces have been set in motion. Nothing else will draw the most fearsome of all harlequins to the Dark City.
And out of everyone he could have chosen as the object of his attention, he chose a monkey. Whatever he's plotting, it will either be a grand farce or a well-choreographed calamity.
I hate admitting my own ignorance, but I have never seen an Aldari like this before. I'm not sure I want to know more about him. My gut tells me it would be a dangerous avenue to pursue.
A fool governor, a fool Xenos. Warp take me, how I hate blithering fools.
Your presence fills me with uncontrollable anger.
Hush, yrliet, hush. Do the paths not teach you to curb your petty passions? Watch yourself, or something may happen that cannot be undone. Again.
What do you want with the Elentark, Dark One? Why do you devour her with your eyes, as if you were plotting evil? What do you want with the Elentark, Dark One? Why do you devour him with your eyes, as if you were plotting evil?
You, cousin, no longer hold any interest for me as a plaything. But I must dispel my boredom somehow, and I seem to have found a thrilling new way to do so.
Oh, Red, if my little whisperers are to be believed, evil doesn't come close to describing what's on that stick insect's mind.
Monkey trials are so full of delusion. At least my dark cousins are open in their ambitions, and do not offer a false impression that the accused might walk free.
Your existence among the monkey must have truly gotten to you, if you've begun to sing praises to our ways.
I think you're forgetting the fact that one can only leave a Drukhari trial in pieces after some long, long torture. But who cares, as long as you get to lambast in the monkey, am I right?
I sought out the farseers of Cruderak, but instead of relief and peace, the truth of their fate filled my heart with bitterness.
Why? It is a fascinating display of the achievements of homunculi art. You should be grateful for the opportunity to view these creations from the outside, rather than as a specimen.
What a sly and devious soul you possess, inhuman. You pretend to be capable of feeling so that we might lower our guard. But all I see is a scrawny abomination with a cold heart.
You replaced your body with iron, but greed cannot be cured with cold metal. Stop looking at my gear with such avarice, monkey.
I have no intention of taking it, only of studying the unnatural perversions to which you have subjected the gift of technology.
Traveling in the company of monkey is very unusual and enlightening.
Where the human is driven by a desire for knowledge that pleases the omniscire, the Xenos is driven by a morbid curiosity to invent new evils.
Do not be overzealous in your research, Eldari. For you, the line between permitted curiosity and espionage will be fine indeed.
I note that this thesis is not only true for you. For myself and Nuncius, traveling side by side with an Eldari is also a source of knowledge that will remain inexhaustible, even in the event of your demise.
This place is different to the other monkey settlements I have seen.
You have seen one agro world, and a dilapidated one at that, and you have extrapolated from this single data point to reach an assessment of the entire Imperium. A ridiculous syllogism.
The sea is angry. The monkey have gnawed into the heart of the planet and are taking her life force. When she tires of their greed, this place will be doomed.
Registering. What exactly are the causes of the doom the Xenos prophesizes? Geothermal? Economic? What is the likelihood of preventing or harnessing the energy of the catastrophe for the glory of the Omnissiah?
A stark demonstration of the irrational thinking inherent to Xenos of your species. Augur scans have given no indication whatsoever that the celestial body carrying the station possesses some spark of life. Stop explaining natural phenomena through the prism of your own primitive views. It is profanity at its most flagrant.
Your efforts to bring order only lead to greater ruin. If you would accept the world in its imperfect state, it would ease your existence.
It would ease your existence, Xenos, if this servant of the Lex gave way to weakness and heeded your foul talk. But that is not going to happen.
This planet is beautiful in its wildness, but it does not welcome uninvited guests. I can sense something in its depths watching us hungrily.
I can't say anything about feeling watched, but the traps were definitely set by someone intelligent, and someone with a knack for strategy. Glato, watch the perimeter.
I smell a good hunt. If there is a worthy opponent here, let them come out and try their strength against a wolf. And if they choose to hide, they are not my equal.
Is the threat of death the only thing that can make you abide by your own laws? What other sentient creatures realize intuitively you enforce through violence?
Do not compare the absolute of the Lex to Xenos instincts. The perfection of the Emperor's law is such that it is not meant to be comprehended, but it is meant to be followed, willingly or otherwise.
You are more akin to a wild beast than a member of your species.
Be silent. If you continue your vile and insolent speech, you may truly set eyes on a beast.
You, malformed monkey, surprise me more than all the others. I do not believe my eyes, but do you really not distinguish between your brothers?
I do not understand how a Xenos can describe things that the Emperor's angel is not given to see. You mean to cloud my judgment?